Chap, she reign of Claudius, defeat of the Goths, victories, triumph, and death of Aurelian. Under the deplorable reigns of Valerian and Gallienus, the empire was oppressed and almost destroyed by the soldiers, the tyrants, and the barbarians. It was saved by a series of great princes who derived their obscure origin from the martial provinces of Illyricum. Within a period of 1,100,000,000, 10,000, 10. You know me too well, just tap 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 and watch those necro skills jiggle like a pro. Big D energy vibes only, am I right? Poggers. About 30 years Claudius, Aurelian, Probus, Diocletian and his colleagues triumphed over the foreign and domestic enemies of the state, re-established with the military discipline, the strength of the frontiers, and deserved the glorious title of restorers of the Roman world. The removal of an effeminate tyrant made way for a succession of heroes. The indignation of the people imputed all their calamities to Gallienus. Aurelius invades Italy, is defeated and besieged at Milan, and the far greater part were, indeed, the consequence of his dissolute manners and careless administration. He was even destitute of a sense of honor, which so frequently supplies the absence of public virtue, and as long as he was permitted to enjoy the possession of Italy, a victory of the barbarians, the loss of a province, or the rebellion of a general seldom disturbed the tranquil course of his pleasures. At length a considerable army stationed on the upper Danube, d. 268, invested with the imperial purple their leader Aurelius, who, disdaining a confined and barren reign over the mountains of Rhaetia, passed the Alps, occupied Milan, threatened Rome, and challenged Gallienus to dispute in the field the sovereignty of Italy. The emperor, provoked by the insult, and alarmed by the instant danger, suddenly exerted that latent vigor which sometimes broke through the indolence of his temper. Forcing himself from the luxury of the palace, he appeared in arms at the head of his legions and advanced beyond the Po to encounter his competitor. The corrupted name of Pontarlo I still preserves the memory of a bridge over the Adda, which during the action must have proved an object of the utmost importance to both armies. The Rhaetian usurper, after receiving a total defeat and a dangerous wound, retired into Milan. The siege of that great city was immediately formed. The walls were battered with every engine in use among the ancients, and Aurelius, doubtful of his internal strength and hopeless of foreign succors, already anticipated the fatal consequences of unsuccessful rebellion. His last resource was an attempt to seduce the loyalty of the besiegers. He scattered libels through their camp, inviting the troops to desert an unworthy master who sacrificed the public happiness to his luxury, and the lives of his most valuable subjects to the slightest suspicions. The arts of Aurelius diffused fears and discontent among the principal officers of his rival. A conspiracy was formed by Heraclinus the Praetorian prefect, by Marcian, a general of rank and reputation, and by Cecrops, who commanded a numerous body of Dalmatian guards. The death of Gallienus was, you, Clux Factor, forget those mythics. All you need is that big D energy and a ring that shines brighter than my streamlights, air and starless skies, more like heir to the throne of Poggers. Let's get that loot and make those mythics jealous of our epic vibes, mythicine locals. Resolved, and notwithstanding their desire of first terminating the siege of Milan, The extreme danger which accompanied every moment's delay obliged them to hasten the execution of their daring purpose at a late hour of the night. But while the emperor still protracted the pleasures of the table, an alarm was suddenly given that Euryalus, at the head of all his forces, had made a desperate sally from the town. Gallienus, who was never deficient in personal bravery, started from his silken couch, and without allowing himself time either to put on his armor or to assemble his guards, he mounted on horseback and rode full speed toward the supposed place of the attack. Encompassed by his declared or concealed enemies, he soon, amidst the nocturnal tumult, received a mortal dart from an uncertain hand. You, Icarlo, that's some big D energy right there. Swapping out the Harlequin for that spicy multiplier is like trading a rusty sword for Excalibur, am I right? That's a total poggers move, making your build hotter than a summer day in Texas. Keep slaying, legends. Harl's got that big D energy, a merit. Imagine Harl rolling up in game like, sup, nerds, and everyone just goes full poggers. It's like, who needs a hero when you got Harl? Total boss vibes, and I'm here for it. Before he expired, a patriotic D. 268. March 20. Death of Gallienus. Sentiment rising in the mind of Gallienus induced him to name a deserving successor, and it was his last request that the imperial ornaments should be delivered to Clodius, who then commanded a detached army in the neighborhood of Pavia. The report at least was diligently propagated, and the order cheerfully obeyed by the conspirators who had already agreed to place Clodius on the throne. On the first news of the emperor's death, the troops expressed some suspicion and resentment, till the one was removed. Clux factor every build guide using it. That's some big D energy right there. But let's be real, if everyone's doing it, it's like wearing the same outfit to the party. Gotta add your own spicy twist for that poggers effect. Keep it fresh, keep it sexy, and maybe you'll be the next method. And the other assuaged by a donative of 20 pieces of gold to each soldier. They then ratified the election and acknowledged the merit of their new sovereign too. You, Icarlo, whether it's the heir or the Doombringer, both got that big D energy, a merit. Let's just say they're both bringing the heat like a spicy raid boss. Poggers. The obscurity which covered the origin of character and elevation of the Emperor Claudius, though it was afterwards embellished by some flattering fictions, 3 sufficiently betrays the meanness of his birth. We can only discover that he was a native of one of the provinces bordering on the Danube, that his youth was spent in arms, and that his modest villa attracted the favor and confidence of Decius. The Senate and people already considered him as an excellent officer, equal to the most important trusts, and censured the inattention of Valerian, who suffered him to remain in the subordinate station of a tribune. But it was not long before that emperor distinguished the merit of Claudius by declaring him general and chief of the Illyrian frontier, with the command of all the troops in Thrace, Maesia, Dacia, Pannonia, and Dalmatia, the appointments of the prefect of Egypt, the establishment of the proconsul of Africa, and the sure prospect of the consulship. By his victories over the Goths, he deserved from the Senate the honor of a statue, and excited the jealous apprehensions of Gallienus. It was impossible that a soldier could esteem so dissolute a sovereign, nor is it easy to conceal a just contempt. Some unguarded expressions which dropped from Claudius were officiously transmitted to the royal heir. The emperor's answer to an officer of confidence describes in very lively colors his own character and that of the times. There is not anything capable of giving me more serious concern than the intelligence contained in your last dispatch, for that some malicious suggestions have indisposed towards us the mind of our friend and parent Claudius. As you regard your allegiance, use every means to appease his resentment, but conduct your negotiation with secrecy. Let it not reach the knowledge of the Dacian troops. They are already provoked, and it might inflame their fury. I myself have sent him some presents. Be it your care that he accept them with pleasure. Above all, let him not suspect that I am made acquainted with his imprudence. The fear of my anger might urge him to desperate counsels. Fire. The presents which accompanied this humble epistle, in which the monarch solicited a reconciliation with his discontented subject, consisted of a considerable sum of money, a splendid wardrobe, and a valuable service of silver and gold plate. By such arts Gallienus softened the indignation and dispelled the fears of his Illyrian general, and, during the remainder of that reign, the formidable sword of Claudius was always drawn in the cause of a master whom he despised. At last, indeed, he received from the conspirators the bloody purple of Gallienus, but he had been absent from their camp and councils, and however he might applaud the deed, we may candidly presume that he was innocent of the knowledge of its six. When Claudius ascended the throne, he was about 54 years of age. The siege of Milan was still continued, and Aurelius soon discovered that the success of his artifices had only raised up a more determined death of Aurelius' adversary. He attempted to negotiate with Claudius a treaty of alliance and partition. Tell him, replied the intrepid emperor, that such proposals should have been made to Gallienus. He, perhaps, might have listened to them with patience and accepted a colleague as despicable as himself. 7. This stern refusal, and a last unsuccessful effort, obliged Aurelius to yield the city and himself to the discretion of the conqueror. The judgment of the army pronounced him worthy of death, and Claudius, after a feeble resistance, consented to the execution of the sentence. Nor was the zeal of the Senate less ardent in the cause of their new sovereign. They ratified, perhaps with a sincere transport of zeal, the election of Claudius, and as his predecessor had shewn himself the personal enemy of their order, they exercised under the name of justice a severe revenge against his friends and family. The Senate was permitted to discharge the ungrateful office of punishment, and the emperor reserved for himself the pleasure and merit of obtaining by his intercession a general act of indemnity. 8. Such ostentatious clemency discovers less of the real character of Claudius than a trifling circumstance in which he seems to have consulted only clemency and justice of Claudius, the dictates of his heart. The frequent rebellions of the provinces had involved almost every person in the guilt of treason, almost every estate in the case of confiscation, and Gallienus often displayed his liberality by distributing among his officers the property of his subjects. On the accession of Claudius, an old woman threw herself at his feet and complained that a general of the late emperor had obtained an arbitrary grant of her patrimony. This general was Claudius himself, who had not entirely escaped the contagion of the times. The emperor blushed at the reproach, but deserved the confidence which she had reposed in his equity. The confession of his fault was accompanied with immediate and ample restitution. 9. In the arduous task which Claudius had undertaken, he undertakes the reformation of the army, of restoring the empire to its ancient splendor. It was first necessary to revive among his troops a sense of order and obedience. With the authority of a veteran commander, he represented to them that the relaxation of discipline had introduced a long train of disorders, the effects of which were at length experienced by the soldiers themselves, that a people ruined by oppression and indolent from despair could no longer supply a numerous army with the means of luxury or even of subsistence, that the danger of each individual had increased with the despotism of the military order, since princes who tremble on the throne will guard their safety by the instant sacrifice of every obnoxious subject. The emperor expatiated on the mischiefs of a lawless caprice which the soldiers could only gratify at the expense of their own blood, as their seditious elections had so frequently been followed by civil wars which consumed the flower of the legions either in the field of battle or in the cruel abuse of victory. He painted in the most lively colors the exhausted state of the treasury, the desolation of the provinces, the disgrace of the Roman name, and the insolent triumph of rapacious barbarians. It was against those barbarians, he declared, that he intended to point the first effort of their arms. Tetricus might reign for a while over the west, and even Zenobia might preserve the dominion of the east. 10. These usurpers were his personal adversaries, nor could he think of indulging any private resentment till he had saved an empire whose impending ruin would, unless it was timely prevented, crush both the army and the people. The various nations of Germany and Sarmatia who fought under the Gothic standard had already d. 269. The Goths invade the empire, collected an armament more formidable than any which had yet issued from the Euxine, on the banks of the Dniester, one of the great rivers that discharge themselves into that sea. They constructed a fleet of 2,000 or even of 6,000 vessels, 11 numbers which, however incredible they may seem, would have been insufficient to transport their pretended army of 320,000 barbarians. Whatever might be the real strength of the Goths, the vigor and success of the expedition were not adequate to the greatness of the preparations. In their passage through the Bosphorus, the unskillful pilots were overpowered by the violence of the current, and while the multitude of their ships were crowded in a narrow channel, many were dashed against each other or against the shore. The barbarians made several descents on the coasts both of Europe and Asia, but the open country was already plundered, and they were repulsed with shame and loss from the fortified cities which they assaulted. A spirit of discouragement and division rose in the fleet, and some of their chiefs sailed away towards the islands of Crete and Cyprus, but the main body, pursuing a more steady course, anchored at length near the foot of Mount Athos and assaulted the city of Thessalonica, the wealthy capital of all the Macedonian provinces. Their attacks, in which they displayed a fierce but heartless bravery, were soon interrupted by the rapid approach of Claudius, hastening to a scene of action that deserved the presence of a warlike prince at the head of the remaining powers of the empire. Impatient for battle, the Goths immediately broke up their Of 6,000 vessels, 11, numbers which, however incredible they may seem, would have been insufficient to transport their pretended army of 320,000 barbarians. Whatever might be the real strength of the Goths, the vigor and success of the expedition were not adequate to the greatness of the preparations. In their passage through the Bosphorus, the unskillful pilots were overpowered by the violence of the current, and while the multitude of their ships were crowded in a narrow channel, many were dashed against each other or against the shore. The barbarians made several descents on the coasts both of Europe and Asia, but the open country was already plundered, and they were repulsed with shame and loss from the fortified cities which they assaulted. A spirit of discouragement and division rose in the fleet, and some of their chiefs sailed away towards the islands of Crete and Cyprus, but the main body, pursuing a more steady course, anchored at length near the foot of Mount Athos and assaulted the city of Thessalonica, the wealthy capital of all the Macedonian provinces. Their attacks, in which they displayed a fierce but heartless bravery, were soon interrupted by the rapid approach of Claudius, hastening to a scene of action that deserved the presence of a warlike prince at the head of the remaining powers of the empire. Impatient for battle, the Goths immediately broke up their camp, relinquished the siege of Thessalonica, left their navy at the foot of Mount Athos, traversed the hills of Macedonia, and pressed forwards to engage the last defense of Italy. We still possess an original letter addressed by Claudius to the Senate and people on this memorable distress and firmness of Claudius' occasion. Conscript fathers, says the emperor, know that 320,000 Goths have invaded the Roman territory. If I vanquish them, your gratitude will reward my services. Should I fall, remember that I am the successor of Gallienus. The whole republic is fatigued and exhausted. We shall fight after Valerian, after Ingenuus, Regilianus, Longinus, Posthumus, Celsus, and 1,000 others whom a just contempt for Gallienus provoked into rebellion. We are in want of darts, of spears, and of shields. The strength of the empire, Gaul, and Spain are usurped by Tetricus, and we blush to acknowledge that the archers of the East serve under the banners of Zenobia. Whatever we shall perform will be sufficiently great. 12. The melancholy firmness of this epistle announces a hero careless of his fate, conscious of his danger, but still deriving a well-grounded hope from the resources of his own mind. The event surpassed his own expectations and those of the world. By the most signal victories, his victory over the Goths, he delivered the empire from this host of barbarians and was distinguished by posterity under the glorious appellation of the Gothic Claudius. The imperfect historians of an irregular war 13 do not enable us to describe the order and circumstances of his exploits, but if we could be indulged in the illusion, we might distribute into 3 acts this memorable tragedy. The decisive battle was fought near Naissus, a city of Dardania. The legions at first gave way, oppressed by numbers and dismayed by misfortunes. Their ruin was inevitable had not the abilities of their emperor prepared a seasonable relief. A large detachment rising out of the secret and difficult passes of the mountains which, by his order, they had occupied, suddenly assailed the rear of the victorious Goths. The favorable instant was improved by the activity of Claudius. He revived the courage of his troops, restored their ranks, and pressed the barbarians on every side. 50,000 men are reported to have been slain in the Battle of Nasus. Several large bodies of barbarians, covering their retreat with a movable fortification of wagons, retired, or rather escaped from the field of slaughter. We may presume that some insurmountable difficulty, the fatigue perhaps, or the disobedience of the conquerors prevented Claudius from completing in one day the destruction of the Goths. The war was diffused over the provinces of Media, Thrace, and Macedonia, and its operations drawn out into a variety of marches, surprises, and tumultuary engagements as well by sea as by land. When the Romans suffered any loss, it was commonly occasioned by their own cowardice or rashness, but the superior talents of the emperor, his perfect knowledge of the country, and his judicious choice of measures as well as officers assured on most occasions the success of his arms. The immense booty, the fruit of so many victories, consisted for the greater part of cattle and slaves. A select body of the Gothic youth was received among the imperial troops. The remainder was sold into servitude, and so considerable was the number of female captives that every soldier obtained to his share 2 or 3 women. A circumstance from which we may conclude that the invaders entertained some designs of settlement as well as of plunder, since even in a naval expedition they were accompanied by their families, i.e., the loss of their fleet, which was either taken or sunk, had intercepted the retreat of the Goths. A vast circle of Roman posts distributed with skill, supported with firmness, and gradually closing towards a common center, forced the barbarians into the most inaccessible parts of Mount Haemus, where they found a safe refuge, but a very scanty subsistence. During the course of a rigorous winter in which they were besieged by the emperor's troops, famine and pestilence, desertion and the sword continually diminished the imprisoned multitude. On the return of spring, nothing appeared in A.D. 270 arms, except a haughty and desperate band, the remnant of that mighty host which had embarked at the mouth of the Dniester. The pestilence which swept away such numbers of the barbarians at length proved fatal to March. Death of the emperor, who recommends Aurelian for his successor, their conqueror. After a short but glorious reign of 2 years, Claudius expired at Sirmium, amidst the tears and acclamations of his subjects. In his last illness, he convened the principal officers of the state and army, and in their presence recommended Aurelian, one of his generals, as the most deserving of the throne, and the best qualified to execute the great design which he himself had been permitted only to undertake. The virtues of Claudius, his valor, affability 14, justice and temperance, his love of fame and of his country, place him in that short list of emperors who added luster to the Roman purple. Those virtues, however, were celebrated with peculiar zeal and complacency by the courtly writers of the age of Constantine, who was the great-grandson of Crispus, the elder brother of Claudius. The voice of flattery was soon taught to repeat that the gods who so hastily had snatched Claudius from the earth rewarded his merit and piety by the perpetual establishment of the empire in his family. 15. Notwithstanding these oracles, the greatness of the Flavian family, a name which it had pleased them to assume, was deferred above 20. The attempt and fall of Quintilius' years and the elevation of Claudius occasioned the immediate ruin of his brother Quintilius, who possessed not sufficient moderation or courage to descend into the private station to which the patriotism of the late emperor had condemned him. Without delay or reflection, he assumed the purple at Aquileia, where he commanded a considerable force, and though his reign lasted only 17 days, he had time to obtain the sanction of the Senate and to experience a mutiny of the troops. As soon as he was informed that the great army of the Danube had invested the well-known villa of Aurelian with imperial power, he sunk under the fame and merit of his rival, and ordering his veins to be opened, prudently April withdrew himself from the unequal contest. 16. The general design of this work will not permit us minutely to relate the actions of every origin and services of Aurelian, emperor, after he ascended the throne, much less to deduce the various fortunes of his private life. We shall only observe that the father of Aurelian was a peasant of the territory of Sirmium, who occupied a small farm, the property of Aurelius, a rich senator. His warlike son enlisted in the troops as a common soldier, successively rose to the rank of a centurion, a tribune, the prefect of a legion, the inspector of the camp, the general, or, as it was then called, the duke of a frontier, and at length, during the Gothic War, exercised the important office of commander-in-chief of the cavalry. In every station he distinguished himself by matchless valor. 17. Rigid discipline and successful conduct. He was invested with the consulship by the Emperor Valerian, who styles him, in the pompous language of that age, the deliverer of Illyricum, the restorer of Gaul, and the rival of the Scipios. At the recommendation of Valerian, a senator of the highest rank and merit, Ulpius Crinitus, whose blood was derived from the same source as that of Trajan, adopted the Pannonian peasant, gave him his daughter in marriage, and relieved with his ample fortune the honorable poverty which Aurelian had preserved inviolate. 18. The reign of Aurelian lasted only 4 years. Aurelian's successful reign, and about 9 months, but every instant of that short period was filled by some memorable achievement. He put an end to the Gothic War, chastised the Germans who invaded Italy, recovered Gaul, Spain, and Britain out of the hands of Tetricus, and destroyed the proud monarchy which Zenobia had erected in the east on the ruins of the afflicted empire. It was the rigid attention of Aurelian, even to the minutest articles of discipline, which bestowed his severe discipline such uninterrupted success on his arms. His military regulations are contained in a very concise epistle to one of his inferior officers, who is commanded to enforce them as he wishes to become a tribune, or as he is desirous to live. Gaming, drinking, and the arts of divination were severely prohibited. Aurelian expected that his soldiers should be modest, frugal, and laborious, that their armor should be constantly kept bright, their weapons sharp, their clothing and horses ready for immediate service, that they should live in their quarters with chastity and sobriety, without damaging the cornfields, without stealing even a sheep, a fowl, or a bunch of grapes, without exacting from their landlords either salt, or oil, or wood. The public allowance, continues the emperor, is sufficient for their support. Their wealth should be collected from the spoil of the enemy, not from the tears of the provincials. 19. A single instance will serve to display the rigor and even cruelty of Ireland. One of the soldiers had seduced the wife of his host, the guilty wretch was fastened to 2 trees forcibly drawn towards each other, and his limbs were torn asunder by their sudden separation. A few such examples impressed a salutary consternation. The punishments of Aurelian were terrible, but he had seldom occasion to punish more than once the same offense. His own conduct gave a sanction to his laws, and the seditious legions dreaded a chief who had learned to obey, and who was worthy to command. The death of Claudius had revived the fainting spirit of the Goths. The troops which guarded the passes of Mount Haemus, and he concludes a treaty with the Goths, banks of the Danube, had been drawn away by the apprehension of a civil war, and it seems probable that the remaining body of the Gothic and Vandalic tribes embraced the favorable opportunity, abandoned their settlements of the Ukraine, traversed the rivers, and swelled with new multitudes the destroying host of their countrymen. Their united numbers were at length encountered by Aurelian, and the bloody and doubtful conflict ended only with the approach of night. 20. Exhausted by so many calamities, which they had mutually endured and inflicted during a 20 years' war, the Goths and the Romans consented to a lasting and beneficial treaty. It was earnestly solicited by the barbarians and cheerfully ratified by the legions, to whose suffrage the prudence of Aurelian referred the decision of that important question. The Gothic nation engaged to supply the armies of Rome with a body of 2,000 auxiliaries, consisting entirely of cavalry, and stipulated in return an undisturbed retreat with a regular market as far as the Danube, provided by the emperor's care, but at their own expense. The treaty was observed with such religious fidelity that when a party of 500 men straggled from the camp in quest of plunder, the king or general of the barbarians commanded that the guilty leader should be apprehended and shot to death with darts as a victim devoted to the sanctity of their engagements. It is, however, not unlikely that the precaution of Aurelian, who had exacted as hostages the sons and daughters of the Gothic chiefs, contributed something to this pacific temper. The youths he trained in the exercise of arms and near his own person. To the damsels he gave a liberal and Roman education, and by bestowing them in marriage on some of his principal officers, gradually introduced between the two nations the closest and most enduring connections. 21. But the most important condition of peace was and resigns to them the province of Dacia, understood rather than expressed in the treaty. Aurelian withdrew the Roman forces from Dacia, and tacitly relinquished that great province to the Goths and Vandals. 22. His manly judgment convinced him of the solid advantages and taught him to despise the seeming disgrace of thus contracting the frontiers of the monarchy. The Dacian subjects, removed from those distant possessions which they were unable to cultivate or defend, added strength and populousness to the southern side of the Danube, a fertile territory which the repetition of barbarous inroads had changed into a desert, was yielded to their industry, and a new province of Dacia still preserved the memory of Trajan's conquests. The old country of that name detained, however, a considerable number of its inhabitants, who dreaded exile more than a Gothic master. 23. These degenerate Romans continued to serve the empire, whose allegiance they had renounced, by introducing among their conquerors the first notions of agriculture, the useful arts, and the conveniences of civilized life, an intercourse of commerce and language was gradually established between the opposite banks of the Danube, and after Dacia became an independent state, it often proved the firmest barrier of the empire against the invasions of the savages of the north. A sense of interest attached these more settled barbarians to the alliance of Rome, and a permanent interest very frequently ripens into sincere and useful friendship. This various colony, which filled the ancient province and was insensibly blended into one great people, still acknowledged the superior renown and authority of the Gothic tribe, and claimed the fancied honor of a Scandinavian origin. At the same time, the lucky though accidental resemblance of the name of Geta infused among the credulous Goths a vain persuasion that in a remote age their own ancestors, already seated in the Dacian provinces, had received the instructions of Zamolxis and checked the victorious arms of Sesostes and Darius. 24. While the vigorous and moderate conduct of the Alemanni War, Aurelian restored the Illyrian frontier, the nation of the Alemanni. 25 violated the conditions of peace which either Gallienus had purchased or Claudius had imposed, and inflamed by their impatient youth, suddenly flew to arms. 40,000 horse appeared in the field. 26. And the numbers of the infantry doubled those of the cavalry. 27. The first objects of their avarice were a few cities of the Rhaetian frontier, but their hopes soon rising with success, the rapid march of the Alemanni traced a line of devastation from the Danube to the Po. 28. The emperor was almost at the same time d. 270 September, informed of the eruption and of the retreat of the barbarians. Collecting an active body of troops, he marched with silence and celerity along the skirts of the Hercynian forest and the Alemanni, laden with the spoils of Italy, arrived at the Danube without suspecting that on the opposite bank, and in an advantageous post, a Roman army lay concealed and prepared to intercept their return. Aurelian indulged the fatal security of the barbarians and permitted about half their forces to pass the river without disturbance and without precaution. Their situation and astonishment gave him an easy victory. His skillful conduct improved the advantage. Disposing the legions in a semicircular form, he advanced the two horns of the crescent across the Danube, and wheeling them on a sudden towards the center, enclosed the rear of the German host. The dismayed barbarians, on whatsoever side they cast their eyes, beheld with despair a wasted country, a deep and rapid stream, a victorious and implacable enemy. Reduced to this distressed condition, the Alemanni no longer disdained to sue for peace. Aurelian received their ambassadors at the head of his camp and with every circumstance of a map of the parts of Europe and Asia adjacent to Constantinople. Martial pomp that could display the greatness and discipline of Rome. The legions stood to their arms in well-ordered ranks and awful silence. The principal commanders, distinguished by the ensigns of their rank, appeared on horseback on either side of the imperial throne. Behind the throne, the consecrated images of the emperor and his predecessors 29, the golden eagles and the various titles of the legions engraved in letters of gold were exalted in the air on lofty pikes covered with silver. When Aurelian assumed his seat, his manly grace and majestic figure 30 taught the barbarians to revere the person as well as the purple of their conqueror. The ambassadors fell prostrate on the ground in silence. They were commanded to rise and permitted to speak. By the assistance of interpreters, they extenuated their perfidy, magnified their exploits, expatiated on the vicissitudes of fortune and the advantages of peace, and with an ill-timed confidence demanded a large subsidy as the price of the alliance which they offered to the Romans. The answer of the emperor was stern and imperious. He treated their offer with contempt and their demand with indignation, reproached the barbarians that they were as ignorant of the arts of war as of the laws of peace, and finally dismissed them with the choice only of submitting to his unconditioned mercy or awaiting the utmost severity of his resentment. 31. Aurelian had resigned a distant province to the Goths, but it was dangerous to trust or to pardon these perfidious barbarians whose formidable power kept Italy itself in perpetual alarms. Immediately after this conference, it should the Alemanni invade Italy seem that some unexpected emergency required the emperor's presence in Pannonia, he devolved on his lieutenants the care of finishing the destruction of the Alemanni, either by the sword or by the sure operation of famine. But an active despair has often triumphed over the indolent assurance of success. The barbarians, finding it impossible to traverse the Danube and the Roman camp, broke through the posts in their rear, which were more feebly or less carefully guarded, and with incredible diligence, but by a different road, returned towards the mountains of Italy. 32. Aurelian, who considered the war as totally extinguished, received the mortifying intelligence of the escape of the Alemanni and of the ravage which they already committed in the territory of Milan. The legions were commanded to follow with as much expedition as those heavy bodies were capable of exerting. The rapid flight of an enemy whose infantry and cavalry moved with almost equal swiftness. A few days afterwards, the emperor himself marched to the relief of Italy at the head of a chosen body of auxiliaries, among whom were the hostages and cavalry of the Vandals, and of all the Praetorian guards who had served in the wars on the Danube. 33. As the light troops of the Alemanni had spread and are at last vanquished by Aurelian, themselves from the Alps to the Apennine, the incessant vigilance of Aurelian and his officers was exercised in the discovery, the attack, and the pursuit of the numerous detachments. Notwithstanding this desultory war, 3 considerable battles are mentioned, in which the principal force of both armies was obstinately engaged. 34. The success was various. In the first, fought near Placentia, the Romans received so severe a blow that, according to the expression of a writer extremely partial to Aurelian, the immediate dissolution of the empire was apprehended. 35. The crafty barbarians who had lined the woods suddenly attacked the legions in the dusk of the evening, and it is most probable, after the fatigue and disorder of a long march, the fury of their charge was irresistible. But at length, after a dreadful slaughter, the patient firmness of the emperor rallied his troops and restored, in some degree, the honor of his arms. The second battle was fought near Finno in Umbria, on the spot which 500 years before had been fatal to the brother of Hannibal. 36. Thus far the successful Germans had advanced along the Emilian and Flaminian way with a design of sacking the defenseless mistress of the world. But Aurelian, who, watchful for the safety of Rome, still hung on their rear, found in this place the decisive moment of giving them a total and irretrievable defeat. 37. The flying remnant of their host was exterminated in a third and last battle near Pavia, and Italy was delivered from the inroads of the Alemanni. Fear has been the original parent of superstition, superstitious ceremonies, and every new calamity urges trembling mortals to deprecate the wrath of their invisible enemies. Though the best hope of the Republic was in the valor and conduct of Aurelian, yet such was the public consternation when the barbarians were hourly expected at the gates of Rome that, by a decree of the Senate, the Sibylline books were consulted. Even the emperor himself, from a motive either of religion or of policy, recommended this salutary measure, chided the tardiness of the Senate. 38, and offered to supply whatever expense, whatever animals, whatever captives of any nation the gods should require. Notwithstanding this liberal offer, it does not appear that any human victims expiated with their blood the sins of the Roman people. The Sibylline books enjoined ceremonies of a more harmless nature, processions of priests. D. 271, January 11. In white robes attended by a chorus of youths and virgins, lustrations of the city and adjacent country, and sacrifices whose powerful influence disabled the barbarians from passing the mystic ground on which they had been celebrated. However puerile in themselves, these superstitious arts were subservient to the success of the war, and if in the decisive battle of Finno, the Alemanni fancied they saw an army of spectres combating on the side of Aurelian, he received a real and effectual aid from this imaginary reinforcement. 39. But whatever confidence might be placed in fortifications of Rome, ideal ramparts, the experience of the past and the dread of the future induced the Romans to construct fortifications of a grosser and more substantial kind. The 7 hills of Rome had been surrounded by the successors of Romulus with an ancient wall of more than 13 miles 40. The vast enclosure may seem disproportioned to the strength and numbers of the infant state, but it was necessary to secure an ample extent of pasture and arable land against the frequent and sudden incursions of the tribes of Latium, the perpetual enemies of the Republic. With the progress of Roman greatness, the city and its inhabitants gradually increased, filled up the vacant space, pierced through the useless walls, covered the field of Mars, and on every side followed the public highways in long and beautiful suburbs. 41. The extent of the new walls erected by Aurelian and finished in the reign of Probus was magnified by popular estimation to near 42, but is reduced by accurate measurement to about 21 miles. 43. It was a great but melancholy labor, since the defense of the capital betrayed the decline of the monarchy. The Romans of a more prosperous age, who trusted to the arms of the legions the safety of the frontier camps. 44. Were very far from entertaining a suspicion that it would ever become necessary to fortify the seat of empire against the inroads of the barbarians. 45. The victory of Claudius over the Goths and Aurelian suppresses the two usurpers. The success of Aurelian against the Alemanni had already restored to the arms of Rome their ancient superiority over the barbarous nations of the north, to chastise domestic tyrants and to reunite the dismembered parts of the empire was a task reserved for the second of those warlike emperors. Though he was acknowledged by the Senate and people, the frontiers of Italy, Africa, Illyricum, and Thrace confined the limits of his reign. Gaul, Spain, and Britain, Egypt, Syria, and Asia Minor were still possessed by two rebels who alone, out of so numerous a list, had hitherto escaped the dangers of their situation, and to complete the ignominy of Rome, these rival thrones had been usurped by women. A rapid succession of monarchs had arisen, and succession of usurpers in Gaul, fallen in the provinces of Gaul. The rigid virtues of Posthumus served only to hasten his destruction. After suppressing a competitor who had assumed the purple at Mentz, he refused to gratify his troops with the plunder of the rebellious city, and in the 7th year of his reign, became the victim of their disappointed avarice. 46. The death of Victorinus, his friend and associate, was occasioned by a less worthy cause. The shining accomplishments 47 of that prince were stained by licentious passion, which he indulged in acts of violence with too little regard to the laws of society, or even to those of love. 48. He was slain at Cologne by a conspiracy of jealous husbands, whose revenge would have appeared more justifiable had they spared the innocence of his son. After the murder of so many valiant princes, it is somewhat remarkable that a female for a long time controlled the fierce legions of Gaul, and still more singular that she was the mother of the unfortunate Victorinus. The arts and treasures of Victoria enabled her successively to place Marius and Tetricus 1. The throne, and to reign with a manly vigor under the name of those dependent emperors. Money of copper, of silver, and of gold was coined in her name. She assumed the titles of Augusta and Mother of the Camps. Her power ended only with her life, but her life was perhaps shortened by the ingratitude of Tetricus. 49. When, at the instigation of his ambitious patroness, the reign and defeat of Tetricus assumed the ensigns of royalty, he was governor of the peaceful province of Aquitaine, an employment suited to his character and education. He reigned 4 or 5 years over Gaul, Spain, and Britain, the slave and sovereign of a licentious army whom he dreaded, and by whom he was despised. The valour and fortune of Aurelian at length opened The prospect of a deliverance, he ventured to disclose his melancholy situation and conjured the emperor to hasten to the relief of his unhappy d. 271 summer rival. Had the secret correspondence reached the ears of the soldiers, it would most probably have cost Tetricus his life, nor could he resign the scepter of the West without committing an act of treason against himself. He effected the appearances of a civil war, led his forces into the field against Aurelian, posted them in the most disadvantageous manner, betrayed his own counsels to the enemy, and with a few chosen friends, deserted in the beginning of the action. The rebel legions, though disordered and dismayed by the unexpected treachery of their chief, defended themselves with desperate valor, till they were cut in pieces almost to a man in this bloody and memorable battle, which was fought near Chelons in Champagne 50, the retreat of the irregular auxiliaries, Franks and Batavians 51, whom the conqueror soon compelled or persuaded to repass the Rhine, restored the general tranquility, and the power of Aurelian was acknowledged. From the wall of Antoninus to the columns of Hercules. As early as the reign of Claudius, the city of Autun, alone and unassisted, had ventured to declare against the legions of Gaul. After a siege of 7 months, they stormed and plundered that unfortunate city, already wasted by famine. 52. Lions, on the contrary, had resisted with obstinate disaffection the arms of Aurelian. We read of the punishment of lions 53, but there is not any mention of the rewards of Autun. Such, indeed, is the policy of civil war, severely to remember injuries and to forget the most important services. Revenge is profitable, gratitude is expensive. Aurelian had no sooner secured the person and provinces of Tetricus than he turned his arms at d. 272, character of Zenobia, against Zenobia, the celebrated queen of Palmyra and the East. Modern Europe has produced several illustrious women who have sustained with glory the weight of empire. Nor is our own age destitute of such distinguished characters. But if we accept the doubtful achievements of Semiramis, Zenobia is perhaps the only female whose superior genius broke through the servile indolence imposed on her sex by the climate and manners of Asia. 54. She claimed her descent from the Macedonian kings of Egypt equaled in beauty her ancestor Cleopatra and far surpassed that princess in chastity. 55. And valor. Her beauty and learning, Zenobia was esteemed the most lovely as well as the most heroic of her sex. She was of a dark complexion, for in speaking of a lady, these trifles become important. Her teeth were of a pearly whiteness, and her large black eyes sparkled with uncommon fire, tempered by the most attractive sweetness. Her voice was strong and harmonious. Her manly understanding was strengthened and adorned by study. She was not ignorant of the Latin tongue, but possessed in equal perfection the Greek, the Syriac, and the Egyptian languages. She had drawn up for her own use an epitome of Oriental history, and familiarly compared the beauties of Homer and Plato under the tuition of the sublime Longinus. This accomplished woman gave her hand to her valet, Odenathus, who from a private station raised himself to the dominion of the East. She soon became the friend and companion of a hero. In the intervals of war, Odenathus passionately delighted in the exercise of hunting. He pursued with ardor the wild beasts of the desert, lions, panthers, and bears, and the ardor of Zenobia in that dangerous amusement was not inferior to his own. She had inured her constitution to fatigue, disdained the use of a covered carriage, generally appeared on horseback in a military habit, and sometimes marched several miles on foot at the head of the troops. The success of Odenathus was in a great measure ascribed to her incomparable prudence and fortitude, their splendid victories over the great king whom they twice pursued as far as the gates of Ctesiphon, laid the foundations of their united fame and power. The armies which they commanded, and the provinces which they had saved, acknowledged not any other sovereigns than their invincible chiefs. The Senate and people of Rome revered a stranger who had avenged their captive emperor, and even the insensible son of Valerian accepted Odenathus for his legitimate colleague. After a successful expedition against the Gothic, she revenges her husband's death. Plunderers of Asia, the Palmyrenian prince returned to the city of Emsa in Syria. Invincible in war, he was there cut off by domestic treason, and his favorite amusement of hunting was the course, or at least the occasion of his death. 56. His nephew, Meunius, presumed to dart his javelin before that of his uncle, and though admonished of his error, repeated the same insolence. As a monarch and as a sportsman, Odenathus was provoked, took away his horse, a mark of ignominy among the barbarians, and chastised the rash youth by a short confinement. The offense was soon forgot, but the punishment was remembered, and Meunius, with a few daring associates, assassinated his uncle in the midst of a great entertainment. Herod, the son d. 250 of Odenathus, though not of Zenobia, a young man of a soft and effeminate temper. 57, was killed with his father, but Meunius obtained only the pleasure of revenge by this bloody deed. He had scarcely time to assume the title of Augustus before he was sacrificed by Zenobia to the memory of her husband. 58. With the assistance of his most faithful friends and reigns over the East and Egypt, she immediately filled the vacant throne, and governed with manly counsels Palmyra, Syria, and the East above 5 years. By the death of Odenathus, that authority was at an end which the Senate had granted him only as a personal distinction, but his martial widow, disdaining both the Senate and Gallienus, obliged one of the Roman generals who was sent against her to retreat into Europe with the loss of his army and his reputation. 59. Instead of the little passions which so frequently perplex a female reign, the steady administration of Zenobia was guided by the most judicious maxims of policy. If it was expedient to pardon, she could calm her resentment. If it was necessary to punish, she could impose silence on the voice of pity. Her strict economy was accused of avarice, yet 1. Every proper occasion she appeared magnificent and liberal. The neighboring states of Arabia, Armenia, and Persia dreaded her enmity and solicited her alliance. To the dominions of Odenathus, which extended from the Euphrates to the frontiers of Bithynia, his widow added the inheritance of her ancestors, the populous and fertile kingdom of Egypt. The Emperor Claudius acknowledged her merit, and was content that while he pursued the Gothic War, she should assert the dignity of the Empire in the East. 60. The conduct, however, of Zenobia was attended with some ambiguity, nor is it unlikely that she had conceived the design of erecting an independent and hostile monarchy. She blended with the popular manners of Roman princes the stately pomp of the courts of Asia, and exacted from her subjects the same adoration that was paid to the successors of Cyrus. She bestowed on her 3 sons. 61. A Latin education, and often shewed them to the troops adorned with the imperial purple. For herself she reserved the diadem, with the splendid but doubtful title of Queen of the East. When Aurelian passed over into Asia against an adversary whose sex alone could render her an object of contempt, his presence restored obedience. The expedition of Aurelian, A.D. 272, to the province of Bithynia, already shaken by the arms and intrigues of Zenobia. 62. Advancing at the head of his legions, he accepted the submission of Ensura, and was admitted into Tyana after an obstinate siege by the help of a perfidious citizen. The generous though fierce temper of Aurelian abandoned the traitor to the rage of the soldiers. A superstitious reverence induced him to treat with lenity the countrymen of Apollonius the philosopher. 63. Antioch was deserted on his approach, till the emperor, by his salutary edicts, recalled the fugitives and granted a general pardon to all who, from necessity rather than choice, had been engaged in the service of the Palmyrenian queen. The unexpected mildness of such a conduct reconciled the minds of the Syrians, and as far as the gates of Emesa, the wishes of the people seconded the terror of his arms. 64. Zenobia would have ill-deserved her reputation had she indolently permitted the emperor. The emperor defeats the Palmyrenians in the battles of Antioch and Emesa of the west to approach within 100 miles of her capital. The fate of the East was decided in 2 great battles so similar in almost every circumstance that we can scarcely distinguish them from each other except by observing that the first was fought near Antioch. 65, and the second near Emesa. 66. In both, the Queen of Palmyra animated the armies by her presence, and devolved the execution of her orders on Zabdas, who had already signalized his military talents by the conquest of Egypt. The numerous forces of Zenobia consisted for the most part of light archers and of heavy cavalry clothed in complete steel. The Moorish and Illyrian horse of Aurelian were unable to sustain the ponderous charge of their antagonists. They fled in real or affected disorder, engaged the Palmyrenians in a laborious pursuit, harassed them by a desultory combat, and at length discomfited this impenetrable but unwieldy body of cavalry. The light infantry, in the meantime, when they had exhausted their quivers, remaining without protection against a closer onset, exposed their naked sides to the swords of the legions. Aurelian had chosen these veteran troops who were usually stationed on the upper Danube, and whose valor had been severely tried in the Alemannic War. 67. After the defeat of Emesa, Zenobia found it impossible to collect a third army. As far as the frontier of Egypt, the nations subject to her empire had joined the standard of the conqueror, who detached Probus, the bravest of his generals, to possess himself of the Egyptian provinces. Palmyra was the last resource of the widow of Odenathus. She retired within the walls of her capital, made every preparation for a vigorous resistance, and declared with the intrepidity of a heroine that the last moment of her reign and of her life should be the same. Amid the barren deserts of Arabia, a few cultivated the state of Palmyra. Spots rise like islands out of the sandy ocean. Even the name of Tadmor or Palmyra, by its signification in the Syriac as well as in the Latin language, denoted the multitude of palm trees which afforded shade and verdure to that temperate region. The air was pure, and the soil, watered by some invaluable springs, was capable of producing fruits as well as corn. A place possessed of such singular advantages and situated at a convenient distance 68 between the Gulf of Persia and the Mediterranean was soon frequented by the caravans which conveyed to the nations of Europe a considerable part of the rich commodities of India. Palmyra insensibly increased into an opulent and independent city, and connecting the Roman and the Parthian monarchies by the mutual benefits of commerce, was suffered to observe an humble neutrality, till at length, after the victories of Trajan, the little republic sunk into the bosom of Rome, and flourished more than 150 years in the subordinate though honorable rank of a colony. It was during that peaceful period, if we may judge from a few remaining inscriptions, that the wealthy Palmyrenians constructed those temples, palaces, and porticos of Grecian architecture, whose ruins, scattered over an extent of several miles, have deserved the curiosity of our travelers. The elevation of Odenathus and Zenobia appeared to reflect new splendor on their country, and Palmyra, for a while, stood forth the rival of Rome. But the competition was fatal, and ages of prosperity were sacrificed to a moment of glory. 69. In his march over the sandy desert between it is besieged by Aurelian, Emesa and Palmyra, the Emperor Aurelian was perpetually harassed by the Arabs, nor could he always defend his army, and especially his baggage, from those flying troops of active and daring robbers who watched the moment of surprise and eluded the slow pursuit of the legions. The siege of Palmyra was an object far more difficult and important, and the emperor, who, with incessant vigor, pressed the attacks in person, was himself wounded with a dart. The Roman people, says Aurelian, in an original letter, speak with contempt of the war which I am waging against a woman. They are ignorant both of the character and of the power of Zenobia. It is impossible to enumerate her warlike preparations of stones, of arrows, and of every species of missile weapons. Every part of the walls is provided with 2 or 3 ballistic and artificial fires are thrown from her military engines. The fear of punishment has armed her with a desperate courage, yet still I trust in the protecting deities of Rome, who have hitherto been favorable to all my undertakings. 70. Doubtful, however, of the protection of the gods and of the event of the siege, Aurelian judged it more prudent to offer terms of an advantageous capitulation to the queen, a splendid retreat to the citizens, their ancient privileges. His proposals were obstinately rejected, and the refusal was accompanied with insult. The firmness of Zenobia was supported by the who becomes master of Zenobia, and of the city, hope that in a very short time famine would compel the Roman army to repass the desert, and by the reasonable expectation that the kings of the East, and particularly the Persian monarch, would arm in the defense of their most naturally. But fortune and the perseverance of Aurelian overcame every obstacle. The death of Sibur, which happened about this time 71, distracted the councils of Persia, and the inconsiderable succors that attempted to relieve Palmyra were easily intercepted either by the arms or the liberality of the emperor. From every part of Syria, a regular succession of convoys safely arrived in the camp, which was increased by the return of Probus with his victorious troops from the conquest of Egypt. It was then that Zenobia resolved to fly. She mounted the fleetest of her dromedaries 72, and had already reached the banks of the Euphrates, about 60 miles from Palmyra, when she was overtaken by the pursuit of Aurelian's light horse, seized, and brought back a captive to the feet of the emperor. D. 273. Her capital soon afterwards surrendered, and was treated with unexpected lenity. The arms, horses, and camels, with an immense treasure of gold, silver, silk, and precious stones, were all delivered to the conqueror, who, leaving only a garrison of 600 archers, returned to Imzel, and employed some time in the distribution of rewards and punishments at the end of so memorable a war, which restored to the obedience of Rome those provinces that had renounced their allegiance since the captivity of Valerian. When the Syrian queen was brought into the presence of Aurelian, he sternly asked her how behavior of Zenobia. She had presumed to rise in arms against the emperors of Rome. The answer of Zenobia was a prudent mixture of respect and firmness. Because I disdained to consider as Roman emperors and Aurelius or Agolianus, you alone I acknowledge as my conqueror and my sovereign. 73. But as female fortitude is commonly artificial, so it is seldom steady or consistent. The courage of Zenobia deserted her in the hour of trial. She trembled at the angry clamors of the soldiers who called aloud for her immediate execution, forgot the generous despair of Cleopatra, which she had proposed as her model, and ignominiously purchased life by the sacrifice of her fame and her friends. It was to their counsels, which governed the weakness of her sex, that she imputed the guilt of her obstinate resistance. It was on their heads that she directed the vengeance of the cruel Aurelian. The fame of Longinus, who was included among the numerous and perhaps innocent victims of her fear, will survive that of the queen who betrayed, or the tyrant who condemned him. Genius and learning were incapable of moving a fierce, unlettered soldier, but they had served to elevate and harmonize the soul of Longinus. Without uttering a complaint, he calmly followed the executioner, pitying his unhappy mistress and bestowing comfort on his afflicted friends. 74. Returning from the conquest of the East, Aurelian had already crossed the straits which divide Europe from Asia, when he was provoked rebellion and ruin of Palmyra by the intelligence that the Palmyrenians had massacred the governor and garrison which he had left among them, and again erected the standard of revolt. Without a moment's deliberation, he once more turned his face towards Syria. Antioch was alarmed by his rapid approach, and the helpless city of Palmyra felt the irresistible weight of his resentment. we have a letter of Aurelian himself in which he acknowledges 75 that old men, women, children, and peasants had been involved in that dreadful execution, which should have been confined to armed rebellion. And although his principal concern seems directed to the re-establishment of a temple of the sun, he discovers some pity for the remnant of the Palmyrenians, to whom he grants the permission of rebuilding and inhabiting their city. But it is easier to destroy than to restore. The seat of commerce, of arts, and of Zenobia gradually sunk into an obscure town, a trifling fortress, and at length a miserable village. The present citizens of Palmyra, consisting of 30 or 40 families, have erected their mud cottages within the spacious court of a magnificent temple. Another and a last labor still awaited the indefatigable Aurelian suppresses the rebellion of Firmus in Egypt. Aurelian, to suppress a dangerous though obscure rebel who, during the revolt of Palmyra, had arisen on the banks of the Nile. Firmus, the friend and Oli, as he proudly styled himself, of Odaenathus and Zenobia, was no more than a wealthy merchant of Egypt. In the course of his trade to India, he had formed very intimate connections with the Saracens and the Blemmyes, whose situation on either coast of the Red Sea gave them an easy introduction into the Upper Egypt. The Egyptians he inflamed with the hope of freedom, and at the head of their furious multitude, broke into the city of Alexandria, where he assumed the imperial purple, coined money, published edicts, and raised an army which, as he vainly boasted, he was capable of maintaining from the sole profits of his paper trade. Such troops were a feeble defense against the approach of Aurelian, and it seems almost unnecessary to relate that Firmus was routed, taken, tortured, and put to death. Aurelian might now congratulate the Senate, the people, and himself that in little more than 3 years he had restored universal peace and order to the Roman world. 76. Since the foundation of Rome, no general had d. 274 more nobly deserved a triumph than Aurelian, triumph of Aurelian, nor was a triumph ever celebrated with superior pride and magnificence. 77. The pomp was opened by 20 elephants, 4 royal tigers, and above 200 of the most curious animals from every climate of the north, the east, and the south. They were followed by 1,600 gladiators, devoted to the cruel amusement of the amphitheater. The wealth of Asia, the arms and ensigns of so many conquered nations, and the magnificent plate and wardrobe of the Syrian queen were disposed in exact symmetry or artful disorder. The ambassadors of the most remote parts of the earth, of Ethiopia, Arabia, Persia, Bactriana, India, and China, all remarkable by their rich or singular dresses, displayed the fame and power of the Roman emperor, who exposed likewise to the public view the presents that he had received, and particularly a great number of crowns of gold, the offerings of grateful cities. The victories of Aurelian were attested by the long train of captives who reluctantly attended his triumph: Goths, Vandals, Sarmatians, Alemanni, Franks, Gauls, Syrians, and Egyptians. Each people was distinguished by its peculiar inscription, and the title of Amazons was bestowed on 10 martial herons of the Gothic nation who had been taken in arms. 78. but every eye disregarding. The crowd of captives was fixed on the Emperor Tetricus and the Queen of the East, the former, as well as his son, whom he had created Augustus, was dressed in Gallic trousers 79, a saffron tunic, and a robe of purple. The beauteous figure of Zenobia was confined by fetters of gold. A slave supported the gold chain which encircled her neck, and she almost fainted under the intolerable weight of jewels. She proceeded on foot the magnificent chariot in which she once hoped to enter the gates of Rome. It was followed by 2 other chariots still more sumptuous of Odenathus and of the Persian monarch, the triumphal car of Aurelian. It had formerly been used by a Gothic king, was drawn on this memorable occasion, either by 4 stags or by 4 elephants 80. The most illustrious of the Senate, the people, and the army closed the solemn procession. Unfeigned joy, wonder, and gratitude swelled the acclamations of the multitude. But the satisfaction of the Senate was clouded by the appearance of Tetricus, nor could they suppress a rising murmur that the haughty emperor should thus expose to public ignominy the person of a Roman and a magistrate. 81. But however, in the treatment of his unfortunate rivals, Aurelian might indulge his pride. His treatment of Tetricus and Zenobia, he behaved towards them with a generous clemency which was seldom exercised by the ancient conquerors, princes who, without success, had defended their throne or freedom, were frequently strangled in prison. As soon as the triumphal pomp ascended the capital, these usurpers, whom their defeat had convicted of the crime of treason, were permitted to spend their lives in affluence and honorable repose. The emperor presented Zenobia with an elegant villa at Tibur or Tivoli, about 20 miles from the capital. The Syrian queen insensibly sunk into a Roman matron. Her daughters married into noble families, and her race was not yet extinct in the 5th century. 82. Tetricus and his son were reinstated in their rank and fortunes. They erected on the Caelian hill a magnificent palace, and as soon as it was finished, invited Aurelian to supper. On his entrance, he was agreeably surprised with a picture which represented their singular history. They were delineated offering to the emperor a civic crown and the scepter of Gaul, and again receiving at his hands the ornaments of the senatorial dignity. The father was afterwards invested with the government of Lucania. 83, and Aurelian, who soon admitted the abdicated monarch to his friendship and conversation, familiarly asked him whether it were not more desirable to administer a province of Italy than to reign beyond the Alps. The son long continued a respectable member of the Senate, nor was there anyone of the Roman nobility more esteemed by Aurelian, as well as by his successors. 84. So long and so various was the pomp of Aurelian's, his magnificence and devotion, triumph, that although it opened with the dawn of day, the slow majesty of the procession ascended not the capital before the 9th hour, and it was already dark when the emperor returned to the palace. The festival was protracted by theatrical representations, the games of the circus, the hunting of wild beasts, combats of gladiators, and naval engagements. Liberal donatives were distributed to the army and people, and several institutions agreeable or beneficial to the city contributed to perpetuate the glory of Aurelian. A considerable portion of his oriental spoils was consecrated to the gods of Rome, the capital, and every other temple glittered with the offerings of his ostentatious piety, and the temple of the sun alone received above 15,000 pounds of gold. 85. This last was a magnificent structure erected by the emperor on the side of the Quirinal Hill, and dedicated soon after the triumph to that deity whom Aurelian adored as the parent of his life and fortunes. His mother had been an inferior priestess in a chapel of the sun. A peculiar devotion to the god of light was a sentiment which the fortunate peasant imbibed in his infancy, and every step of his elevation, every victory of his reign, fortified superstition by gratitude. 86. The arms of Aurelian had vanquished the foreign and domestic foes of the Republic. He suppresses a sedition at Rome, are assured that, by his salutary rigor, crimes and factions, mischievous arts and pernicious connivance, the luxuriant growth of a feeble and oppressive government, were eradicated throughout the Roman world. 87. But if we attentively reflect how much swifter is the progress of corruption than its cure, and if we remember that the years abandoned to public disorders exceeded the months allotted to the martial reign of Aurelian, we must confess that a few short intervals of peace were insufficient for the arduous work of reformation. Even his attempt to restore the integrity of the coin was opposed by a formidable insurrection. The emperor's vexation breaks out in one of his private letters. "Surely," says he, "the gods have decreed that my life should be a perpetual warfare. A sedition within the walls has just now given birth to a very serious civil war. The workmen of the mint, at the instigation of Felicissimus, a slave to whom I had entrusted an employment in the finances, have risen in rebellion. They are at length suppressed, but 7,000 of my soldiers have been slain in the contest of those troops whose ordinary station is in Dacia, and the camps along the Danube. 88. Other writers who confirm the same fact add likewise that it happened soon after Aurelian's triumph that the decisive engagement was fought on the Caelian Hill, that the workmen of the mint had adulterated the coin, and that the emperor restored the public credit by delivering out good money in exchange for the bad, which the people was commanded to bring into the treasury. 89. We might content ourselves with relating these observations upon an extraordinary transaction, but we cannot dissemble how much in its present form it appears to us inconsistent and incredible. The debasement of the coin is indeed well suited to the administration of Gallienus, nor is it unlikely that the instruments of the corruption might dread the inflexible justice of Aurelian, but the guilt, as well as the profit, must have been confined to a few, nor is it easy to conceive by what arts they could arm a people whom they had injured against a monarch whom they had betrayed. We might naturally expect that such miscreants should have shared the public detestation with the informers and the other ministers of oppression, and that the reformation of the coin should have been an action equally popular with the destruction of those obsolete accounts, which by the emperor's orders were burnt. In the Forum of Trajan 90, in an age when the principles of commerce were so imperfectly understood, the most desirable end might perhaps be effected by harsh and injudicious means. but a temporary grievance of such a nature can scarcely excite and support a serious civil war. The repetition of intolerable taxes imposed either on the land or on the necessaries of life may at last provoke those who will not, or who cannot, relinquish their country. But the case is far otherwise in every operation which, by whatsoever expedients, restores the just value of money. The transient evil is soon obliterated by the permanent benefit. The loss is divided among multitudes, and if a few wealthy individuals experience a sensible diminution of treasure with their riches, they at the same time lose the degree of weight and importance which they derived from the possession of them. However Aurelian might choose to disguise the real cause of the insurrection, his reformation of the coin could only furnish a faint pretense to a party already powerful and discontented. Rome, though deprived of freedom, was distracted by faction. The people, towards whom the emperor, himself a plebeian, always expressed a peculiar fondness, lived in perpetual dissension with the Senate, the Equestrian Order, and the Praetorian Guards. 91. Nothing less than the firm though secret conspiracy of those orders of the authority of the first, the wealth of the second, and the arms of the third could have displayed a strength capable of contending in battle with the veteran legions of the Danube, which, under the conduct of a martial sovereign, had achieved the conquest of the West and of the East. Whatever was the cause or the object of this cruelty of Aurelian, rebellion, imputed with so little probability to the workmen of the Mint, Aurelian used his victory with unrelenting rigor. 92. He was naturally of a severe disposition. A peasant and a soldier, his nerves yielded not easily to the impressions of sympathy, and he could sustain without emotion the sight of tortures and death. Trained from his earliest youth in the exercise of arms, he set too small a value on the life of citizen, chastised by military execution the slightest offenses, and transferred the stern discipline of the camp into the civil administration of the laws. His love of justice often became a blind and furious passion, and whenever he deemed his own or the public safety endangered, he disregarded the rules of evidence and the proportion of punishments. The unprovoked rebellion with which the Romans rewarded his services exasperated his haughty spirit. The noblest families of the capital were involved in the guilt or suspicion of this dark conspiracy. A hasty spirit of revenge urged the bloody prosecution, and it proved fatal to one of the nephews of the emperor. The executioners, if we may use the expression of a contemporary poet, were fatigued, the prisons were crowded, and the unhappy Senate lamented the death or absence of its most illustrious members. 93. Nor was the pride of Aurelian less offensive to that assembly than his cruelty. Ignorant or impatient of the restraints of civil institutions, he disdained to hold his power by any other title than that of the sword, and governed by right of conquest an empire which he had saved and subdued. 94. It was observed by one of the most sagacious of the Roman princes that the talents of his predecessor Aurelian were better suited to the command he marches into the east and is assassinated of an army than to the government of an empire. 95. Conscious of the character in which nature and experience had enabled him to excel, he again took the field a few months after his triumph. It was expedient to exorcise the restless d. 274 October temper of the legions in some foreign war, and the Persian monarch, exulting in the shame of Valerian, still braved with impunity the offended majesty of Rome. At the head of an army less formidable by its numbers than by its discipline and valor, the emperor advanced as far as the straits which divide Europe from Asia. He there experienced that the most absolute power is a weak defense against the effects of despair. He had threatened one of his secretaries who was accused of extortion, and it was known that he seldom threatened in vain. The last hope which remained for the criminal was to involve some of the principal officers of the army in his danger, or at least in his fears, artfully counterfeiting his master's hand. He shewed them, in a long and bloody list, their own names devoted to death. Without suspecting or examining the fraud, they resolved to secure their lives by the murder of the emperor. On his march between Byzantium and Heraclea, Aurelian was suddenly attacked by the conspirators, whose stations gave them a right to surround his person, and after a short resistance, fell by the hand of Mercapur, a general whom he had always loved and trusted. He died at d. 275 January, regretted by the army, detested by the Senate, but universally acknowledged as a warlike and fortunate prince, the useful though severe reformer of a degenerate state. 96. Notes him. Pons Aureli, 30 miles from Bergamo, and 32 from Milan. See Clover, Italia Antique, Tom, I. p. 245. Near this place in the year 1703, the obstinate Battle of Cassano was fought between the French and Austrians. The excellent relation of the Chevalier de Follard, who was present, gives a very distinct idea of the ground. See Polybe de Follard, Tom. I. p. 223-248. 2. On the death of Gallienus, see Trebellis Pollio in Hist. August. p. 181. Sosimus L. I. p. 37. Zonaras L. C. p. 634. Etrop. 11. Aurelius Victor in Epitome, Victor in Caesar. I have compared and blended them all, but have chiefly followed Aurelius Victor, who seems to have had the best memoirs. 3. Some supposed him, oddly enough, to be a bastard of the younger Gordian. Others took advantage of the province of Dardania to deduce his origin from Dardanus and the ancient kings of Troy. 4. Notoria, a periodical and official dispatch which the emperors received from the frumentarii or agents dispersed through the provinces. Of these we may speak hereafter. 5. Hist. August. p. 208. Gallienus describes the plate, vestments, see, like a man who loved and understood. Those splendid trifles. 6. Julian Borat, I. p. 6, affirms that Claudius acquired the empire in a just and even holy manner, but we may distrust the partiality of a kinsman. 7. Hist. August. p. 203. there are some trifling differences concerning the circumstances of the last defeat and death of Aurelius, Aurelius victor in Galine. The people loudly prayed for the damnation of Gallienus. The Senate decreed that his relations and servants should be thrown down headlong from the Gemonian stairs. An obnoxious officer of the revenue had his eyes torn out whilst under examination. 9. Sonaras L.Xi. p. 137. 10. Sonaras on this occasion mentions Posthumus, but the registers of the Senate Hist. August. p. 203. prove that Tetricus was already emperor of the western provinces. 11. The Augustan history mentions the smaller, Sonaras the larger, number, the lively fancy of Montesquieu induced him to prefer the latter. 12. Trebel, Pollio in Hist. August. p. 204. 13. Hist. August in Claude. Aurelian. Et Prop. Zosimus L. I. p. 3842. Sonaras L. Xi. p. 638. Ural. Victor in Epitome. Victor Jr. in Caesar. Eutrop. Ic. 11. Use. In Trone. 14. According to Sonaras. Tel. Xi. p. 638. Claudius, before his death, invested him with the purple, but this singular fact is rather contradicted than confirmed by other writers. 15. See the life of Claudius by Pollio, and the orations of Mamertinus, Eumenius, and Julian. See likewise the Caesars of Julian, p. 313. In Julian it was not adulation, but superstition and vanity. 16. Zosimus L. I. p. 42. Pollio Hist. August. p. 207. Allows him virtues and says that like Pertinax he was killed by the licentious soldiers. According to Dexipus, he died of a disease. 17. Thucles is quoted in the Augustan History, p. 211, affirms that in one day he killed with his own hand 48 Sarmatians, and in several subsequent engagements 950. This heroic valor was admired by the soldiers and celebrated in their rude songs, the burden of which was oxided. 18. Achilles AP Hist. August. p. 213. Describes the ceremony of the adoption as it was performed at Byzantium in the presence of the emperor and his great officers. 19. Hist. August. p. 211. This laconic epistle is truly the work of a soldier. It abounds with military phrases and words, some of which cannot be understood without difficulty. Ferramenta semita is well explained by Salmasius. The former of the words means all weapons of offense, and is contrasted with armor, defensive armor. The latter signifies keen and well sharpened. 20. Susem. L. I. p. 45. 21. Dexipus AP, Excerpta Legat, p. 12, relates the whole transaction under the name of Vandals. Aurelian married one of the Gothic ladies to his general Bonosus, who was able to drink with the Goths and discover their secrets. Hist. August. p. 247. 22. Hist. August, p. 222. Eardrop, if. 15. Sextus. Rufus, c. 9. Lactantis de mortibus persecatorum, c. 23. The Wallachians still preserve many traces of the Latin language and have boasted in every age of their Roman descent. They are surrounded by, but not mixed with, the barbarians. See a memoir of M. D'Anville on ancient Dacia in the Academy of Inscriptions, Tom. 24. See the first chapter of Jornandus. The Vandals, however, c. 22, maintained a short independence between the rivers Mauritia and Chrysia, Maros and Chirs, which fell into the Tis. 25. Dicipus, p. 712. Zosimus, l. 1. p. 43. Vopiscus in Aurelian, in Hist. August. However, these historians differ in names. Illuminite, Jothunja, and Marcomanni. It is evident that they mean the same people and the same war, but it requires some care to conciliate and explain them. 26. Cantoclarus, with his usual accuracy, chooses to translate 300,000 his. Version is equally repugnant to sense and to grammar. 27. We may remark, as an instance of bad taste, that Dicipus applies to the light infantry of the Illuminati the technical terms proper only to the Grecian phalanx. 28. In Dicipus, we at present read Rudinus M. Develop very judiciously. Alters the word to Eridanus. 29. The Emperor Claudius was certainly of the number, but we are ignorant how far this mark of respect was extended. If to Caesar and Augustus, it must have produced a very awful spectacle, a long line of the masters of the world. 30. Vopiscus in Hist. August, p. 210. 31. Dicipus gives them a subtle and prolix oration, worthy of a Grecian sophist. 32. Hist. August, p. 215. 33. Dicipus, p. 1234. Victor Jr. in Aurelian. 35. Vopiscus in Hist. August, p. 216. 36. The little river, or rather torrent of Meteris near Phano, has been immortalized by finding such an historian as Livy and such a poet as Horace. 37. It is recorded by an inscription found at Pesaro. See Gruter, Coxvet, 3:38. One should imagine, he said, that you were assembled in a Christian church, not in the temple of all the gods. 39. Vopiscus in Hist. August, p. 215. 216. Gives a long account of these ceremonies from the registers of the Synod. 40. Plin, Hist, Natter, I. 5. To confirm our idea, we may observe that for a long time Mount Calis was a grove of oaks, and Mount Viminal was overrun with osiers, that in the 4th century, the Aventine was a vacant and solitary retirement, that till the time of Augustus, the Esquiline was an unwholesome burying ground, and that the numerous inequalities remarked by the ancients in the Quirinal sufficiently prove that it was not covered with buildings. Of the 7 hills, the Capitoline and Palatine only with the adjacent valleys were the primitive habitation of the Roman people. but this subject would require a dissertation. 41. Expediente of multis agiter herbs is the expression of Pliny. 42. Hist. August. p. 222. Both Lipsius and Isaac Vossius have eagerly embraced this measure. 43. C. Nardini Roma Antica L. I. C. 8. 44. Tacit. Hist. Iv. 23. 45. For Orleans walls see Vopiscus in Hist. August. p. 216. 222. Sosimus L. I. p. 43. Eutropis I. 15. Earl. Victor in Aurelian. Victor Jr. in Aurelian. Use. Hieronym. Editatus in Chronic. 46. His competitor was Lalinus. Or Elinus if indeed these names mean the same person. See Tillement, Tom. I. p. 1177. 47. The character of this prince by Julius Eterinus A.P. Hist. August. p. 187. Is worth transcribing, as it seems fair and impartial. Victorino qui post junium posthumum gellis rexit nimum existima. Praefrendum non in virtute Trajanum non Antoninum in clementia non in gravitate novum non in gubernando aerario Vespasianum non in censura totis vita esi severitate militari pertinesum vol severum sit omnia hac libido ad cupiditas voluptatis meliorarius sic perdidit hiuti nima ude. Virtuts ejus in literis mitter quum constat omnium judicia miris punere. 48. He ravished the wife of Atticinus, an actuary, or army agent. Hist. August. p. 186. Earl. Victor in Aurelian. 49. Pollio assigns her an article among the 30 tyrants. Hist. August. p. 250. Pollio in Hist. August. p. 196. Vopiscus in Hist. August. p. 220. The two victors in the lives of Gullinus and Aurelian. Eutrop. Ic. 13. Use. In Trum. Of all these writers, only the two last, but with strong probability, place the fall of Tetricus before that of Zenobia. M. De Bose in the Academy of Inscriptions Tom X. Does not wish Tillement Tom I. p. 1189. Does not dare to follow them. I have been fairer than the one, and bolder than the other. 51. Victor Jr. in Aurelian. Eunice mentions Betevice. Some critics, without any reason, would fain alter the word to Agodica. 52. Human. In vet. Peniger. Ev. 8. 53. Vopiscus in Hist. August. p. 246. Auton was not restored till the reign of Diocletian. See Humanis Durestaurandis Scholas. 54. Almost everything that is said of the manners of Odenathus and Zenobia is taken from their lives in the Augustan History by Trebellis Pollio CP 192, 198, 55. She never admitted her husband's embraces but for the sake of posterity. If her hopes were baffled in the ensuing months, she reiterated the experiment. 56. Hist. August. P. 192. 193. Zosimus. L. I. P. 36. Sonoris. L. Xi. P. 633. The last is clear and probable, the others confused and inconsistent. The text of Cincellus, if not corrupt, is absolute nonsense. 57. Odenathos and Zenobia often sent him from the spoils of the enemy presents of gems and toys, which he received with infinite delight. 58. Some very unjust suspicions have been cast on Zenobia as if she was accessory to her husband's death. 59. Hist. August. P. 180. 181. 60. C. in Hist. August. P. 198. Erlin's testimony to her merit and for the conquest of Egypt. Zosimus. L. I. P. 39, 40, 61. Timulus, Hieronymus, and Vabolethus. It is supposed that the two former were already dead before the war. On the last, Aurelian bestowed a small province of Armenia with the title of king. Several of his medals are still extant. See Tillement, Tom. I. P. 1190. 62. Zosimus. L. I. P. 44. 63. Vopiscus in Hist. August. P. 217. Gives us an authentic letter and a doubtful vision of Aurelian. Apollonius of Tyana was born about the same time as Jesus Christ. His life, that of the former, is related in so fabulous a manner by his disciples that we are at a loss to discover whether he was a sage, an impostor, or a fanatic. 64. Zosimus. L. I. P. 46. 65. At a place called Emma, Eutropus, Sextus Rufus, and Jerome mention only this first battle. 66. Vopiscus in Hist. August. P. 217 mentions only the second. 67. Zosimus. L. I. P. 44-48. His account of the two battles is clear and circumstantial. 68. It was 537 miles from Cilicia and 203 from the nearest coast of Syria, according to the reckoning of Pliny, who, in a few words, Hist. Natter. v. 21, gives an excellent description of Palmyra. 69. Some English travelers from Aleppo discovered the ruins of Palmyra about the end of the last century. Our curiosity has since been gratified in a more splendid manner by Messieurs Wood and Dawkins. For the history of Palmyra, we may consult the masterly dissertation of Dra. Holy in the Philosophical Transactions, Lotharb's Abridgment, Vol. I. P. 518. 70. Vopiscus in Hist. August. P. 218. 71. From a very doubtful chronology I have endeavored to extract the most probable date. 72. Hist. August. P. 218. Zosimus. L. I. P. 50. Though the camel is a heavy beast of burden, the dromedary, who is either of the same or of a kindred species, is used by the natives of Asia and Africa. On all occasions which require celerity, the Arabs affirm that he will run over as much ground in one day as their fleetest horses can perform in 8 or 10. See Buffon Hist. Natural Tom. She. p. 222. And Shows Travels p. 167. 73. Polio in Hist. p. 199. 74. Vopiscus in Hist. August p. 219. Zosimus L. I. p. 51. 75. Hist. August p. 219. 76. See Vopiscus in Hist. August p. 220. 242. As an instance of luxury, it is observed that he had glass windows. He was remarkable for his strength and appetite, his courage and dexterity. From the letter of Aurelian, we may justly infer that Firmus was the last of the rebels, and consequently that Tetricus was already suppressed. 77. See the triumph of Aurelian, described by Vopiscus. He relates the particulars with his usual minuteness, and on this occasion, they happen to be interesting. Hist. August 220. 78. Among barbarous nations, women have often combated by the side of their husbands, but it is almost impossible that a society of Amazons should ever have existed either in the Old or New World. 79. The use of braca, breeches, or trousers was still considered in Italy as a Gallic and barbarian fashion. The Romans, however, had made great advances towards it. To encircle the legs and thighs with fascio, or bands, was understood in the time of Pompey and Horace to be a proof of ill health or effeminacy. In the age of Trajan, the custom was confined to the rich and luxurious. It gradually was adopted by the meanest of the people. See a very curious note of Casaubon ad Sueton in August c. 82. 80. Most probably the former, the latter, seen on the medals of Aurelian, only denote, according to the learned Cardinal Norris, an Oriental victory. 81. The expression of Calphurnius Eclogue, I. 50. Nullos jus et captiva triumphos as applied to Rome contains a very manifest allusion and censure. 82. Vopiscus in Hist. August p. 199. Hieronym in Tron. Prosper in Tron. Baroness supposes that Zenobis, Bishop of Florence in the time of St. Ambrose, was of her family. 83. Vopis in Hist. August p. 222. Eutropius ic. 13. Victor Jr. But Polio in Hist. August p. 196 says that Tetricus was made corrector of all Italy. 84. Hist. August p. 197. 85. Vopiscus in Hist. August 222. Zosimus L. I. p. 56. He placed in it the images of Bilas and of the sun, which he had brought from Palmyra. It was dedicated in the 4th year of his reign, Ius, in Tron, but was most assuredly begun immediately on his accession. 86. See in the Augustan History, p. 210. The omens of his fortune. His devotion to the sun appears in his letters on his medals and is mentioned in the Caesars of Julian, Campfire, p. 109. 87. Vobiscus in Hist. August, p. 221. 88. Hist. August, p. 222. Erlin calls those soldiers Hebrew appearances, castrani, and decessi. 89. Sosimus L. I. p. 56. Eutropis, ic. 14. Earl, Victor, 90. Hist. August, p. 222. Earl, Victor, 91. It already raged before Erlin's return from Egypt. See Vopiscus, who quotes an original letter. Hist. August, p. 244. 92. Vopiscus in Hist. August, p. 222. The two victors. Eutropis, ic. 14. Sosimus L. I. p. 43. Mentions only 3 senators and places their death before the Eastern War. 93. Nulla catenative virilis pompa senates. Carnificum lasabit opus, nec carcer plena. Inflex rares numerati cura patris. Campfire, Eclogue, I. 60. 94. According to the younger Victor, he sometimes wore the diadem. Dies and Dominus appear on his medals. 95. It was the observation of Diocletian. See Vopiscus in Hist. August, p. 224. 96. Vopiscus in Hist. August, p. 221. Sosimus L. I. p. 57. Itrop, ic. 15. The two victors. Chap. Xi. The reign of Diocletian and his 3 associates, Maximian, Galerius, and Constantius. General re-establishment of order and tranquility. The Persian War. Victory and triumph. The new form of administration. Abdication and retirement of Diocletian and Maximian. As the reign of Diocletian was more illustrious than that of any of his predecessors, so was his birth more abject and obscure. Elevation and character of Diocletian. The strong claims of merit and of violence had frequently superseded the ideal prerogatives of nobility, but a distinct line of separation was AD 285. Hitherto preserved between the free and the servile part of mankind. The parents of Diocletian had been slaves in the house of Emulinus, a Roman senator, nor was he himself distinguished by any other name than that which he derived from a small town in Dalmatia, from whence his mother deduced her origin. 1. It is, however, probable that his father obtained the freedom of the family, and that he soon acquired an office of scribe, which was commonly exercised by persons of his condition. 2. Favorable oracles, or rather the consciousness of superior merit, prompted his aspiring son to pursue the profession of arms and the hopes of fortune, and it would be extremely curious to observe the gradation of arts and accidents which enabled him in the end to fulfill those oracles and to display that merit to the world. Diocletian was successively promoted to the government of Mysia, the honors of the consulship, and the important command of the guards of the palace. He distinguished his abilities in the Persian War, and after the death of Numerian, the slave, by the confession and judgment of his rivals, was declared the most worthy of the imperial throne. The malice of religious zeal, whilst it arraigns the savage fierceness of his colleague Maximin, has affected to cast suspicions on the personal courage of the Emperor Diocletian III. It would not be easy to persuade us of the cowardice of a soldier of fortune who acquired and preserved the esteem of the legions as well as the favor of so many warlike princes. Yet even calumny is sagacious enough to discover and to attack the most vulnerable part. The valor of Diocletian was never found inadequate to his duty or to the occasion, but he appears not to have possessed the daring and generous spirit of a hero who courts danger and fame, disdains artifice, and boldly challenges the allegiance of his equals. His abilities were useful rather than splendid. A vigorous mind, improved by the experience and study of mankind, dexterity and application in business, a judicious mixture of liberality and economy, of mildness and rigor, profound dissimulation under the disguise of military frankness, steadiness to pursue his ends, flexibility to vary his means, and above all, the great art of submitting his own passions as well as those of others to the interest of his ambition, and of coloring his ambition with the most specious pretenses of justice and public utility. Like Augustus, Diocletian may be considered as the founder of a new empire. Like the adopted son of Caesar, he was distinguished as a statesman rather than as a warrior. Nor did either of those princes employ force whenever their purpose could be effected by policy. The victory of Diocletian was remarkable for his clemency and victory, its singular mildness. A people accustomed to applaud the clemency of the conqueror, if the usual punishments of death, exile, and confiscation were inflicted with any degree of temper and equity, beheld with the most pleasing astonishment a civil war, the flames of which were extinguished in the field of battle. Diocletian received into his confidence Aristobulus, the principal minister of the house of Carus, respected the lives, the fortunes, and the dignity of his adversaries, and even continued in their respective stations the greater number of the servants of Carinus. For it is not improbable that motives of prudence might assist the humanity of the artful Dalmatian. Of these servants, many had purchased his favor by secret treachery. In others, he esteemed their grateful fidelity to an unfortunate master. The discerning judgment of Aurelian, of Probus, and of Carus had filled the several departments of the state and army with officers of approved merit, whose removal would have injured the public service without promoting the interest of the successor. Such a conduct, however, displayed to the Roman world the fairest prospect of the new reign, and the emperor affected to confirm this favorable proposition by declaring that, among all the virtues of his predecessors, he was the most ambitious of imitating the humane philosophy of Marcus Antoninus V. The first considerable action of his reign seemed association and character of Maximin. to evince his sincerity as well as his moderation. After the example of Marcus, he gave himself a colleague in the person of Maximin, d. 286, April 1, on whom he bestowed at first the title of Caesar, and afterwards that of Augustus VI. But the motives of his conduct, as well as the object of his choice, were of a very different nature from those of his admired predecessor. By investing a luxurious youth with the honors of the purple, Marcus had discharged a debt of private gratitude at the expense, indeed, of the happiness of the state. By associating a friend and a fellow soldier to the labors of government, Diocletian, in a time of public danger, provided for the defense both of the East and of the West. Maximian was born a peasant, and like Aurelian, in the territory of Sirmium, ignorant of letters 7, careless of laws. The rusticity of his appearance and manners still betrayed in the most elevated fortune the meanness of his extraction. War was the only art which he professed. In a long course of service he had distinguished himself on every frontier of the empire, and though his military talents were formed to obey rather than to command, though perhaps he never attained the skill of a consummate general, he was capable, by his valor, constancy, and experience, of executing the most arduous undertakings. Nor were the vices of Maximin less useful to his benefactor. Insensible to pity and fearless of consequences, he was the ready instrument of every act of cruelty which the policy of that artful prince might at once suggest and disclaim. As soon as a bloody sacrifice had been offered to prudence or to revenge, Diocletian, by his seasonable intercession, saved the remaining few whom he had never designed to punish, gently censured the severity of his stone colleague, and enjoyed the comparison of a golden and an iron age which was universally applied to their opposite maxims of government. Notwithstanding the difference of their characters, the two emperors maintained on the throne that friendship which they had contracted in a private station. The haughty, turbulent spirit of Maximin, so fatal afterwards to himself and to the public peace, was accustomed to respect the genius of Diocletian, and confessed the ascendant of reason over brutal violence, hate, or superstition. The two emperors assumed the titles, the one of Jovis, the other of Hercules, whilst the motion of the world, such was the language of their venal orators, was maintained by the all-seeing wisdom of Jupiter. The invincible arm of Hercules purged the earth from monsters and tyrants 9. But even the omnipotence of Jovis and Hercules' association of two Caesars was insufficient to sustain the weight of the public administration. The prudence of Diocletian discovered that the empire assailed Galerius and Constantius on every side by the barbarians, required on every side the presence of a great army and of a.d. 292, March 1, an emperor. With this view he resolved once more to divide his unwieldy power, and with the inferior title of Caesars, to confer on two generals of approved merit an equal share of the sovereign authority. 10. Galerius, surname Armentaris, from his original profession of a herdsman, and Constantius, who from his pale complexion had acquired the denomination of Chlorus 11, were the two persons invested with the second honors of the imperial purple, in describing the country, extraction, and manners of Hercules, we have already delineated those of Galerius, who was often, and not improperly, styled the younger Maximian, though, in many instances both of virtue and ability, he appears to have possessed a manifest superiority over the elder. The birth of Constantius was less obscure than that of his colleagues. Eutropius, his father, was one of the most considerable nobles of Dardania, and his mother was the niece of the Emperor Claudius XII. Although the youth of Constantius had been spent in arms, he was endowed with a mild and amiable disposition, and the popular voice had long since acknowledged him worthy of the rank which he at last attained. To strengthen the bonds of political, by those of domestic union, each of the emperors assumed the character of a father to one of the Caesars, Diocletian to Galerius and Maximin to Constantius, and each obliging them to repudiate their former wives, bestowed his daughter in marriage on his adopted son 13. These 4 princes distributed among themselves the wide extent of the Roman Empire. The defensive departments and harmony of the 4 princes, Gaul, Spain 14, and Britain, was entrusted to Constantius. Galerius was stationed on the banks of the Danube as the safeguard of the Illyrian provinces. Italy and Africa were considered as the department of Maximian, and for his peculiar portion, Diocletian reserved Thrace, Egypt, and the rich countries of Asia. Every one was sovereign within his own jurisdiction. But the united authority extended over the whole monarchy, and each of them was prepared to assist his colleagues with his counsels or presence. The Caesars, in their exalted rank, revered the majesty of the emperors, and the 3 younger princes invariably acknowledged by their gratitude and obedience the common parent of their fortunes. The suspicious jealousy of power found not any place among them, and the singular happiness of their union has been compared to a chorus of music whose harmony was regulated and maintained by the skillful hand of the first artist 15. This important measure was not carried into series of events, execution till about 6 years after the association of Maximian, and that interval of time had not been destitute of memorable incidents. But we have preferred, for the sake of perspicuity, first to describe the more perfect form of Diocletian's government, and afterwards to relate the actions of his reign, following rather the natural order of the events than the dates of a very doubtful chronology. The first exploit of Maximian, though it is mentioned in a few words by our imperfect writers at d. 287, State of the Peasants of Gaul, deserves, from its singularity, to be recorded in a history of human manners. He suppressed the peasants of Gaul who, under the appellation of Bagoda 16, had risen in a general insurrection, very similar to those which in the 14th century successively afflicted both France and England. 17. It should seem that very many of those institutions, referred by an easy solution to the feudal system, are derived from the Celtic barbarians. When Caesar subdued the Gauls, that great nation was already divided into 3 orders of men: the clergy, the nobility, and the common people. The first governed by superstition, the second by arms, but the third and last was not of any weight or account in their public councils. It was very natural for the plebeians, oppressed by debt, or apprehensive of injuries, to implore the protection of some powerful chief who acquired over their persons and property the same absolute rights as among the Greeks and Romans a master exercised over his slaves. 18. The greatest part of the nation was gradually reduced into a state of servitude, compelled to perpetual labor on the estates of the Gallic nobles and confined to the soil, either by the real weight of fetters or by the no less cruel and forcible restraints of the laws, during the long series of troubles which agitated Gaul from the reign of Gallienus to that of Diocletian. The condition of these servile peasants was peculiarly miserable, and they experienced at once the complicated tyranny of their masters, of the barbarians, of the soldiers, and of the officers of the revenue. 19. Their patience was at last provoked into despair. Their rebellion, on every side they rose in multitudes, armed with rustic weapons and with irresistible fury. The ploughman became a foot soldier, the shepherd mounted on horseback. The deserted villages and open towns were abandoned to the flames, and the ravages of the peasants equaled those of the fiercest barbarians. 20. They asserted the natural rights of men, but they asserted those rights with the most savage cruelty. The Gallic nobles, justly dreading their revenge, either took refuge in the fortified cities or fled from the wild scene of anarchy. The peasants reigned without control, and two of their most daring leaders had the folly and rashness to assume the imperial ornaments. 21. Their power soon expired at the approach of the legions. The strength of union and discipline obtained an easy victory over a licentious and divided multitude. 22. A severe retaliation was inflicted and chastisement on the peasants who were found in arms. The affrighted remnant returned to their respective habitations, and their unsuccessful effort for freedom served only to confirm their slavery. So strong and uniform is the current of popular passions that we might almost venture from very scanty materials to relate the particulars of this war, but we are not disposed to believe that the principal leaders Elenus and Amandus were Christians. 23. Or to insinuate that the rebellion, as it happened in the time of Luther, was occasioned by the abuse of those benevolent principles of Christianity which inculcate the natural freedom of mankind. Maximian had no sooner recovered Gaul from A.D. 287 the hands of the peasants than he lost Britain by revolt of Carausius in Britain. The usurpation of Carausius, ever since the rash but successful enterprise of the Franks under the reign of Probus, their daring countrymen had constructed squadrons of light brigantines in which they incessantly ravaged the provinces adjacent to the ocean. 24. To repel their desultory incursions, it was found necessary to create a naval power, and the judicious measure was prosecuted with prudence and vigor. Jesuricum, or Boulogne, in the Straits of the British Channel, was chosen by the Emperor for the station of the Roman fleet, and the command of it was entrusted to Carausius, a Menippean of the meanest origin. 25, but who had long signalized his skill as a pilot and his valor as a soldier. The integrity of the new admiral corresponded not with his abilities. When the German pirates sailed from their own harbors, he connived at their passage, but he diligently intercepted their return. and appropriated to his own use an ample share of the spoil which they had acquired. The wealth of Carausius was on this occasion very justly considered as an evidence of his guilt, and Maximian had already given orders for his death. But the crafty Menegian foresaw and prevented the severity of the emperor. By his liberality he had attached to his fortunes the fleet which he commanded, and secured the barbarians in his interest. From the port of Boulogne he sailed over to Britain, persuaded the legion and the auxiliaries which guarded that island to embrace his party, and boldly assuming with the imperial purple the title of Augustus, defied the justice and the arms of his injured sovereign 26. When Britain was thus dismembered from the importance of Britain Empire, its importance was sensibly felt, and its loss sincerely lamented. The Romans celebrated, and perhaps magnified, the extent of that noble island, provided on every side with convenient harbors, the temperature of the climate, and the fertility of the soil, alike adapted for the production of corn or of vines, the valuable minerals with which it abounded, its rich pastures covered with innumerable flocks, and its woods free from wild beasts or venomous serpents. Above all, they regretted the large amount of the revenue of Britain, whilst they confessed that such a province well deserved to become the seat of an independent monarchy. 27. During the space of 7 years it was possessed power of Carausius by Carausius, and fortune continued propitious to a rebellion. Supported with courage and ability, the British Emperor defended the frontiers of his dominions against the Caledonians of the north, invited from the continent a great number of skillful artists, and displayed on a variety of coins that are still extant his taste and opulence. Born on the confines of the Franks, he courted the friendship of that formidable people by the flattering imitation of their dress and manners. The bravest of their youth he enlisted among his land or sea forces, and in return for their useful alliance, he communicated to the barbarians the dangerous knowledge of military and naval arts. Carausius still preserved the position of Boulogne and the adjacent country. His fleets rode triumphant in the Channel, commanded the mouths of the Seine and of the Rhine, ravaged the coasts of the ocean, and diffused beyond the columns of Hercules the terror of his name. Under his command, Britain, destined in a future age to obtain the empire of the sea, already assumed its natural and respectable station of a maritime power. 28. By seizing the fleet of Boulogne, Carausius had deprived his master of the means of pursuit. D. 289, acknowledged by the other emperors, and revenge. And when, after a vast expense of time and labor, a new armament was launched into the water. 29. The imperial troops, unaccustomed to that element, were easily baffled and defeated by the veteran sailors of the usurper. This disappointed effort was soon productive of a treaty of peace. Diocletian and his colleague, who justly dreaded the enterprising spirit of Carausius, resigned to him the sovereignty of Britain, and reluctantly admitted their perfidious servant to a participation of the imperial honors. 30. But the adoption of the two Caesars restored new vigor to the Roman arms, and while the Rhine was guarded by the presence of Maximian, his brave associate Constantius assumed the conduct of the British war. His first enterprise was against the important place of Boulogne, a stupendous mole raised across the entrance of the harbor intercepted all hopes of relief. The town surrendered after an obstinate D 292 defense, and a considerable part of the naval strength of Carausius fell into the hands of the besiegers. During the 3 years which Constantius employed in preparing a fleet adequate to the conquest of Britain, he secured the coast of Gaul, invaded the country of the Franks, and deprived the usurper of the assistance of those powerful allies. Before the preparations were finished, Constantius A.D. 294 received the intelligence of the tyrants his death, and it was considered as a sure presage of the approaching victory. The servants of Carausius imitated the example of treason which he had given. He was murdered by his first minister Electus, and the assassin succeeded to his power and to his danger. But he possessed not equal abilities either to exercise the one or to repel the other. He beheld with anxious terror the opposite shores of the continent, already filled with arms, with troops, and with vessels, for Constantius had very prudently divided his forces, that he might likewise divide the attention and resistance of the enemy. The attack was at length made by the principal squadron, at D. 296, which, under the command of the prefect recovery of Britain by Constantius, Asclepiadatus, an officer of distinguished merit, had been assembled in the mouth of the Seine. So imperfect in those times was the art of navigation, that orators have celebrated the daring courage of the Romans who ventured to set sail with a slight wind, and on a stormy day the weather proved favorable to their enterprise. Under the cover of a thick fog, they escaped the fleet of Electus, which had been stationed off the Isle of Wight to receive them, landed in safety on some part of the western coast, and convinced the Britons that a superiority of naval strength will not always protect their country from a foreign invasion. Asclepiadatus had no sooner disembarked the imperial troops than he set fire to his ships, and as the expedition proved fortunate, his heroic conduct was universally admired. The usurper had posted himself near London to expect the formidable attack of Constantius, who commanded in person the fleet of Boulogne, but the descent of a new enemy required his immediate presence in the west. He performed this long march in so precipitate a manner that he encountered the whole force of the prefect with a small body of harassed and disheartened troops. The engagement was soon terminated by the total defeat and death of Electus. A single battle, as it has often happened, decided the fate of this great island, and when Constantius landed on the shores of Kent, he found them covered with obedient subjects. Their acclamations were loud and unanimous, and the virtues of the conqueror may induce us to believe that they sincerely rejoiced in a revolution which, after a separation of 10 years, restored Britain to the body of the Roman Empire. 31. Britain had none but domestic enemies to defense of the frontiers, dread, and as long as the governors preserved their fidelity and the troops their discipline, the incursions of the naked savages of Scotland or Ireland could never materially affect the safety of the province, the peace of the continent, and the defense of the principal rivers which bounded the empire were objects of far greater difficulty and importance. The policy of Diocletian, which inspired the councils of his associates, provided for the public tranquility by encouraging a spirit of dissension among the barbarians and by strengthening the fortifications of the Roman limit. In the east he fixed fortifications, a line of camps of Egypt to the Persian dominions, and for every camp he instituted an adequate number of stationary troops commanded by their respective officers and supplied with every kind of arms from the new arsenals which he had formed at Antioch, Emesa, and Damascus 32. Nor was the precaution of the emperor less watchful against the well-known valor of the barbarians of Europe. From the mouth of the Rhine to that of the Danube, the ancient camps, towns, and citadels were diligently re-established, and in the most exposed places new ones were skillfully constructed. The strictest vigilance was introduced among the garrisons of the frontier, and every expedient was practiced that could render the long chain of fortifications firm and impenetrable. 33. A barrier so respectable was seldom violated, and the barbarians often turned against each other. Their disappointed rage, the Goths, the Vandals, the Gepidae, dissensions of the barbarians, the Burgundians, the Alemanni wasted each other's strength by destructive hostilities, and whosoever vanquished, they vanquished the enemies of Rome. The subjects of Diocletian enjoyed the bloody spectacle and congratulated each other that the mischiefs of civil war were now experienced only by the barbarians. 34. Notwithstanding the policy of Diocletian, it was impossible to maintain an equal and undisturbed conduct of the emperors. Tranquility during a reign of 20 years and along a frontier of many hundred miles. Sometimes the barbarians suspended their domestic animosities, and the relaxed vigilance of the garrisons sometimes gave a passage to their strength or dexterity. Whenever the provinces were invaded, Diocletian conducted himself with that calm dignity which he always affected or possessed, reserved his presence for such occasions as were worthy of his interposition, never exposed his person or reputation to any unnecessary danger, ensured his success by every means that prudence could suggest, and displayed with ostentation the consequences of his victory. In wars of a more difficult nature and more doubtful event, he employed the rough valor of Maximian, and that faithful soldier was content to ascribe his own victories to the wise counsels and auspicious influence of his benefactor. But after the adoption of the two Caesars, the emperors themselves retiring to a valor of the Caesars, less laborious scene of action, devolved on their adopted sons the defense of the Danube and of the Rhine. The vigilant Galerius was never reduced to the necessity of vanquishing an army of barbarians on the Roman territory. 35. The brave and active Constantius delivered Gaul from a very furious inroad of the Alemanni, and his victories of Langres and Vindonisse appear to have been actions of considerable danger and merit. As he traversed the open country with a feeble guard, he was encompassed on a sudden by the superior multitude of the enemy. He retreated with difficulty towards Langres, but in the general consternation, the citizens refused to open their gates, and the wounded prince was drawn up the wall by the means of a rope But on the news of his distress, the Roman troops hastened from all sides to his relief, and before the evening he had satisfied his honor and revenge by the slaughter of 6,000 elemeni 36 from the monuments of those times. The obscure traces of several other victories over the barbarians of Sarmatia and Germany might possibly be collected, but the tedious search would not be rewarded either with amusement or with instruction. The conduct which the Emperor Probus had treatment of the barbarians adopted in the disposal of the vanquished was imitated by Diocletian and his associates. The captive barbarians, exchanging death for slavery, were distributed among the provincials and assigned to those districts. In Gaul, the territories of Amiens, Beauvais, Cambrai, Treves, Langres, and Troyes are particularly specified 37, which had been depopulated by the calamities of war. They were usefully employed as shepherds and husbandmen, but were denied the exercise of arms except when it was found expedient to enroll them in the military service. Nor did the emperors refuse the property of lands, with a less servile tenure, to such of the barbarians as solicited the protection of Rome. They granted a settlement to several colonies of the Carpae, the Bastonia, and the Sarmatians, and by a dangerous indulgence, permitted them in some measure to retain their national manners and independence. 38. Among the provincials it was a subject of flattering exultation that the barbarians, so lately an object of terror, now cultivated their lands, drove their cattle to the neighboring fair, and contributed by his labor to the public plenty. They congratulated their masters on the powerful accession of subjects and soldiers, but they forgot to observe that multitudes of secret enemies, insolent from favor or desperate from oppression, were introduced into the heart of the empire. 39. While the Caesars exercised their valor on the wars of Africa and Egypt, banks of the Rhine and Danube, the presence of the emperors was required on the southern confines of the Roman world, from the Nile to Mount Atlas. Africa was in arms. A confederacy of 5 Moorish nations issued from their deserts to invade the peaceful provinces. 40. Julian had assumed the purple at Carthage. 41. Achillas at Alexandria, and even the Blemes, renewed, or rather continued, their incursions into the Upper Egypt. Scarcely any circumstances have been preserved of the exploits of Maximian in the western parts of Africa, but it appears by the event that the progress of his arms was rapid and decisive, that he vanquished the fiercest barbarians of Mauritania, and that he removed them from the mountains whose inaccessible strength had inspired their inhabitants with a lawless confidence, and habituated them to a life of rapine and violence. 42. At d. 296. Diocletian, on his side, opened the campaign and conduct of Diocletian in Egypt by the siege of Alexandria, cut off the aqueducts which conveyed the waters of the Nile into every quarter of that immense city. 43. And rendering his camp impregnable to the sallies of the besieged multitude, he pushed his reiterated attacks with caution and vigor. After a siege of 8 months, Alexandria, wasted by the sword and by fire, implored the clemency of the conqueror, but it experienced the full extent of his severity. many thousands of the citizens perished in a promiscuous slaughter, and there were few obnoxious persons in Egypt who escaped a sentence either of death or at least of exile. 44. The fate of Usurus and of Coptus was still more melancholy than that of Alexandria. Those proud cities, the former distinguished by its antiquity, the latter enriched by the passage of the Indian trade, were utterly destroyed by the arms and by the severe order of Diocletian. 45. The character of the Egyptian nation, insensible to kindness, but extremely susceptible of fear, could alone justify this excessive rigor. The citizens of Alexandria had often affected the tranquility and subsistence of Rome itself, since the usurpation of Firmus, the province of Upper Egypt, incessantly relapsing into rebellion, had embraced the alliance of the savages of Ethiopia. The number of the Blemmyes scattered between the island of Meroe and the Red Sea was very inconsiderable. Their disposition was unwarlike, their weapons rude and inoffensive. 46. Yet in the public disorders these barbarians, whom antiquity, shocked with the deformity of their figure, had almost excluded from the human species, presumed to rank themselves among the enemies of Rome. 47. Such had been the unworthy olives of the Egyptians, and while the attention of the state was engaged in more serious wars, their vexatious inroads might again harass the repose of the province. With a view of opposing to the Blemmyes a suitable adversary, Diocletian persuaded the Nobita, or people of Nubia, to remove from their ancient habitations in the deserts of Libya, and resigned to them an extensive but unprofitable territory above Syene and the cataracts of the Nile, with the stipulation that they should ever respect and guard the frontier of the empire. The treaty long subsisted until the establishment of Christianity introduced stricter notions of religious worship. It was annually ratified by a solemn sacrifice in the Isle of Elephantine, in which the Romans as well as the barbarians adored the same visible or invisible powers of the universe. 48. At the same time that Diocletian chastised the past crimes of the Egyptians, he provided for their future safety and happiness by many wise regulations which were confirmed and enforced under the succeeding reigns. 49. One very remarkable edict, which he published instead of being condemned as the effect of jealous tyranny, deserves to be applauded as an act of prudence and humanity. He caused a diligent inquiry to be made for all the he suppresses books of alchemy, ancient books which treated of the admirable art of making gold and silver, and without pity committed them to the flames, apprehensive, as we are assured, lest the opulence of the Egyptians should inspire them with confidence to rebel against the empire. 50. But if Diocletian had been convinced of the reality of that valuable art, far from extinguishing the memory, he would have converted the operation of it to the benefit of the public revenue. It is much more likely that his good sense discovered to him the folly of such magnificent pretensions, and that he was desirous of preserving the reason and fortunes of his subjects from the mischievous novelty and progress of that art. Pursuit, it may be remarked that these ancient books, so liberally ascribed to Pythagoras, to Solomon, or to Hermes, were the pious frauds of more recent adepts. The Greeks were inattentive either to the use or to the abuse of chemistry. in that immense register where Pliny has deposited the discoveries, the arts, and the errors of mankind, there is not the least mention of the transmutation of metals, and the persecution of Diocletian is the first authentic event in the history of alchemy. The conquest of Egypt by the Arabs diffused that vain science over the globe, congenial to the avarice of the human heart. It was studied in China as in Europe with equal eagerness and with equal success. The darkness of the Middle Ages ensured a favorable reception to every tale of wonder, and the revival of learning gave new vigor to hope and suggested more specious arts of deception. Philosophy, with the aid of experience, has at length banished the study of alchemy, and the present age, however desirous of riches, is content to seek them by the humbler means of commerce and industry. 51. The reduction of Egypt was immediately followed the Persian War. By the Persian War, it was reserved for the reign of Diocletian to vanquish that powerful nation, and to extort a confession from the successors of Artaxerxes of the superior majesty of the Roman Empire. We have observed under the reign of Valerian that Armenia was subdued by the perfidy and the Tiridates, the Armenian arms of the Persians, and that after the assassination of Chosroes, his son Tiridates, the infant heir of the monarchy, was saved by the fidelity of his friends and educated under the protection of the emperors. Tiridates derived from his exile such advantages as he could never have obtained on the throne of Armenia: the early knowledge of adversity of mankind and of the Roman discipline. He signalized his youth by deeds of valor, and displayed a matchless dexterity as well as strength in every martial exercise, and even in the less honorable contests of the Olympian Games. 52. Those qualities were more nobly exerted in the defense of his benefactor Licinius. 53. That officer in the sedition of D. 282, which occasioned the death of Probus, was exposed to the most imminent danger, and the enraged soldiers were forcing their way into his tent when they were checked by the single arm of the Armenian prince. The gratitude of Tiridates contributed soon afterwards to his restoration. Asinius was in every station the friend and companion of Galerius, and the merit of Galerius, long before he was raised to the dignity of Caesar, had been known and esteemed by Diocletian. In the 3rd year of that emperor's reign, Tiridates was invested with the kingdom of Armenia. The justice of the measure was not less evident than its expediency. It was time to rescue from the usurpation of the Persian monarch an important territory, which, since the reign of Nero, had been always granted under the protection of the empire to a younger branch of the House of Arsaces. 54. When Tiridates appeared on the frontiers of Armenia, he was received with an unfeigned transport of joy and loyalty. During 26 AD 286 years, the country had experienced the real and his restoration to the throne of Armenia. Imaginary hardships of a foreign yoke, the Persian monarchs adorned their new conquest with magnificent buildings, but those monuments had been erected at the expense of the people and were abhorred as badges of slavery. The apprehension of a revolt had inspired the most rigorous precautions. Oppression had been state of the country, aggravated by insult and the consciousness of the public hatred had been productive of every measure that could render it still more implacable. We have already remarked the intolerant spirit of the Magian religion. The statues of the deified kings of Armenia and the sacred images of the sun and moon were broken pieces by the zeal of the conqueror, and the perpetual fire of Ormuzd was kindled and preserved upon an altar erected on the summit of Mount Bagivan, 55. It was natural that a people exasperated by so many injuries should arm with zeal in the cause revolt of the people and nobles, of their independence, their religion, and their hereditary sovereign. The torrent bore down every obstacle, and the Persian garrisons retreated before its fury. The nobles of Armenia flew to the standard of Tiridates, all alleging their past merit, offering their future service, and soliciting from the new king those honors and rewards from which they had been excluded with disdain under the foreign government. 56. The command of the army was bestowed on Artavasdes, whose father had saved the infancy of Tiridates and whose family had been massacred for that generous action. The brother of Artavasdes obtained the government of a province. One of the first military dignities was conferred on the satrap Odes, a man of singular temperance and fortitude who presented to the king his sister 57 and a considerable treasure, both of which in a sequestered fortress Otis had preserved from violation. Among the Armenian nobles appeared story of Mamgo, an Oli whose fortunes are too remarkable to pass unnoticed. His name was Mamgo, his origin was Scythian, and the horde which acknowledged his authority had encamped a very few years before on the skirts of the Chinese Empire. 58, which at that time extended as far as the neighborhood of Sogdian. 59. Having incurred the displeasure of his master, Mamgo, with his followers, retired to the banks of the Oxus and implored the protection of Sibur. The Emperor of China claimed the fugitive and alleged the rights of sovereignty. The Persian monarch pleaded the loss of hospitality and, with some difficulty, avoided a war by the promise that he would banish Mamgo to the uttermost parts of the West, a punishment, as he described it, not less dreadful than death itself. Armenia was chosen for the place of exile, and a large district was assigned to the Scythian horde, on which they might feed their flocks and herds and remove their encampment from one place to another according to the different seasons of the year. They were employed to repel the invasion of Tiridates, but their leader, after weighing the obligations and injuries which he had received from the Persian monarch, resolved to abandon his party. The Armenian prince, who was well acquainted with the merit as well as power of Mamgo, treated him with distinguished respect, and by admitting him into his confidence, acquired a brave and faithful servant, who contributed very effectually to his restoration. 60. For a while fortune appeared to favor the Persians recover Armenia. Enterprising valor of Tiridates, he not only expelled the enemies of his family and country from the whole extent of Armenia, but in the prosecution of his revenge he carried his arms, or at least his incursions, into the heart of Assyria. The historian who has preserved the name of Tiridates from oblivion celebrates with a degree of national enthusiasm his personal prowess and in the true spirit of Eastern romance, describes the giants and the elephants that fell beneath his invincible arm. It is from other information that we discover the distracted state of the Persian monarchy, to which the king of Armenia was indebted for some part of his advantages. The throne was disputed by the ambition of contending brothers and Hormuz, after exerting without success the strength of his own party had recourse to the dangerous assistance of the barbarians who inhabited the banks of the Caspian Sea. 61. The civil war was, however, soon terminated either by a victory or by a reconciliation, and Narses, who was universally acknowledged as king of Persia, directed his whole force against the foreign enemy. The contest then became too unequal, nor was the valor of the hero able to withstand the power of the monarch. Tiridates, a second time expelled from the throne of Armenia, once more took refuge in the court of the emperors. Narses soon re-established his authority over the revolted province, and loudly complaining of the protection afforded by the Romans to rebels and fugitives, aspired to the conquest of the East. 62. Neither prudence nor honor could permit the war between the Persians and the Romans emperors to forsake the cause of the Armenian king, and it was resolved to exert the force of the empire in the Persian war. Diocletian, with a.d. 296, the calm dignity which he constantly assumed, fixed his own station in the city of Antioch, from whence he prepared and directed the military operations. 63. The conduct of the legions was entrusted to the intrepid valor of Galerius, who, for that important purpose, was removed from the banks of the Danube to those of the Euphrates. The armies soon encountered each other in the defeat of Galerius, plains of Mesopotamia, and 2 battles were fought with various and doubtful success. But the third engagement was of a more decisive nature, and the Roman army received a total overthrow, which is attributed to the rashness of Galerius, who, with an inconsiderable body of troops, attacked the innumerable host of the Persians. 64. But the consideration of the country that was the scene of action may suggest another reason for his defeat. The same ground on which Galerius was vanquished had been rendered memorable by the death of Crassus and the slaughter of 10 legions. It was a plain of more than 60 miles, which extended from the hills of Carrhae to the Euphrates, a smooth and barren surface of sandy desert, without a hillock, without a tree, and without a spring of fresh water. 65. The steady infantry of the Romans, fainting with heat and thirst, could neither hope for victory if they preserved their ranks, nor break their ranks without exposing themselves to the most imminent danger. In this situation, they were gradually encompassed by the superior numbers, harassed by the rapid evolutions, and destroyed by the arrows of the barbarian cavalry. The king of Armenia had signalized his valor in the battle, and acquired personal glory by the public misfortune. He was pursued as far as the Euphrates. His horse was wounded, and it appeared impossible for him to escape the victorious enemy. In this extremity, Tiridates embraced the only refuge which he saw before him. He dismounted and plunged into the stream. His armor was heavy, the river very deep, and at those parts at least half a mile in breadth. 66. Yet such was his strength and dexterity that he reached in safety the opposite bank. 67. With regard to the Roman general, we are ignorant of the circumstances of his escape, but when he returned to Antioch, Diocletian received him not with the tenderness his reception by Diocletian of a friend and colleague, but with the indignation of an offended sovereign. The haughtiest of men, clothed in his purple, but humbled by the sense of his fault and misfortune, was obliged to follow the emperor's chariot above a mile on foot, and to exhibit, before the whole court, the spectacle of his disgrace. 68. As soon as Diocletian had indulged his private second campaign of Galerius, resentment, and asserted the majesty of supreme power, he yielded to the submissive entreaties of the Caesar, and permitted him to retrieve his own d. 297 honor as well as that of the Roman arms in the room of the unwarlike troops of Asia, which had most probably served in the first expedition. A second army was drawn from the veterans and new levies of the Illyrian frontier, and a considerable body of Gothic auxiliaries were taken into the imperial pay. 69. At the head of a chosen army of 25,000 men, Galerius again passed the Euphrates, but instead of exposing his legions in the open plains of Mesopotamia, he advanced through the mountains of Armenia, where he found the inhabitants devoted to his cause, and the country as favorable to the operations of infantry as it was inconvenient for the motions of cavalry. 70. Adversity had confirmed the Roman discipline, while the barbarians, his victory, elated by success, were become so negligent and remiss that in the moment when they least expected it, they were surprised by the active conduct of Galerius, who, attended only by 2 horsemen, had with his own eyes secretly examined the state and position of their camp. A surprise, especially in the night time, was for the most part fatal to a Persian army. Their horses were tied and generally shackled to prevent their running away, and if an alarm happened, a Persian had his housing to fix, his horse to bridle, and his corselet to put on, before he could mount. 71. On this occasion, the impetuous attack of Galerius spread disorder and dismay over the camp of the barbarians. A slight resistance was followed by a dreadful carnage, and in the general confusion, the wounded monarch, for Narses commanded his armies in person, fled towards the deserts of Media. His sumptuous tents and those of his satraps afforded an immense booty to the conquered, and an incident is mentioned which proves the rustic but marshy ignorance of the legions in the elegant superfluities of life. A bag of shining leather filled with pearls fell into the hands of a private soldier. He carefully preserved the bag, but he threw away its contents, judging that whatever was of no use could not possibly be of any value. 72. The principal loss of Narses was in behavior to his royal captives, of a much more affecting nature. Several of his wives, his sisters, and children who had attended the army were made captives in the defeat. But though the character of Galerius had in general very little affinity with that of Alexander, he imitated, after his victory, the amiable behavior of the Macedonian towards the family of Darius. The wives and children of Narses were protected from violence and rapine, conveyed to a place of safety, and treated with every mark of respect and tenderness that was due from a generous enemy to their age, their sex, and their royal dignity. 73. While the East anxiously expected the decision of this great contest, the Emperor Diocletian negotiated for peace. Having assembled in Syria a strong army of observation, displayed from a distance the resources of the Roman power, and reserved himself for any future emergency of the war. On the intelligence of the victory, he condescended to advance towards the frontier, with a view of moderating, by his presence and counsels, the pride of Galerius. The interview of the Roman princes at Nisibis was accompanied with every expression of respect on one side and of esteem on the other. It was in that city that they soon afterwards gave audience to the ambassador of the great King 74. The power, or at least the spirit of Narses, had been broken by his last defeat, and he considered an immediate peace as the only means that could stop the progress of the Roman arms. He dispatched Apharban, a servant who possessed his favor and confidence, with a commission to negotiate a treaty, or rather to receive whatever conditions the conqueror should impose. Apharban opened the conference by expressing speech of the Persian ambassador, his master's gratitude for the generous treatment of his family, and by soliciting the liberty of those illustrious captives. He celebrated the valor of Galerius, without degrading the reputation of Narses, and thought it no dishonor to confess the superiority of the victorious Caesar over a monarch who had surpassed in glory all the princes of his race. Notwithstanding the justice of the Persian cause, he was empowered to submit the present differences to the decision of the emperors themselves, convinced as he was that in the midst of prosperity, they would not be unmindful of the vicissitudes of fortune. Apharban concluded his discourse in the style of Eastern allegory, by observing that the Roman and Persian monarchies were the two eyes of the world which would remain imperfect and mutilated if either of them should be put out. It well becomes the Persians, replied Galerius, answer of Galerius, with a transport of fury, which seemed to convulse his whole frame. It well becomes the Persians to expatiate on the vicissitudes of fortune, and calmly to read us lectures on the virtues of moderation. Let them remember their own moderation towards the unhappy Valerian. They vanquished him by fraud, they treated him with indignity, they detained him till the last moment of his life in shameful captivity, and after his death they exposed his body to perpetual ignominy. Softening, however, his tone, Galerius insinuated to the ambassador that it had never been the practice of the Romans to trample on a prostrate enemy, and that on this occasion they should consult their own dignity rather than the Persian merit. He dismissed Apharban with a hope that Narses would soon be informed on what conditions he might obtain from the clemency of the emperors a lasting peace, and the restoration of his wives and children. In this conference we may discover the fierce passions of Galerius, as well as his deference to the superior wisdom and authority of Diocletian. The ambition of the former grasped at the conquest of the East, and had proposed to reduce Persia into the state of a province. The prudence of the latter, who adhered moderation of Diocletian to the moderate policy of Augustus and the Antonines, embraced the favorable opportunity of terminating a successful war by an honorable and advantageous peace. 75. In pursuance of their promise, The emperors soon afterwards appointed Sicurus Probus I, conclusion of their secretaries, to acquaint the Persian court with their final resolution. As the minister of peace, he was received with every mark of politeness and friendship, but under the pretense of allowing him the necessary repose after so long a journey, the audience of Probus was deferred from day to day, and he attended the slow motions of the king, till at length he was admitted to his presence near the river Asprodus in Media. The secret motive of Narses in this delay had been to collect such a military force as might enable him, though sincerely desirous of peace, to negotiate with the greater weight and dignity. 3 persons only assisted at this important conference: the minister of Aben, the prefect of the guards, and an officer who had commanded 1. The Armenian frontier 76. The first condition proposed by the ambassador is not at present of a very intelligible nature, that the city of Nisibis might be established for the place of mutual exchange, or, as we should formerly have termed it, for the staple of trade, between the two empires. There is no difficulty in conceiving the intention of the Roman princes to improve their revenue by some restraints upon commerce, but as Nisibis was situated within their own dominions, and as they were masters both of the imports and exports, it should seem that such restraints were the objects of an internal law rather than of a foreign treaty. To render them more effectual, some stipulations were probably required on the side of the king of Persia, which appeared so very repugnant either to his interest or to his dignity, that Narses could not be persuaded to subscribe them. As this was the only article to which he refused his consent, it was no longer insisted on, and the emperors either suffered the trade to flow in its natural channels, or contented themselves with such restrictions as it depended on their own authority to establish. As soon as this difficulty was removed, a solemn peace was concluded and ratified between and articles of the treaty. The two nations, the conditions of a treaty so glorious to the empire, and so necessary to Persia, may deserve a more peculiar attention, as the history of Rome presents very few transactions of a similar nature, most of her wars having either been terminated by absolute conquest or waged against barbarians ignorant of the use of letters, i.e. the Abares, or, as it is called by Xenophon, the Abares fixed as the limits between the empires. The Araxes was fixed as the boundary between the two monarchies. 77. That river, which rose near the Tigris, was increased a few miles below Nisibis by the little stream of the Mygdones, passed under the walls of Singura, and fell into the Euphrates. At Circesium, a frontier town, which by the care of Diocletian was very strongly fortified. 78. Mesopotamia, the object of so many wars, was ceded to the empire, and the Persians, by this treaty, renounced all pretensions to that great province. They relinquished cession of 5 provinces beyond the Tigris to the Romans, 5 provinces beyond the Tigris. 79. Their situation formed a very useful barrier, and their natural strength was soon improved by art and military skill. 4 of these to the north of the river were districts of obscure fame and inconsiderable extent: Intiline, Sabdisin, Arzenan, and Moxuan. But on the east of the Tigris, the empire acquired the large and mountainous territory of Kardun, the ancient seat of the Carthaginians, who preserved for many ages their manly freedom in the heart of the despotic monarchies of Asia. The 10,000 Greeks traversed their country after a painful march, or rather engagement, of 7 days, and it is confessed by their leader in his incomparable relation of the retreat that they suffered more from the arrows of the Carthaginians than from the power of the great King Adi. Their posterity, the Kurds, with very little alteration either of name or manners, acknowledged the nominal sovereignty of the Turkish Sultan. It Armenia is almost needless to observe that Tiridates, the faithful Uli of Rome, was restored to the throne of his fathers, and that the rights of the imperial supremacy were fully asserted and secured. The limits of Armenia were extended as far as the fortress of Sintha in Media, and this increase of dominion was not so much an act of liberality as of justice. Of the provinces already mentioned beyond the Tigris, the 4 first had been dismembered by the Parthians from the crown of Armenia AD 1, and when the Romans acquired the possession of them, they stipulated at the expense of the usurpers an ample compensation, which invested their Uli with the extensive and fertile country of Atropatene, its principal city, in the same situation perhaps as the modern Taurus, was frequently honored with the residence of Tiridates, and as it sometimes bore the name of Ecbatana, he imitated in the buildings and fortifications the splendid capital of the Medes AD 2. The country of Iberia was Iberia, barren, its inhabitants rude and savage, but they were accustomed to the use of arms, and they separated from the empire barbarians much fiercer and more formidable than themselves. The narrow defiles of Mount Caucasus were in their hands, and it was in their choice either to admit or to exclude the wandering tribes of Samnicha whenever a rapacious spirit urged them to penetrate into the richer climates of the South. 83. The nomination of the kings of Iberia, which was resigned by the Persian monarch to the emperors, contributed to the strength and security of the Roman power in Asia. 84. The East enjoyed a profound tranquility during 40 years, and the treaty between the rival monarchies was strictly observed till the death of Tiridates, when a new generation, animated with different views and different passions, succeeded to the government of the world, and the grandson of Narses undertook a long and memorable war against the princes of the house of Constantine. The arduous work of rescuing the distressed triumph of Diocletian and Maximian Empire from tyrants and barbarians had now been completely achieved by a succession of Illyrian peasants. As soon as Diocletian entered into the d. 303, 20th year of his reign, he celebrated that memorable era as well as the success of his arms by the pomp of a Roman triumph. 85. Maximian, the equal partner of his power, was his only companion in the glory of that day. The two Caesars had fought and conquered, but the merit of their exploits was ascribed, according to the regular of ancient maxims, to the auspicious influence of their fathers and emperors. 86. The triumph of Diocletian and Maximian was less magnificent perhaps than those of Aurelian and Probus, but it was dignified by several circumstances of superior fame and good fortune. Africa and Britain, the Rhine, the Danube, and the Nile furnished their respective trophies, but the most distinguished ornament was of a more singular nature, a Persian victory followed by an important conquest. The representations of rivers, mountains, and provinces were carried before the imperial car. The images of the captive wives, the sisters, and the children of the great king afforded a new and grateful spectacle to the vanity of the people. 87. In the eyes of posterity, this triumph is remarkable by a distinction of a less honorable kind. It was the last that Rome ever beheld. Soon after this period, the emperors ceased to vanquish and Rome ceased to be the capital of the empire. The spot on which Rome was founded, long absence of the emperors from Rome, had been consecrated by ancient ceremonies and imaginary miracles. The presence of some god or the memory of some hero seemed to animate every part of the city, and the empire of the world had been promised to the capital. 88. The native Romans felt and confessed the power of this agreeable illusion. It was derived from their ancestors, had grown up with their earliest habits of life, and was protected in some measure by the opinion of political utility. The form and the seat of government were intimately blended together, nor was it esteemed possible to transport the one without destroying the other. 89. But the sovereignty of the capital was gradually annihilated in the extent of conquest. The provinces rose to the same level, and the vanquished nations acquired the name and privileges without imbibing the partial affections of Romans. During a long period, however, the remains of the ancient constitution and the influence of custom preserved the dignity of Rome. The emperors, though perhaps of African or Illyrian extraction, respected their adopted country as the seat of their power and the center of their extensive dominions. The emergencies of war very frequently required their presence on the frontiers, but Diocletian and Maximian were the first Roman princes who fixed, in time of peace, their ordinary residence in the provinces, and their conduct, however it might be suggested by private motives, was justified by very specious considerations of policy. The court of the Emperor of the West was for their residence at Milan, the most part established at Milan, whose situation at the foot of the Alps appeared far more convenient than that of Rome for the important purpose of watching the motions of the barbarians of Germany. Milan soon assumed the splendor of an imperial city. The houses are described as numerous and well built. The manners of the people as polished and liberal. A circus, a theater, a mint, a palace, baths, which bore the name of their founder Maximian, porticos adorned with statues, and a double circumference of walls contributed to the beauty of the new capital, nor did it seem oppressed even by the proximity of Rome. 90. To rival the majesty of Rome was the ambition likewise of Diocletian, who employed his leisure and Nicomedia, and the wealth of the East in the embellishment of Nicomedia, a city placed on the verge of Europe and Asia, almost at an equal distance between the Danube and the Euphrates. By the taste of the monarch and at the expense of the people, Nicomedia acquired in the space of a few years a degree of magnificence which might appear to have required the labor of ages and became inferior only to Rome. Alexandria, and untold in extent or populousness 91. The life of Diocletian and Maximin was a life of action, and a considerable portion of it was spent in camps or in their long and frequent marches, but whenever the public business allowed them any relaxation, they seemed to have retired with pleasure to their favorite residences of Nicomedia and Milan, till Diocletian, in the 20th year of his reign, celebrated his Roman triumph. It is extremely doubtful whether he ever visited the ancient capital of the empire. Even on that memorable occasion, his stay did not exceed 2 months. Disgusted with the licentious familiarity of the people, he quitted Rome with precipitation 13 days before it was expected that he should have appeared in the Senate, invested with the ensigns of the consular dignity 92. The dislike expressed by Diocletian towards debasement of Rome and of the Senate, Rome and Roman freedom, was not the effect of momentary caprice, but the result of the most artful policy. That crafty prince had framed a new system of imperial government, which was afterwards completed by the family of Constantine, and as the image of the old constitution was religiously preserved in the Senate, he resolved to deprive that order of its small remains of power and consideration. We may recollect about 8 years before the elevation of Diocletian, the transient greatness and the ambitious hopes of the Roman Senate. As long as that enthusiasm prevailed, many of the nobles imprudently displayed their zeal in the cause of freedom, and after the successors of Probus had withdrawn their countenance from the Republican party, the senators were unable to disguise their impotent resentment. As the sovereign of Italy, Maximian was entrusted with the care of extinguishing this troublesome, rather than dangerous spirit, and the task was perfectly suited to his cruel temper. The most illustrious members of the Senate, whom Diocletian always affected to esteem, were involved by his colleague in the acquisition of imaginary plots and the possession of an elegant villa or a well-cultivated estate was interpreted as a convincing evidence of guilt. 93. The camp of the Praetorians, which had so long oppressed, began to protect the majesty of Rome, and as those haughty troops were conscious of the decline of their power, they were naturally disposed to unite their strength with the authority of the Senate. By the prudent measures of Diocletian, the numbers of the Praetorians were insensibly reduced, their privileges abolished 94, and their place supplied by 2 new bodies of guards, Jovians and Herculeans, faithful legions of Illyricum, who, under the new titles of Jovians and Herculeans, were appointed to perform the service of the imperial guards. 95. But the most fatal though secret wound, which the Senate received from the hands of Diocletian and Maximin, was inflicted by the inevitable operation of their absence. As long as the emperors resided at Rome, that assembly might be oppressed, but it could scarcely be neglected. The successors of Augustus exercised the power of dictating whatever laws their wisdom or caprice might suggest, but those laws were ratified by the sanction of the Senate. The model of ancient freedom was preserved in its deliberations and decrees, and wise princes, who respected the prejudices of the Roman people, were in some measure obliged to assume the language and behavior suitable to the general and first magistrate of the Republic. in the armies and in the provinces, they displayed the dignity of monarchs, and when they fixed their residence at a distance from the capital, they forever laid aside the dissimulation which Augustus had recommended to his successors in the exercise of the legislative as well as the executive power. The sovereign advised with his ministers instead of consulting the great council of the nation. The name of the Senate was mentioned with honor till the last period of the empire. The vanity of its members was still flattered with honorary distinctions. 96. But the assembly, which had so long been the source and so long the instrument of power, was respectfully suffered to sink into oblivion. The Senate of Rome, losing all connection with the imperial court and the actual constitution, was left a venerable but useless monument of antiquity on the Capitoline Hill. When the Roman princes had lost sight of the Senate and of their ancient capital, they easily civil magistrates laid aside, forgot the origin and nature of their legal power, the civil offices of consul, of proconsul, of censor, and of tribune, by the union of which it had been formed, betrayed to the people its republican extraction. Those modest titles were laid aside. 97. And if they still distinguished their high station by the appellation of emperor or imperator, that word was understood in a new and more dignified sense, and no longer denoted the general of the Roman armies, but the sovereign of the Roman world. The name of emperor, which was at first of a military nature, imperial dignity and titles, was associated with another of a more servile kind. The epithet of dominus, or lord, in its primitive signification, was expressive not of the authority of a prince over his subjects, or of a commander over his soldiers, but of the despotic power of a master over his domestic slaves. 98. Viewing it in that odious light, it had been rejected with abhorrence by the first Caesars. Their resistance insensibly became more feeble, and the name less odious, till at length the style of our Lord and Emperor was not only bestowed by flattery, but was regularly admitted into the laws and public monuments. Such lofty epithets were sufficient to elate and satisfy the most excessive vanity, and if the successors of Diocletian still declined the title of king, it seems to have been the effect not so much of their moderation as of their delicacy. Wherever the Latin tongue was in use and it was the language of government throughout the empire, the imperial title, as it was peculiar to themselves, conveyed a more respectable idea than the name of king, which they must have shared with 100 barbarian chieftains, or which, at the best, they could drive only from Romulus or from Tarquin. But the sentiments of the East were very different from those of the West. From the earliest period of history, the sovereigns of Asia had been celebrated in the Greek language by the title of basileus, or king, and since it was considered as the first distinction among men, it was soon employed by the servile provincials of the East in their humble addresses to the Roman throne. 99. Even the attributes, or at least the titles of the divinity, were usurped by Diocletian and Maximian, who transmitted them to a succession of Christian emperors. 100. Such extravagant compliments, however, soon lose their impiety by losing their meaning, and when the ear is once accustomed to the sound, they are heard with indifference as vague though excessive processions of respect. From the time of Augustus to that of Diocletian assumes the diadem and introduces the Persian ceremonial. The Roman princes conversing in a familiar manner among their fellow citizens were saluted only with the same respect that was usually paid to senators and magistrates. Their principal distinction was the imperial or military robe of purple, whilst the senatorial garment was marked by a broad, and the equestrian by a narrow band or stripe of the same honorable color. The pride, or rather the policy, of Diocletian engaged that artful prince to introduce the stately magnificence of the court of Persia 101. He ventured to assume the diadem, an ornament detested by the Romans as the odious ensign of royalty, and the use of which had been considered as the most desperate act of the madness of Caligula. It was no more than a broad white fillet set with pearls which encircled the emperor's head. The sumptuous robes of Diocletian and his successors were of silk and gold, and it is remarked with indignation that even their shoes were studded with the most precious gems. The access to their sacred person was every day rendered more difficult by the institution of new forms and ceremonies. The avenues of the palace were strictly guarded by the various schools, as they began to be called, of domestic officers. The interior apartments were entrusted to the jealous vigilance of the eunuchs, the increase of whose numbers and influence was the most infallible symptom of the progress of despotism. When a subject was at length admitted to the imperial presence, he was obliged, whatever might be his rank, to fall prostrate on the ground and to adore, according to the Eastern fashion, the divinity of his lord and master. 102. Diocletian was a man of sense who, in the course of private as well as public life, had formed a just estimate both of himself and of mankind. Nor is it easy to conceive that in substituting the manners of Persia to those of Rome, he was seriously actuated by so mean a principle as that of vanity. He flattered himself that an ostentation of splendor and luxury would subdue the imagination of the multitude, that the monarch would be less exposed to the rude license of the people and the soldiers, as his person was secluded from the public view, and that habits of submission would insensibly be productive of sentiments of veneration. Like the modesty affected by Augustus, the state maintained by Diocletian was a theatrical representation, but it must be confessed that of the two comedies, the former was of a much more liberal and manly character than the latter. It was the aim of the one to disguise and the object of the other to display the unbounded power which the emperors possessed over the Roman world. Ostentation was the first principle of the new form of administration. 2 Augusti and 2 Caesars, system instituted by Diocletian. The second was division. He divided the empire, the provinces, and every branch of the civil as well as military administration. He multiplied the wheels of the machine of government and rendered its operations less rapid, but more secure. Whatever advantages and whatever defects might attend these innovations, they must be ascribed in a very great degree to the first inventor. But as the new frame of policy was gradually improved and completed by succeeding princes, it will be more satisfactory to delay the consideration of it till the season of its full maturity and perfection. 103. Reserving, therefore, for the reign of Constantine a more exact picture of the new empire, we shall content ourselves with describing the principal and decisive outline, as it was traced by the hand of Diocletian. He had associated 3 colleagues in the exercise of the supreme power, and as he was convinced that the abilities of a single man were inadequate to the public defense, he considered the joint administration of 4 princes not as a temporary expedient, but as a fundamental law of the Constitution. It was his intention that the 2 elder princes should be distinguished by the use of the diadem and the title of Augustic, that as affection or esteem might direct their choice, they should regularly call to their assistance 2 subordinate colleagues, and that the Caesars, rising in their turn to the first rank, should supply an uninterrupted succession of emperors. The empire was divided into 4 parts. The East and Italy were the most honorable, the Danube and the Rhine the most laborious stations. The former claimed the presence of the Augustic, the latter were entrusted to the administration of the Caesars. The strength of the legions was in the hands of the 4 partners of sovereignty, and the despair of successively vanquishing 4 formidable rivals might intimidate the ambition of an aspiring general. In their civil government, the emperors were supposed to exercise the undivided power of the monarch, and their edicts, inscribed with their joint names, were received in all the provinces as promulgated by their mutual councils and authority. Notwithstanding these precautions, the political union of the Roman world was gradually dissolved, and a principle of division was introduced, which in the course of a few years occasioned the perpetual separation of the Eastern and Western empires. The system of Diocletian was accompanied in Greece of taxes, with another very material disadvantage, which cannot even at present be totally overlooked: a more expensive establishment, and consequently an increase of taxes and the oppression of the people, instead of a modest family of slaves and freedmen, such as had contented the simple greatness of Augustus and Trajan. 3 or 4 magnificent courts were established in the various parts of the empire, and as many Roman kings contended with each other and with the Persian monarch for the vain superiority of pomp and luxury. The number of ministers, of magistrates, of officers, and of servants who filled the different departments of the state was multiplied beyond the example of former times, and, if we may borrow the warm expression of a contemporary, when the proportion of those who received exceeded the proportion of those who contributed, the provinces were oppressed by the weight of tributes. 104. From this period to the extinction of the empire, it would be easy to deduce an uninterrupted series of clamors and complaints. According to his religion and situation, each writer chooses either Diocletian or Constantine or Valens or Theodosius for the object of his invectives, but they unanimously agree in representing the burden of the public impositions, and particularly the land tax and capitation, as the intolerable and increasing grievance of their own times. From such a concurrence, an impartial historian, who is obliged to extract truth, from satire as well as from panegyric, will be inclined to divide the blame among the princes whom they accuse, and to ascribe their exactions much less to their personal vices than to the uniform system of their administration. The Emperor Diocletian was indeed the author of that system, but during his reign, the growing evil was confined within the bounds of modesty and discretion, and he deserves the reproach of establishing pernicious precedents rather than of exercising actual oppression. 105. It may be added that his revenues were managed with prudent economy, and that after all the current expenses were discharged, there still remained in the imperial treasury an ample provision either for judicious liberality or for any emergency of the state. It was in the 21st year of his reign that Diocletian executed his memorable resolution of abdication of Diocletian and Maximian, abdicating the empire, an action more naturally to have been expected from the elder or the younger Antoninus than from a prince who had never practiced the lessons of philosophy either in the attainment or in the use of supreme power. Diocletian acquired the glory of giving to the world the first example of a resignation. 106, which has not been very frequently imitated by succeeding monarchs. The parallel of Charles V's resemblance to Charles V, however, will naturally offer itself to our mind, not only since the eloquence of a modern historian has rendered that name so familiar to an English reader, but from the very striking resemblance between the characters of the two emperors whose political abilities were superior to their military genius, and whose specious virtues were much less the effect of nature than of art. The abdication of Charles appears to have been hastened by the vicissitude of fortune, and the disappointment of his favorite schemes urged him to relinquish a power which he found inadequate to his ambition. But the reign of Diocletian had flowed with a tide of uninterrupted success. Nor was it till after he had vanquished all his enemies and accomplished all his designs that he seems to have entertained any serious thoughts of resigning the empire. Neither Charles nor Diocletian were arrived at a very advanced period of life, since the one was only 55 and the other was no more than 59 years of age. But the active life of those princes, their wars and journeys, the cares of royalty, and their application to business had already impaired their constitution and brought on the infirmities of a premature old age. 107. Notwithstanding the severity of a very cold and rainy winter, Diocletian left Italy soon after a.d. 304. Long illness of Diocletian, the ceremony of his triumph, and began his progress towards the east round the circuit of the Illyrian provinces, from the inclemency of the weather and the fatigue of the journey. He soon contracted a slow illness, and though he made easy marches and was generally carried in a close litter, his disorder, before he arrived at Nicomedia about the end of the summer, was become very serious and alarming. During the whole winter he was confined to his palace. His danger inspired a general and unaffected concern, but the people could only judge of the various alterations of his health from the joy or consternation which they discovered in the countenances and behavior of his attendants. The rumor of his death was for some time universally believed, and it was supposed to be concealed with a view to prevent the troubles that might have happened during the absence of the Caesar Galerius. At length, however, on the 1st of March, Diocletian once more appeared in public, but so pale and emaciated that he could scarcely have been recognized by those to whom his person was the most familiar. It was time to put an end to the painful struggle which he had his prudence sustained during more than a year between the care of his health and that of his dignity. The former required indulgence and relaxation. The latter compelled him to direct from the bed of sickness the administration of a great empire. He resolved to pass the remainder of his days in honorable repose, to place his glory beyond the reach of fortune, and to relinquish the theater of the world to his younger and more active associates. 108. The ceremony of his abdication was performed in a spacious plain, about 3 miles from Nicomedia. The emperor ascended a lofty throne, and in a speech full of reason and dignity declared his intention, both to the people and to the soldiers who were assembled on this extraordinary occasion. As soon as he had divested A.D. 305, May 1, himself of the purple, he withdrew from the gazing multitude, and traversing the city in a covered chariot, proceeded without delay to the favorite retirement which he had chosen in his native country of Dalmatia, on the same compliance of Maximian Day, which was the 1st of May 109. Maximian, as it had been previously concerted, made his resignation of the imperial dignity at Milan. Even in the splendor of the Roman triumph, Diocletian had meditated his design of abdicating the government. As he wished to secure the obedience of Maximian, he exacted from him either a general assurance that he would submit his actions to the authority of his benefactor, or a particular promise that he would descend from the throne whenever he should receive the advice and the example. This engagement, though it was confirmed by the solemnity of an oath before the altar of the Capitoline Jupiter 110, would have proved a feeble restraint on the fierce temper of Maximian, whose passion was the love of power, and who neither desired present tranquility nor future reputation. But he yielded, however reluctantly, to the ascendant which his wiser colleague had acquired over him, and retired, immediately after his abdication, to a villa in Lucania, where it was almost impossible that such an impatient spirit could find any lasting tranquility. Diocletian, who from a servile origin had retirement of Diocletian at Salona, raised himself to the throne, passed the 9 last years of his life in a private condition. Reason had dictated, and content seems to have accompanied his retreat, in which he enjoyed for a long time the respect of those princes to whom he had resigned the possession of the world. 111. It is seldom that minds, long exercised in business, have formed any habits of conversing with themselves, and in the loss of power they principally regret the want of occupation. The amusements of letters and of devotion, which afford so many resources in solitude, were incapable of fixing the attention of Diocletian, but he had preserved, or at least he soon recovered, a taste for the most innocent as well as natural pleasures, and his leisure hours were sufficiently employed in building, planting, and gardening. His answer to Maximian is deservedly celebrated. he was solicited by that restless old man to resume his philosophy, the reins of government, and the imperial purple. He rejected the temptation with a smile of pity, calmly observing that if he could shew Maximian the cabbages which he had planted with his own hands at Salona, he should no longer be urged to relinquish the enjoyment of happiness for the pursuit of power. 112. In his conversations with his friends, he frequently acknowledged that of all arts, the most difficult was the art of reigning, and he expressed himself on that favorite topic with a degree of warmth which could be the result only of experience. How often was he accustomed to say, "Is it the interest of 4 or 5 ministers to combine together to deceive their sovereign?" Secluded from mankind by his exalted dignity, the truth is concealed from his knowledge. He can see only with their eyes, he hears nothing but their misrepresentations. He confers the most important offices upon vice and weakness, and disgraces the most virtuous and deserving among his subjects. By such infamous arts, added Diocletian, the best and wisest princes are sold to the venal corruption of their courtiers. 113. A just estimate of greatness and the assurance of immortal fame improve our relish for the pleasures of retirement, but the Roman emperor had filled too important a character in the world to enjoy without alloy the comforts and security of a private condition. It was impossible that he could remain ignorant of the troubles which afflicted the empire after his abdication. It was impossible that he could be indifferent to their consequences. Fear, sorrow, and discontent sometimes pursued him into the solitude of Salona. His tenderness, or at least his pride, was deeply wounded by the misfortunes of his wife and daughter, and the last moments of Diocletian were embittered by some affronts, which Licinius and Constantine might have spared the father of so many emperors, and the first author of their own fortune. A report, though of a very and death, A.D. 313, doubtful nature, has reached our times, that he prudently withdrew himself from their power by a voluntary death. 114. Before we dismiss the consideration of the life description of Salona and the adjacent country and character of Diocletian, we may for a moment direct our view to the place of his retirement. Salona, a principal city of his native province of Dalmatia, was near 200 Roman miles. According to the measurement of the public highways from Aquileia and the confines of Italy, and about 270 from Sirmium, the usual residence of the emperors whenever they visited the Illyrian frontier. 115. A miserable village still preserves the name of Salona, but so late as the 16th century, the remains of a theater and a confused prospect of broken arches and marble columns continued to attest its ancient splendor. 116. About 6 or 7 miles from the city, Diocletian constructed a magnificent palace, and we may infer from the greatness of the work how long he had meditated his design of abdicating the empire. The choice of a spot which united all that could contribute either to health or to luxury did not require the partiality of a native. The soil was dry and fertile, the air is pure and wholesome, and though extremely hot during the summer months, this country seldom feels those sultry and noxious winds. to which the coasts of Istria and some parts of Italy are exposed. The views from the palace are no less beautiful than the soil and climate were inviting. Towards the west lies the fertile shore that stretches along the Hadriatic, in which a number of small islands are scattered in such a manner as to give this part of the sea the appearance of a great lake. On the north side lies the bay which led to the ancient city of Salona, and the country beyond it, appearing in sight, forms a proper contrast to that more extensive prospect of water which the Hadriatic presents both to the south and to the east. Towards the north, the view is terminated by high and irregular mountains, situated at a proper distance and in many places covered with villages, woods and vineyards. 117. Though Constantine, from a very obvious prejudice, affects to mention the palace of Diocletian with contempt. 118, yet one of their successors of Diocletian's palace, who could only see it in a neglected and mutilated state, celebrates its magnificence in terms of the highest admiration. 119. It covered an extent of ground consisting of between 9 and 10 English acres. The form was quadrangular, flanked with 16 towers. 2 of the sides were near 600, and the other 2 near 700 feet in length. The whole was constructed of a beautiful freestone, extracted from the neighboring quarries of Tra or Tragutum, and very little inferior to marble itself. 4 streets, intersecting each other at right angles, divided the several parts of this great edifice, and the approach to the principal apartment was from a very stately entrance, which is still denominated the Golden Gate. The approach was terminated by a peristylum of granite columns, on one side of which we discover the square temple of Aesculapius, on the other the octagon temple of Jupiter. The latter of those deities Diocletian revered as the patron of his fortunes, the former as the protector of his health, by comparing the present remains with the precepts of Vitruvius. The several parts of the building, the baths, bedchamber, the atrium, the basilica, and the Cyziccene, Corinthian, and Egyptian holes have been described with some degree of precision, or at least of probability. Their forms were various, their proportions just, but they were all attended with 2 imperfections, very repugnant to our modern notions of taste and conveniency. These stately rooms had neither windows nor chimneys. They were lighted from the top, for the building seems to have consisted of no more than 1 story, and they received their heat by the help of pipes that were conveyed along the walls. The range of principal apartments was protected towards the southwest by a portico of 517 feet long, which must have formed a very noble and delightful walk when the beauties of painting and sculpture were added to those of the prospect. Had this magnificent edifice remained in a solitary country, it would have been exposed to the ravages of time, but it might, perhaps, have escaped the rapacious industry of man. The village of Aspilithus 120, and long afterwards the provincial town of Spelotro, have grown out of its ruins. The Golden Gate now opens into the marketplace. John the Baptist has usurped the honors of Aesculapius, and the temple of Jupiter, under the protection of the Virgin, is converted into the cathedral church. For this account of Diocletian's palace, we are principally indebted to an ingenious artist of our own time and country, whom a very liberal curiosity carried into the heart of Dalmatia 121. But there is room to suspect that the elegance of his designs and engraving has somewhat flattered the objects which it was their purpose to represent. We decline of the arts, are informed by more recent and very judicious traveller that the awful ruins of Spalatro are not less expressive of the decline of the arts than of the greatness of the Roman Empire in the time of Diocletian 122. If such was indeed the state of architecture, we must naturally believe that painting and sculpture had experienced a still more sensible decay. The practice of architecture is directed by a few general and even mechanical rules, but sculpture, and above all, painting, propose to themselves the imitation not only of the forms of nature, but of the characters and passions of the human soul. In those sublime arts, the dexterity of the hand is of little avail, unless it is animated by fancy and guided by the most correct taste and observation. It is almost unnecessary to remark that the of letters, civil distractions of the empire, the license of the soldiers, the inroads of the barbarians, and the progress of despotism had proved very unfavorable to genius and even to learning. The succession of Illyrian princes restored the empire without restoring the sciences. Their military education was not calculated to inspire them with the love of letters, and even the mind of Diocletian, however active and capacious in business, was totally uninformed by study or speculation. The professions of law and physic are of such common use and certain profit that they will always secure a sufficient number of practitioners endowed with a reasonable degree of abilities and knowledge, but it does not appear that the students in those two faculties appeal to any celebrated masters who have flourished within that period. The voice of poetry was silent, history was reduced to dry and confused abridgments, alike destitute of amusement and instruction. A languid and affected eloquence was still retained in the pay and service of the emperors, who encouraged not any arts except those which contributed to the gratification of their pride or the defense of their power. 123. The declining age of learning and of mankind is marked, however, by the rise and rapid progress of the New Platonists, the school of Alexandria silenced those of Athens, and the ancient sects enrolled themselves under the banners of the more fashionable teachers who recommended their system by the novelty of their method and the austerity of their manners. Several of these masters, Ammonas, Plotinus, Emilius, and Porphyry 124, were men of profound thought and intense application. But by mistaking the true object of philosophy, their labors contributed much less to improve than to corrupt the human understanding. The knowledge that is suited to our situation and powers the whole compass of moral, natural, and mathematical science was neglected by the New Platonists, whilst they exhausted their strength in the verbal disputes of metaphysics, attempted to explore the secrets of the invisible world, and studied to reconcile Aristotle with Plato on subjects of which both these philosophers were as ignorant as the rest of mankind. consuming their reason in these deep but unsubstantial meditations. Their minds were exposed to illusions of fancy. They flattered themselves that they possessed the secret of disengaging the soul from its corporeal prison, claimed a familiar intercourse with demons and spirits, and, by a very singular revolution, converted the study of philosophy into that of magic. The ancient sages had derided the popular superstition. After disguising its extravagance by the thin pretense of allegory, the disciples of Plotinus and Porphyry became its most zealous defenders. As they agreed with the Christians in a few mysterious points of faith, they attacked the remainder of their theological system with all the fury of civil war. The new Platonists would scarcely deserve a place in the history of science, but in that of the Church the mention of them will very frequently occur. Notes on Eutropics 19. Victor in Epidom. The town seems to have been properly called Doclea from a small tribe of Illyrians. See Cellarius, Geograph, Antiqua, Tom. IP 393, and the original name of the fortunate slave was probably Docles. He first lengthened it to the Grecian harmony of Docles, and at length to the Roman majesty of Diocletianus. He likewise assumed the patrician name of Valerius, and it is usually given him by Aurelius Victor. 2. See Dagier on the sixth satire of the second book of Horace. Cornel, Nippos in Vit. Human. C. 1. 3. Lactantius, or whoever was the author of the little treatise De Mortibus Persecutorum, accuses Diocletian of timidity in 2 places. C. 7. 8. In chap. 9. He says of him, Erat in omni tumultum meticulosus et animae disjectus. 4. In this encomum, Aurelius Victor seems to convey a just, though indirect, censure of the cruelty of Constantius. It appears from the fastic that Aristobulus remained prefect of the city, and that he ended with Diocletian the consulship which he had commenced with Coenus. 5. Aurelius Victor styles Diocletian parentem potis quam dominum. See His. August. p. 36. The question of the time. When Maximian received the honors of Caesar, and Augustus has divided modern critics and given occasion to a great deal of learned wrangling, I have followed M. de Tillement, Histoire des Empereurs, Tom. F. P. 505, who has weighed the several reasons and difficulties with his scrupulous accuracy. 7. In an oration delivered before him, Panegyr. Vet. I. 8. Mamertinus expresses a doubt whether his hero, in imitating the conduct of Hannibal and Scipio, had ever heard of their names. From thence we may fairly infer that Maximian was more desirous of being considered as a soldier than as a man of letters, and it is in this manner that we can often translate the language of flattery into that of truth. 8. Lactantius DM. P.C. 8. Aurelius Victor. As among the panegyrics, we find orations pronounced in praise of Maximian, and others which flatter his adversaries at his expense. We derive some knowledge from the contrast. 9. See the second and third panegyrics, particularly I. 3, 10, 14. but it would be tedious to copy the diffuse and affected expressions of their false eloquence. With regard to the titles, consult Earl Victor Lactantis DM PC 52. Spenheim Diusenumisnatum C. Deserted. Xi 8. 10. Aurelius Victor. Victor in Epitome. Eardrop. Big. 22. Lactant. DM. PC 8. Hieronym. Intron. 11. It is only among the modern Greeks that Telemant can discover his appellation of Chloris. Any remarkable degree of paleness seems inconsistent with the rubor mentioned in Panegyric v. 1912. Julian, the grandson of Constantius, boasts that his family was derived from the warlike Masians. Misopogon, p. 348. The Dardanians dwelt on the edge of Masia. 13. Galer is married Valeria, the daughter of Diocletian, if we speak with strictness. Theodora, the wife of Constantius, was daughter only to the wife of Maximin. Spenheim deserted, she, 2. 14. This division agrees with that of the 4 prefectures, yet there is some reason to doubt whether Spain was not a province of Maximin. See Telemant, Tom, if. p. 517. 15. Julian in Caesarea, p. 315. Spenheim's notes to the French translation, p. 122. 16. The general name of Bagoda in the signification of rebels continued till the 5th century in Gaul. Some critics derive it from a Celtic word bagad, a tumultuous assembly. Scaliger ad ius, ducange glosser. 17. Tronica de Froissart vol. I. c. 182. I. 73-79. The nave of his story is lost in our best modern writers. 18. Caesar de Bell. Gallic. v. 13. Orgetorix, the Helvetian, could arm for his defense a body of 10,000 slaves. 19. Their oppression and misery are acknowledged by Eumenes. Panegyr, vi. 8. Goles Ephratus injuris. 20. Panegyr, vet. I. 4. Aurelius Victor. 21. Ilinus and Amandus. We have medals coined by them. Goltzius in this are p. 117, 121, 22. Levibus Prulius Domiat. Eartrop. 20, 23. The fact rests indeed on very slight authority. A life of Babylinus, which is probably of the 7th century. See Duchess and Scriptors Rare, Francicar, Tom, I. p. 662, 24. Aurelius Victor calls them Germans. Eutropus, Ig. 21. Gives them the name of Saxons. But Eutropus lived in the ensuing century and seems to use the language of his own times. 25. The 3 expressions of Eutropus, Aurelius Victor, and Eumenes, Villisimnatus, Batavia alumnus, and Menipia civis, give us a very doubtful account of the birth of Carausius. Dr. Stukely Haver, Hist of Carausius, p. 62, chooses to make him a native of David's and a prince of the blood royal of Britain. the former idea he had found in Richard of Cirencester, p. 4426, Penguer, v. 12. Britain at this time was secure and slightly guarded. 27. Penguer, vet. v. 11. Vi. 9. The orator Eminus wished to exalt the glory of the hero Constantis with the importance of the conquest. Notwithstanding our laudable partiality for our native country, it is difficult to conceive that in the beginning of the 4th century England deserved all these commendations. A century and a half before, it hardly paid its own establishment, Ciapian in Prome, 28, as a great number of medals of Carausius are still preserved. He is become a very favorite object of antiquarian curiosity, and every circumstance of his life and actions has been investigated with sagacious accuracy. Stukely in particular has devoted a large volume to the British Emperor. I have used his materials and rejected most of his fanciful conjectures. 29. When Mamertinus pronounced his first panegyric, the naval preparations of Maximian were completed, and the orator presaged an assured victory. His silence in the second panegyric might alone inform us that the expedition had not succeeded. 30. Eurelius Victor, Eutropis, and the medals Pax Hoc inform us of this temporary reconciliation, though I will not presume, as Stukely has done. Metallic History of Carausius, p. 86, c. to insert the identical articles of the treaty. 31. With regard to the recovery of Britain, we obtain a few hints from Eurelius Victor and Eutropis. 32. John Mela in Tron, and Chachin, Tom, I, p. 408, 409. 33. Sozem, L, I, p. 3. That partial historian seems to celebrate the vigilance of Diocletian, with the design of exposing the negligence of Constantine. We may, however, listen to an orator, nam quid ego alarum et cohortum castra persensim, toto Rheni et Istria et Euphrates limit restituta, Panegyr, vet. If. 1834. Rontums and sanguinem sum populi quibus non contigit es Romanus obstinate fertatis pernis nunc swant persolvent, Panegyr, vet. Yea. 16. Mamertinus illustrates the fact by the example of almost all the nations of the world. 35. He complained, though not with the strictest truth, jam fluxus annos quintessum in quibus in Illyrica, ad ripam denube relegatus cum gentibus barbarus lucterit, lactant, dm, p. c. 1836. In the Greek text of Eusebius we read 6,000, a number which I have preferred to the 60,000 of Jerome Orosius, Eutropis, and his Greek translator Paeanius. 37. Panegyr, vet. Vi. 21:38. There was a settlement of the Sarmatians in the neighborhood of Treves, which seems to have been deserted by those lazy barbarians. Osinus speaks of them in his Moselle. Und iter ingrediens numerosa paravius solum, et nulla humani spectans vestigia cultus. Ave soum et nuper meteda colonis. There was a town of the Carpi in the Lower Masia. 39. See the rhetorical exaltation of Eumenes, Panegyr, Vi. 9. 40. Scaliger enim adverse ad use, p. 243. Decides in his usual manner that the Quinquagentina, or 5 African nations, were the 5 great cities, the pentapolis of the inoffensive province of Cyrene. 41. After his defeat, Julian stabbed himself with a dagger and immediately leaped into the flames. Victor in epitome. 42. Tu ferocissimus Maritania populos in accessis montem judice et naturale municion fidens expugnastic, recipistic, transdualistic, Panegyr, vet. Vi. 8. 43. See the description of Alexandria in Hirtus de Bell, Alexandrin, c. 5. 44. Eutrop, x. 24. Orosis, vi. 25. John Milla in Trun, Antag, p. 409, 410. Yet Eumenes assures us that Egypt was pacified by the clemency of Diocletian. 45. Eusebius in Trun places their destruction several years sooner and at a time when Egypt itself was in a state of rebellion against the Romans. 46. Strabo, L. Zwei, p. 1. 172. Pomponius Mela, L. I. C. 4. His words are curious. Intra secreter libet, vix homines magis semifere, Aegipanes et blemes etc. 47. Osis cici insura fortuna et provocare alma. Romana. 48. C. Procopus de Bell, Persic, L. I. C. 19. 49. He fixed the public allowance of corn for the people of Alexandria at 2 millions of medimai, about 400,000 quarters. Trun, Paschal, p. 276. Procop, Hist, Archon, c. 26. 50. John CMt&x, Velasian, p. 834. Sudes in Diocletian. 51. See a short history and confutation of alchemy in the works of that philosophical compiler Lomovalovea, Tom. I. p. 327, 353. 52. See the education and strength of Tiridates in the Armenian history of Moses of Chorin, L. I. C. 76. He could seize 2 wild bulls by the horns and break them off with his hands. 53. If we give credit to the younger Victor, who supposes that in the year 323, Licinius was only 60 years of age, he could scarcely be the same person as the patron of Tiridates, but we know from much better authority, use, hist, ecclesiast, L. X. C. 8. That Licinius was at that time in the last period of old age, 16 years before. He is represented with gray hairs and as the contemporary of Galerius. See Lactant, c. 32. Licinius was probably born about the year 250. 54. See the 62nd and 63rd books of Dan Cassius. 55. Moses of Chorin, Hist, Amen, L. C. 74. The statues had been erected by Velocius, who reigned in Armenia about 130 years before Christ and was the first king of the family of Arsaces. See Moses Hist. Amen. Li. 2-3. The deification of the Arsacides is mentioned by Justin Xle 5 and by Ammianus Marcellinus Xa 656. The Armenian nobility was numerous and powerful. Moses mentions many families which were distinguished under the reign of Valerius Li 7, and which still subsisted in his own time about the middle of the 5th century. See the preface of his Editors. 57. She was named Josroidajta and had not the ospatulum like other women. His. Amen. Lic. 79. I do not understand the expression 58 in the Armenian history Lic. 78, as well as in the geography p. 367. China is called Sania or Sinistan. It is characterized by the production of silk, by the opulence of the natives, and by their love of peace above all the other nations of the earth. 59. Votek, the first emperor of the 7th dynasty, who then reigned in China, had political transactions with Fergana, a province of Sogdiana, and is said to have received a Roman embassy. Historia des Hans Tom I. p. 38. In those ages the Chinese kept a garrison at Kashgar, and one of their generals about the time of Trajan marched as far as the Caspian Sea with regard to the intercourse between China and the Western countries. A curious memoir of M. de Gaines may be consulted in the Académie des Inscriptions, Tom Xe, p. 355, 60. See Hist. Amen. Lic. 81, 61. Ipsos persis ipsum regim acidus saxis et Russis et Gillis petty frater ormes panegyric vet A1. The Secu were a nation of wandering Scythians who encamped towards the sources of the Oxus and the Jaxartes. The Geli were the inhabitants of Gelen along the Caspian Sea, and who so long, under the name of Delamites, infested the Persian monarchy. See Herbalot, Biblioth Oriental, 62. Moses of Chorin takes no notice of this second revolution, which I have been obliged to collect from a passage of Ammianus Marcellinus Lxi. 5. Lactantius speaks of the ambition of Narses, concitatus domesticis exemplis evissus sepuris ad occupandum orientum magnus capis inhabat. De mort. Persicat. C. 963. We may readily believe that Lactantius ascribes to cowardice the conduct of Diocletian. Julian, in his oration, says that he remained with all the forces of the empire, a very hyperbolical expression. 64. 05. Abbreviators Theotropus, Festus, the two victors, and Oroses all relate the last and great battle, but Oroses is the only one who speaks of the two former. 65. The nature of the country is finely described by Plutarch in the Life of Crassus and by Xenophon in the first book of the Anabasis. 66. See Foster's dissertation in the second volume of the translation of the Anabasis by Spellman, which I will venture to recommend as one of the best versions extant. 67. Hist. Amen. L.I.C. 76. I have transferred this exploit of Pterodates from an imaginary defeat to the real one of Gillerist. 68. Amen. Marcellin. L. Ziv. The mile in the hands of Eutropius. 24. Hephaestus. C. 25. And of Orsis. I. 25. Easily increased to several miles. 69. Aurelius Victor. Journandus de Rebus Getisis. C. 21. 70. Aurelius Victor says, per omnium in hosts contented Q from sola su faciler vincentivi est. He followed the conduct of Trajan and the idea of Julius Caesar. 71. Xenophon's Anabasis. L.I.A. 4. That reason the Persian cavalry encamped 60 stadia from the enemy. 72. The story is told by Amminus. L. Xe. Instead of Sacum some read Scutum. 73. The Persians confessed the Roman superiority in morals as well as in arms. Eutrop. 24. But this respect and gratitude of enemies is very seldom to be found in their own accounts. 74. The account of the negotiation is taken from the fragments of Peter the Patrician in the Excerpta Legationum published in the Byzantine collection. Peter lived under Justinian, but it is very evident by the nature of his materials that they are drawn from the most authentic and respectable writers. 75. Adu Victor, says Aurelius Utini Valeris, Kilgus nutu omnia banter. Abnuiset Romani faces in provincium novum ferenter, verum pars terram tamen nobis utilir quesita. 76. He had been governor of Sumium Pet, Patricius in Except, Legat, p. 30. This province seems to be mentioned by Moses of Chorin, Geograph, p. 360, and lay to the east of Mount Herod. 77. By an error of the geographer Ptolemy, the position of Singara is removed from the Eborus to the Tigris, which may have produced the mistake of Peter in assigning the latter river for the boundary, instead of the former. The line of the Roman frontier traversed, but never followed, the course of the Tigris. 78. Procopus de Edificius, L.I.C. 6. 79. 3 of the provinces, Sabdisu, Arzinan, and Carduan, are allowed on all sides, but instead of the other 2, Peter, in Excerpt, Leg. p. 30, inserts Riemann and Sophin. I have preferred Amminus, L. 7, because it might be proved that Sophin was never in the hands of the Persians either before the reign of Diocletian or after that of Jovian, for want of correct maps like those of M. D'Anville. Almost all the moderns, with Tillement and Velzes at their head, have imagined that it was in respect to Persia and not to Rome that the 5 provinces were situate beyond the Tigris. 80. Xenophon's Anabasis, L. If Their bows were 3 cubits in length, their arrows 2. They rolled down stones that were each a wagon load. The Greeks found a great many villages in that rude country. 81. According to Eutropius vi. 9. As the text is represented by the Bestms, the city of Tigranocerta was in Arzunan. The names and situation of the other 3 may be faintly traced. 82. Compare Herodotus, L.I.C. 97, with Moses Choronan's Hist. Amen, L.I.C. 84, and the map of Armenia given by his editors. 83. Haber locorum potens caspe vi somitem in omnes raptum effundant. Tacit. Annal. Vi. 34. C. Strabon. Geograph. L. Sheep. P. 764. 84. Peter Patricius in Excerpt. Leg. P. 30. Is the only writer who mentions the Iberian article of the treaty. 85. Use. In Trun. Page ad enem. Till the discovery of the treatise De Mortibus Persecutororum, it was not certain that the Triumph and the Vincinalia were celebrated at the same time. 86. At the time of the Vincinalia, Galerius seems to have kept his station on the Danube. See Lactant. DM. P. C. 38. 87. Eutropius Ig. 27. Mentions them as a part of the Triumph. As the persons had been restored to Narses, nothing more than their images could be exhibited. 88. Livy gives us a speech of Camillus on that subject, v. 51-55, full of eloquence and sensibility in opposition to a design of removing the seat of government from Rome to the neighboring city of Veii. 89. Julius Caesar was reproached with the intention of removing the empire to Ilium or Alexandria. See Sueton in Caesar. C. 79. According to the ingenious conjecture of Lefebvre and Dacier, the 3rd ode of the 3rd book of Horace was intended to divert Augustus from the execution of a similar design. 90. See Aurelius Victor, who likewise mentions the buildings erected by Maximian at Carthage, probably during the Moorish War. We shall insert some verses of Ausonius de Clara, v. Et Mediolani mira omnia copia rerum. Innumera culti domus facunda virum. Ingenia et mors late tum duples mora. Amplificata losse species populica voluptas. Circus et inclusimals cunita theatre. Templa palatinic arses opulens homonita. Et regio Hercules celebris sub honor lavacre. Canteca mamoris ornata peristila sanis. Munic in valley formum circumdata labro. Omnia quo magnus operum velat amuliformis. Excellent, nec junto primit vicini Roma. Lactant, DM, P. C. 17, Lebanese, Orat, Vae, P. 203, 92, Lactant, DM, P. C. 17, On a similar occasion, Amyntas mentions the Decacetus plebis as not very agreeable to an imperial heir. CL c. 1093. Lactantius accuses Maximin of destroying Ficus Criminationibus. Lumina Senats DM PC 8. Aurelius Victor speaks very doubtfully of the faith of Diocletian towards his friends. 94. Truntito vires verbis imminita praetorium cohortum ac in amis vulgi numero. Aurelius Victor. Lactantius attributes to Galerius the prosecution of the same plan. C. 26. 95. They were old corps stationed in Illyricum, and according to the ancient establishment, they each consisted of 6,000 men. They had acquired much reputation by the use of the plumeta, or darts loaded with lead. Each soldier carried 5 of these, which he darted from a considerable distance with great strength and dexterity. See Vegetus I 1796. See the Theodosian Code L. Vi. Tip I with Godefroy's commentary 97. See the 12th dissertation in Spenheim's excellent work Deus Numismatum. For medals, inscriptions, and historians, he examines every title separately, then traces it from Augustus to the moment of its disappearing. 98. Pliny in Panegyr. C. 3. 55. C. Speaks of Dominus with execration as synonymous to tyrant and opposite to prince. And the same Pliny regularly gives that title in the 10th book of the Epistles to his friend Rather than master the virtuous Trajan. This strange contradiction puzzles the commentators who think and the translators who can write. 99. Census de Reino edit. Petiv. p. 15. I am indebted for this quotation to the Abbé de la Blétrie. 100. See Vendel de Consecration. p. 354. See, it was customary for the emperors to mention in the preamble of laws their numen, sacred majesty, divine oracles. See, according to Tillement, Gregory of Nazianzen complains most bitterly of the profanation, especially when it was practiced by an Arian emperor. 101. See Spenheim Deus Numismat. Disserted. Xi 102. Aurelius Victor. Eutropus Ic. 26. It appears by the panegyrists that the Romans were soon reconciled to the name and ceremony of adoration. 103. The innovations introduced by Diocletian are chiefly deduced first from some very strong passages in Lactantius and twoodly from the new and various offices which in the Theodosian Code appear already established in the beginning of the reign of Constantine. 104. Lactant. DM. PC 7. 105. Indict lex nova quo sane illorum temporum modeste tolerabilis in pernitum processit. Eo. Victor, who has treated the character of Diocletian with good sense, though in bad Latin. 106. Solus omnium post conditum Romanum imperium qui extente fastigius spont ad previta vitas statum civilitatem remirit. Eutrop. Ic. 28. 107. The particulars of the journey and illness are taken from Lactantius. C. 17, who may sometimes be admitted as an evidence of public facts, though very seldom of private anecdotes. 108. Aurelius Victor ascribes the abdication, which had been so variously accounted for, to two causes. First, Diocletian's contempt of ambition, and twiddly his apprehension of impending troubles. One of the panegyrists vi. 9 mentions the age and infirmities of Diocletian as a very natural reason for his retirement. 109. The difficulties as well as mistakes attending the dates both of the year and of the day of Diocletian's abdication are perfectly cleared up by Tillemont, Hist. Des Emperors. Tom. Viv. p. 525. Note 19, and by Page ad Annum. 110. See Penegir. Vider. vi. 9. The oration was pronounced after Maximian had reassumed the purple. 111. Eumenes pays him a very fine compliment. At enim divinum illum verum, qui primus imperium et participavit et posiet concili et factis sum non ponitit, nec amicis se putat quod spont transcripsit. Felix betusco vir quem vestra tantorum principum, collant obsequia previdum, panegyr, vet. vi. 15. 112. We are obliged to the younger Victor for this celebrated bon. Eutropius mentions the thing in a more general manner. 113. Hist. August. p. 223, 224. Vobiscus had learned this conversation from his father. 114. The younger Victor slightly mentions the report, but as Diocletian had disobliged a powerful and successful party, his memory has been loaded with every crime and misfortune. It has been affirmed that he died raving mad, that he was condemned as a criminal by the Roman Senate. C. 115. See the Itinerar. p. 269, 272. Edit. Wessel. 116. The Abate Fortis in his Viaggio in Dalmatia, p. 43. Printed at Venice in the year 1774, in 2 small volumes in quarto, quotes a Miss account of the antiquities of Salona, composed by Giambattista Giustiniani about the middle of the 5th century. 117. Adam's Antiquities of Diocletian's Palace at Spalatro, p. 6. We may add a circumstance or two from the Abate Fortis. The little stream of the Hyder, mentioned by Lucan, produces most exquisite trout, which a sagacious writer, perhaps a monk, supposes to have been one of the principal reasons that determined Diocletian in the choice of his retirement. Fortis, p. 45. The same author, p. 38, observes that a taste for agriculture is reviving at Spalatro, and that an experimental farm has lately been established near the city by a society of gentlemen. 118. Constantin, orat, ad codum sanct, c. 25. In this sermon, the emperor, or the bishop who composed it for him, affects to relate the miserable end of all the persecutors of the church. 119. Constantin, Porphyr, de Statu Imper, p. 86. 120. Danville, Geography Ancient, Tom. I.P. 162, 121. Messieurs Adam and Clarissio, attended by 2 draughtsmen, visited Spalatro in the month of July 1757. The magnificent work which their journey produced was published in London 7 years afterwards. 122. I shall quote the words of the Abbate Fortis. E basta moment nota uglai amatore dell'architectura, e dell'anticit, l'opera del signor Adams, che è denoto molto a cui superbe vestigia col habitual eleganza del suo toccolapis e del bulino, in general la rosezza del scalpello. Il cattivo gusto del secolo vigorigino con la magnificenza del fabbricato, si Viaggio in Dalmatia p. 40, 123. The orator Eumenes was secretary to the emperors Maximian and Constantius and professor of rhetoric in the College of Autun. His salary was 600,000 sesterces, which, according to the lowest computation of that age, must have exceeded £3,000 a year. He generously requested the permission of employing it in rebuilding the college. See his Oration de Restaurandis Scholas, which, though not exempt from vanity, may atone for his panegyrics. 124. Porphyry died about the time of Diocletian's abdication. The life of his master Plotinus, which he composed, will give us the most complete idea of the genius of the sect and the manners of its professors. This very curious piece is inserted in Fabrice's Bibliotheca Graeca, Tom. F. P. 88, 148. Chaps. The Progress of the Christian Religion, and the sentiments, manners, numbers, and condition of the primitive Christians. A candid but rational inquiry into the progress and establishment of Christianity may be considered as a very essential part of the importance of the inquiry, history of the Roman Empire, while that great body was invaded by open violence or undermined by slow decay. A pure and humble religion gently insinuated itself into the minds of men, grew up in silence and obscurity, derived new vigor from opposition, and finally erected the triumphant banner of the cross on the ruins of the capital. Nor was the influence of Christianity confined to the period or to the limits of the Roman Empire. After a revolution of 13 or 14 centuries, that religion is still professed by the nations of Europe, the most distinguished portion of humankind in arts and learning as well as in arms. By the industry and zeal of the Europeans, it has been widely diffused to the most distant shores of Asia and Africa, and by the means of their colonies has been firmly established from Canada to Chile in a world unknown to the ancients. But this inquiry, however useful or entertaining its difficulties, is attended with 2 peculiar difficulties: the scanty and suspicious materials of ecclesiastical history seldom enable us to dispel the dark cloud that hangs over the first age of the Church. The great law of impartiality too often obliges us to reveal the imperfections of the uninspired teachers and believers of the gospel, and, to a careless observer, their faults may seem to cast a shade on the faith which they professed, but the scandal of the pious Christian, and the fallacious triumph of the infidel should cease as soon as they recollect not only by whom, but likewise to whom, the divine revelation was given. The theologian may indulge the pleasing task of describing religion as she descended from heaven, arrayed in her native purity. A more melancholy duty is imposed on the historian. He must discover the inevitable mixture of error and corruption, which she contracted in a long residence upon earth, among a weak and degenerate race of beings. Our curiosity is naturally prompted to inquire 5 causes of the growth of Christianity. By what means the Christian faith obtained so remarkable a victory over the established religions of the earth? To this inquiry, an obvious but satisfactory answer may be returned, that it was owing to the convincing evidence of the doctrine itself, and to the ruling providence of its great author. But as truth and reason seldom find so favorable a reception in the world, and as the wisdom of providence frequently condescends to use the passions of the human heart and the general circumstances of mankind as instruments to execute its purpose, we may still be permitted, though with becoming submission, to ask not indeed what were the first, but what were the secondary causes of the rapid growth of the Christian Church. It will perhaps appear that it was most effectually favored and assisted by the 5 following causes, I, the inflexible, and if we may use the expression, the intolerant zeal of the Christians, derived, it is true, from the Jewish religion, but purified from the narrow and unsocial spirit, which, instead of inviting, had deterred the Gentiles from embracing the law of Moses, i.e., the doctrine of a future life, improved by every additional circumstance which could give weight and efficacy to that important truth, i.e., the miraculous powers ascribed to the primitive church, if the pure and austere morals of the Christians, the union and discipline of the Christian Republic, which gradually formed an independent and increasing state in the heart of the Roman Empire. We have already described the religious the first cause, zeal of the Jews, harmony of the ancient world, and the facility with which the most different and even hostile nations embraced, or at least respected, each other's superstitions. A single people refused to join in the common intercourse of mankind. The Jews, who under the Assyrian and Persian monarchies had languished for many ages the most despised portion of their slaves, emerged from obscurity under the successors of Alexander, and as they multiplied to a surprising degree in the east and afterwards in the west, they soon excited the curiosity and wonder of other nations too. The sullen obstinacy with which they maintained their peculiar rights and unsocial manners seemed to mark them out a distinct species of men who boldly professed, or who faintly disguised, their implacable hatred to the rest of humankind. 3. Neither the violence of Antiochus, nor the arts of Herod, nor the example of the circumjacent nations could ever persuade the Jews to associate with the institutions of Moses, the elegant mythology of the Greeks. 4. According to the maxims of universal toleration, the Romans protected a superstition which they despised. 5. The polite Augustus condescended to give orders that sacrifices should be offered for his prosperity in the Temple of Jerusalem 6, while the meanest of the posterity of Abraham, who should have paid the same homage to the Jupiter of the capital, would have been an object of abhorrence to himself and to his brethren. But the moderation of the conquerors was insufficient to appease the jealous prejudices of their subjects, who were alarmed and scandalized at the ensigns of paganism, which necessarily introduced themselves into a Roman province. 7. The mad attempt of Caligula to place his own statue in the Temple of Jerusalem was defeated by the unanimous resolution of a people who dreaded death much less than such an idolatrous profanation. 8. Their attachment to the law of Moses was equal to their detestation of foreign religions. The current of zeal and devotion, as it was contracted into a narrow channel, ran with the strength and sometimes with the fury of a torrent. This inflexible perseverance, which appeared its gradual increase, so odious or so ridiculous to the ancient world, assumes a more awful character since Providence has deigned to reveal to us the mysterious history of the chosen people. But the devout and even scrupulous attachment to the Mosaic religion, so conspicuous among the Jews who lived under the Second Temple, becomes still more surprising if it is compared with the stubborn incredulity of their forefathers when the law was given in thunder from Mount Sinai, when the tides of the ocean and the course of the planets were suspended for the convenience of the Israelites, and when temporal rewards and punishments were the immediate consequences of their piety or disobedience. They perpetually relapsed into rebellion against the visible majesty of their divine king, placed the idols of the nations in the sanctuary of Jehovah, and imitated every fantastic ceremony that was practiced in the tents of the Arabs or in the cities of Phoenicia. 9. As the protection of heaven was deservedly withdrawn from the ungrateful race, their faith acquired a proportionable degree of vigor and purity. The contemporaries of Moses and Joshua had beheld with careless indifference the most amazing miracles. Under the pressure of every calamity, the belief of those miracles has preserved the Jews of a later period from the universal contagion of idolatry. And in contradiction to every known principle of the human mind, that singular people seems to have yielded a stronger and more ready assent to the traditions of their remote ancestors than to the evidence of their own senses. 10. The Jewish religion was admirably fitted for their religion, better suited to defense than to conquest. Defense. But it was never designed for conquest, and it seems probable that the number of proselytes was never much superior to that of apostates. The divine promises were originally made, and the distinguishing rite of circumcision was enjoined to a single family. When the posterity of Abraham had multiplied like the sands of the sea, the deity, from whose mouth they received a system of laws and ceremonies, declared himself the proper and as it were the national God of Israel, and with the most jealous care separated his favorite people from the rest of mankind. The conquest of the land of Canaan was accompanied with so many wonderful and with so many bloody circumstances that the victorious Jews were left in a state of irreconcilable hostility with all their neighbors. They had been commanded to extirpate some of the most idolatrous tribes, and the execution of the divine will had seldom been retarded by the weakness of humanity. With the other nations they were forbidden to contract any marriages or alliances, and the prohibition of receiving them into the congregation, which in some cases was perpetual, almost always extended to the third, to the seventh, or even to the 10th generation. The obligation of preaching to the Gentiles the faith of Moses had never been inculcated as a precept of the law, nor were the Jews inclined to impose it on themselves as a voluntary duty. In the admission of new citizens, that unsocial people was actuated by the selfish vanity of the Greeks, rather than by the generous policy of Rome. The descendants of Abraham were flattered by the opinion that they alone were the heirs of the covenant, and they were apprehensive of diminishing the value of their inheritance by sharing it too easily with the strangers of the earth. A larger acquaintance with mankind extended their knowledge without correcting their prejudices, and whenever the God of Israel acquired any new votaries, he was much more indebted to the inconstant humor of polytheism than to the active zeal of his own missionaries. 11. The religion of Moses seems to be instituted for a particular country as well as for a single nation, and if a strict obedience had been paid to the order that every male 3 times in the year should present himself before the Lord Jehovah, it would have been impossible that the Jews could ever have spread themselves beyond the narrow limits of the promised land. 12. That obstacle was indeed removed by the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, but the most considerable part of the Jewish religion was involved in its destruction, and the pagans who had long wondered at the strange report of an empty sanctuary 13 were at a loss to discover what could be the object, or what could be the instruments of a worship which was destitute of temples and of altars, of priests and of sacrifices. Yet even in their fallen state, the Jews, still asserting their lofty and exclusive privileges, shunned, instead of courting, the society of strangers. They still insisted with inflexible rigor on those parts of the law which it was in their power to practice. Their peculiar distinctions of days of meats and a variety of trivial though burdensome observances were so many objects of disgust and aversion for the other nations, to whose habits and prejudices they were diametrically opposite. The painful and even dangerous rite of circumcision was alone capable of repelling a willing proselyte from the door of the synagogue. 14. Under these circumstances, Christianity offered more liberal zeal of Christianity itself to the world, armed with the strength of the Mosaic law, and delivered from the weight of its fetters, an exclusive zeal for the truth of religion, and the unity of God was as carefully inculcated in the new as in the ancient system, and whatever was now revealed to mankind concerning the nature and designs of the Supreme Being was fitted to increase their reverence for that mysterious doctrine. The divine authority of Moses and the prophets was admitted and even established as the firmest basis of Christianity. From the beginning of the world, an uninterrupted series of predictions had announced and prepared the long-expected coming of the Messiah, who, in compliance with the gross apprehensions of the Jews, had been more frequently represented under the character of a king and conqueror than under that of a prophet, a martyr, and the Son of God. by his expiatory sacrifice. The imperfect sacrifices of the temple were at once consummated and abolished. The ceremonial law, which consisted only of types and figures, was succeeded by a pure and spiritual worship, equally adapted to all climates as well as to every condition of mankind, and to the initiation of blood was substituted a more harmless initiation of water. The promise of divine favor, instead of being partly confined to the posterity of Abraham, was universally proposed to the freeman and the slave, to the Greek and to the barbarian, to the Jew and to the Gentile. Every privilege that could raise the proselyte from earth to heaven, that could exalt his devotion, secure his happiness, or even gratify that secret pride which, under the semblance of devotion, insinuates itself into the human heart, was still reserved for the members of the Christian Church, but at the same time all mankind was permitted, and even solicited, to accept the glorious distinction, which was not only proffered as a favor, but imposed as an obligation. It became the most sacred duty of a new convert to diffuse among his friends and relations the inestimable blessing which he had received, and to warn them against a refusal that would be severely punished as a criminal disobedience to the will of a benevolent but all-powerful deity. The enfranchisement of the Church from the obstinacy and reasons of the believing Jews, bonds of the synagogue, was a work, however, of some time and of some difficulty. The Jewish converts, who acknowledged Jesus in the character of the Messiah foretold by their ancient oracles, respected him as a prophetic teacher of virtue and religion, but they obstinately adhered to the ceremonies of their ancestors and were desirous of imposing them on the Gentiles, who continually augmented the number of believers. These Judaizing Christians seem to have argued with some degree of plausibility from the divine origin of the Mosaic Law and from the immutable perfections of its great author. They affirmed that if the being who is the same through all eternity had designed to abolish those sacred rites which had served to distinguish his chosen people, the repeal of them would have been no less clear and solemn than their first promulgation, that instead of those frequent declarations which either suppose or assert the perpetuity of the Mosaic religion, it would have been represented as a provisionary scheme intended to last only till the coming of the Messiah, who should instruct mankind in a more perfect mode of faith and of worship. 15. That the Messiah himself and his disciples who conversed with him on earth, instead of authorizing by their example the most minute observances of the Mosaic Law, 16, would have published to the world the abolition of those useless and obsolete ceremonies, without suffering Christianity to remain during so many years obscurely confounded among the sects of the Jewish Church. Arguments like these appear to have been used in the defense of the expiring cause of the Mosaic Law, but the industry of our learned divines has abundantly explained the ambiguous language of the Old Testament and the ambiguous conduct of the apostolic teachers. It was proper gradually to unfold the system of the gospel and to pronounce with the utmost caution and tenderness a sentence of condemnation so repugnant to the inclination and prejudices of the believing Jews. The history of the Church of Jerusalem affords a lively proof of the necessity of those precautions and of the deep impression which the Nazarene Church of Jerusalem religion had made on the minds of its sectaries. The first 15 bishops of Jerusalem were all circumcised Jews, and the congregation over which they presided united the law of Moses with the doctrine of Christ. 17. It was natural that the primitive tradition of a church which was founded only 40 days after the death of Christ and was governed almost as many years under the immediate inspection of his apostle should be received as the standard of orthodoxy. 18. The distant churches very frequently appealed to the authority of their venerable parent and relieved her distresses by a liberal contribution of alms. But when numerous and opulent societies were established in the great cities of the empire, in Antioch, Alexandria, Ephesus, Corinth, and Rome, the reverence which Jerusalem had inspired to all the Christian colonies insensibly diminished. The Jewish converts, or, as they were afterwards called, the Nazarenes, who had laid the foundations of the church, soon found themselves overwhelmed by the increasing multitudes that from all the various religions of polytheism enlisted under the banner of Christ, and the Gentiles who, with the approbation of their peculiar apostle, had rejected the intolerable weight of Mosaic ceremonies, at length refused to their more scrupulous brethren the same toleration which at first they had humbly solicited for their own practice. The ruin of the temple of the city and of the public religion of the Jews was severely felt by the Nazarenes, as in their manners, though not in their faith, they maintained so intimate a connection with their impious countrymen, whose misfortunes were attributed by the pagans to the contempt and more justly ascribed by the Christians to the wrath of the supreme deity. The Nazarenes retired from the ruins of Jerusalem to the little town of Pella beyond the Jordan, where that ancient church languished above 60 years in solitude and obscurity. 19. They still enjoyed the comfort of making frequent and devout visits to the holy city and the hope of being one day restored to those seats which both nature and religion taught them to love as well as to revere. But at length, under the reign of Hadrian, the desperate fanaticism of the Jews filled up the measure of their calamities, and the Romans, exasperated by their repeated rebellions, exercised the rights of victory with unusual rigor. The emperor founded, under the name of Aelia Capitolina, a new city on Mount Sun 20, to which he gave the privileges of a colony, and denouncing the severest penalties against any of the Jewish people who should dare to approach its precincts, he fixed a vigilant garrison of a Roman cohort to enforce the execution of his orders. The Nazarenes had only one way left to escape the common proscription, and the force of truth was on this occasion assisted by the influence of temporal advantages. They elected Marcus for their bishop, a prelate of the race of the Gentiles, and most probably a native either of Italy or of some of the Latin provinces. At his persuasion, the most considerable part of the congregation renounced the Mosaic law, in the practice of which they had persevered above a century. By this sacrifice of their habits and prejudices, they purchased a free admission into the colony of Hadrian, and more firmly cemented their union with the Catholic Church. 21. When the name and honors of the Church of the Ebionites, Jerusalem had been restored to Mount Sion, the crimes of heresy and schism were imputed to the obscure remnant of the Nazarenes, which refused To accompany their Latin bishop, they still preserved their former habitation of Pella, spread themselves into the villages adjacent to Damascus, and formed an inconsiderable church in the city of Bori, or, as it is now called, of Aleppo, in Syria 22. The name of Nazarenes was deemed too honorable for those Christian Jews, and they soon received from the supposed poverty of their understanding, as well as of their condition, the contemptuous epithet of Ebionites 23. In a few years after the return of the Church of Jerusalem, it became a matter of doubt and controversy whether a man who sincerely acknowledged Jesus as the Messiah, but who still continued to observe the law of Moses, could possibly hope for salvation. The humane temper of Justin Martyr inclined him to answer this question in the affirmative, and though he expressed himself with the most guarded diffidence, he ventured to determine in favor of such an imperfect Christian, if he were content to practice the Mosaic ceremonies without pretending to assert their general use or necessity. But when Justin was pressed to declare the sentiment of the Church, he confessed that there were very many among the Orthodox Christians who not only excluded their Judaizing brethren from the hope of salvation, but who declined any intercourse with them in the common offices of friendship, hospitality, and social life. 24. The more rigorous opinion prevailed, as it was natural to expect, over the milder, and an eternal bar of separation was fixed between the disciples of Moses and those of Christ. The unfortunate Ebionites, rejected from one religion as apostates, and from the other as heretics, found themselves compelled to assume a more decided character, and although some traces of that obsolete sect may be discovered as late as the 4th century, they insensibly melted away either into the church or the synagogue. 25. While the Orthodox Church preserved a just medium between excessive veneration and improper contempt for the law of Moses, the various agnostics, heretics deviated into equal but opposite extremes of error and extravagance. From the acknowledged truth of the Jewish religion, the Ebionites had concluded that it could never be abolished. From its supposed imperfections, the Gnostics as hastily inferred that it never was instituted by the wisdom of the deity. There are some objections against the authority of Moses and the prophets, which too readily present themselves to the skeptical mind, though they can only be derived from our ignorance of remote antiquity, and from our incapacity to form an adequate judgment of the divine economy. These objections were eagerly embraced and as petulantly urged by the vain science of the Gnostics. 26. As those heretics were, for the most part, averse to the pleasures of sense, they morosely arraigned the polygamy of the patriarchs, the gallantries of David, and the seraglio of Solomon, the conquest of the land of Canaan, and the extirpation of the unsuspecting natives. They were at a loss how to reconcile with the common notions of humanity and justice, but when they recollected the sanguinary list of murders, of executions, and of massacres which stain almost every page of the Jewish annals, they acknowledged that the barbarians of Palestine had exercised as much compassion towards their idolatrous enemies as they had ever shewn to their friends or countrymen. 27. Passing from the sectaries of the law to the law itself, they asserted that it was impossible that a religion which consisted only of bloody sacrifices and trifling ceremonies, and whose rewards as well as punishments were all of a carnal and temporal nature, could inspire the love of virtue or restrain the impetuosity of passion. The Mosaic account of the creation and fall of man was treated with profane derision by the Gnostics, who would not listen with patience to the repose of the deity after 6 days' labor, to the rib of Adam, the Garden of Eden, the trees of life and of knowledge, the speaking serpent, the forbidden fruit, and the condemnation pronounced against humankind for the venal offense of their first progenitors. 28. The God of Israel was impiously represented by the Gnostics as a being liable to passion and to error, capricious in his favor, implacable in his resentment, meanly jealous of his superstitious worship, and confining his partial providence to a single people, and to this transitory life. In such a character they could discover none of the features of the wise and omnipotent Father of the universe. 29. They allowed that the religion of the Jews was somewhat less criminal than the idolatry of the Gentiles, but it was their fundamental doctrine that the Christ whom they adored as the first and brightest emanation of the deity appeared upon earth to rescue mankind from their various errors and to reveal a new system of truth and perfection. The most learned of the fathers, by a very singular condescension, have imprudently admitted the sophistry of the Gnostics, acknowledging that the literal sense is repugnant to every principle of faith as well as reason. They deem themselves secure and invulnerable behind the ample veil of allegory, which they carefully spread over every tender part of the Mosaic dispensation. 30. It has been remarked with more ingenuity their sex, progress, and influence than truth that the virgin purity of the Church was never violated by schism or heresy before the reign of Trajan or Hadrian, about 100 years after the death of Christ. 31. We may observe with much more propriety that during that period the disciples of the Messiah were indulged in a freer latitude both of faith and practice than has ever been allowed in succeeding ages, as the terms of communion were insensibly narrowed, and the spiritual authority of the prevailing party was exercised with increasing severity. Many of its most respectable adherents, who were called upon to renounce, were provoked to assert their private opinions, to pursue the consequences of their mistaken principles, and openly to erect the standard of rebellion against the unity of the Church. The Gnostics were distinguished as the most polite, the most learned, and the most wealthy of the Christian name, and that general appellation, which expressed a superiority of knowledge, was either assumed by their own pride or ironically bestowed by the envy of their adversaries. They were almost without exception of the race of the Gentiles, and their principal founders seem to have been natives of Syria or Egypt, where the warmth of the climate disposes both the mind and the body to indolent and contemplative devotion. The Gnostics blended with the faith of Christ many sublime but obscure tenets, which they derived from Oriental philosophy, and even from the religion of Zoroaster, concerning the eternity of matter, the existence of two principles, and the mysterious hierarchy of the invisible world. 32. As soon as they launched out into that vast abyss, they delivered themselves to the guidance of a disordered imagination, and As the paths of error are various and infinite, the Gnostics were imperceptibly divided into more than 50 particular sects, 33 of whom the most celebrated appear to have been the Basilidians, the Valentinians, the Marcionites, and, in a still later period, the Manichaeans. Each of these sects could boast of its bishops and congregations, of its doctors and martyrs, 34. And instead of the 4 Gospels adopted by the Church, the heretics produced a multitude of histories in which the actions and discourses of Christ and of his apostles were adapted to their respective tenets, 35. The success of the Gnostics was rapid and extensive, 36. They covered Asia and Egypt, established themselves in Rome, and sometimes penetrated into the provinces of the West. For the most part, they rose in the 2nd century, flourished during the 3rd, and were suppressed in the 4th or 5th by the prevalence of more fashionable controversies and by the superior ascendant of the reigning power, though they constantly disturbed the peace and frequently disgraced the name of religion. They contributed to assist rather than to retard the progress of Christianity. The gentle converts, whose strongest objections and prejudices were directed against the law of Moses, could find admission into many Christian societies which required not from their untutored mind any belief of an antecedent revelation. Their faith was insensibly fortified and enlarged, and the Church was ultimately benefited by the conquests of its most inveterate enemies, 37. But whatever difference of opinion might subsist, the demons considered as the gods of antiquity, between the Orthodox, the Ebionites, and the Gnostics concerning the divinity or the obligation of the Mosaic law, they were all equally animated by the same exclusive zeal, and by the same abhorrence for idolatry which had distinguished the Jews from the other nations of the ancient world. The philosopher, who considered the system of polytheism as a composition of human fraud and error, could disguise a smile of contempt under the mask of devotion, without apprehending that either the mockery or the compliance would expose him to the resentment of any invisible, or, as he conceived them, imaginary powers. But the established religions of paganism were seen by the primitive Christians in a much more odious and formidable light. It was the universal sentiment both of the Church and of heretics that the demons were the authors, the patrons, and the objects of idolatry, 38. Those rebellious spirits who had been degraded from the rank of angels and cast down into the infernal pit were still permitted to roam upon earth, to torment the bodies, and to seduce the minds of sinful men. The demons soon discovered and abused the natural propensity of the human heart towards devotion, and artfully withdrawing the adoration of mankind from their Creator, they usurped the place and honors of the supreme deity by the success of their malicious contrivances. They at once gratified their own vanity and revenge, and obtained the only comfort of which they were yet susceptible, the hope of involving the human species in the participation of their guilt and misery. It was confessed, or at least it was imagined, that they had distributed among themselves the most important characters of polytheism: 1. Daemon assuming the name and attributes of Jupiter, another of Asclepius, a third of Venus, and a fourth perhaps of Apollo, 39, and that, by the advantage of their long experience and aerial nature, they were enabled to execute with sufficient skill and dignity the parts which they had undertaken. They lurked in the temples, instituted festivals and sacrifices, invented fables, pronounced oracles, and were frequently allowed to perform miracles. The Christians who, by the interposition of evil spirits, could so readily explain every preternatural appearance, were disposed and even desirous to admit the most extravagant fictions of the pagan mythology. But the belief of the Christian was accompanied with horror. The most trifling mark of respect to the national worship he considered as a direct homage yielded to the daemon, and as an act of rebellion against the majesty of God. In consequence of this opinion, it was the first abhorrence of the Christians for idolatry, but arduous duty of a Christian to preserve himself pure and undefiled by the practice of idolatry. The religion of the nations was not merely a speculative doctrine professed in the schools or preached in the temples. The innumerable deities and rites of polytheism were closely interwoven with every circumstance of business or pleasure, of public or of private life, and it seemed impossible to escape the observance of them, without, at the same time, renouncing the commerce of mankind, and all the offices and amusements of society. 40. The important ceremonies, transactions of peace and war were prepared or concluded by solemn sacrifices in which the magistrate, the senator, and the soldier were obliged to preside or to participate. 41. The public spectacles were an essential part of the cheerful devotion of the pagans, and the gods were supposed to accept as the most grateful offering the games that the prince and people celebrated in honor of their peculiar festivals. 42. The Christian, who with pious horror avoided the abomination of the circus or the theater, found himself encompassed with infernal snares in every convivial entertainment. As often as his friends, invoking the hospitable deities, poured out libations to each other's happiness. 43. When the bride, struggling with well-affected reluctance, was forced in hymeneal pomp over the threshold of her new habitation. 44. Or when the sad procession of the dead slowly moved towards the funeral pile. 45. The Christian, on these interesting occasions, was compelled to desert the persons who were the dearest to him, rather than contract the guilt inherent to those impious ceremonies. Every art and every trade that was arts, in the least concerned in the framing or adorning of idols, was polluted by the stain of idolatry. 46. A severe sentence, since it devoted to eternal misery the far greater part of the community, which is employed in the exercise of liberal or mechanic professions. If we cast our eyes over the numerous remains of antiquity, we shall perceive that besides the immediate representations of the gods and the holy instruments of their worship, the elegant forms and agreeable fictions consecrated by the imagination of the Greeks were introduced as the richest ornaments of the houses, the dress, and the furniture of the pagans. 47. Even the arts of music and painting, of eloquence and poetry, flowed from the same impure origin. In the style of the fathers, Apollo and the Muses were the organs of the infernal spirit. Homer and Virgil were the most eminent of his servants, and the beautiful mythology which pervades and animates the compositions of their genius is destined to celebrate the glory of the demons. Even the common language of Greece and Rome abounded with familiar but impious expressions, which the imprudent Christian might too carelessly utter or too patiently hear. 48. The dangerous temptations which on every festival's side lurked in ambush to surprise the unguarded believer assailed him with redoubled violence on the days of solemn festivals. So artfully were they framed and disposed throughout the year that superstition always wore the appearance of pleasure and often of virtue. 49. Some of the most sacred festivals in the Roman ritual were destined to salute the new kalends of January with vows of public and private felicity, to indulge the pious remembrance of the dead and living, to ascertain the inviolable bounds of property, to hail on the return of spring, the genial powers of fecundity, to perpetuate the two memorable eras of Rome, the foundation of the city and that of the Republic, and to restore, during the humane license of the Saturnalia, the primitive equality of mankind. CMt&x. Be conceived of the abhorrence of the Christians for such impious ceremonies by the scrupulous delicacy which they displayed on a much less alarming occasion. On days of general festivity, it was the custom of the ancients to adorn their doors with lamps and with branches of laurel, and to crown their heads with a garland of flowers. This innocent and elegant practice might perhaps have been tolerated as a mere civil institution, but it most unluckily happened that the doors were under the protection of the household gods, that the laurel was sacred to the lover of Daphne, and that garlands of flowers, though frequently worn as a symbol either of joy or mourning, had been dedicated in their first origin to the service of superstition. The trembling Christians, who were persuaded in this instance to comply with the fashion of their country and the commands of the magistrate, labored under the most gloomy apprehensions from the reproaches of their own conscience, the censures of the Church, and the denunciations of divine vengeance. 50. Such was the anxious diligence which was required zeal for Christianity, to guard the chastity of the gospel from the infectious breath of idolatry. The superstitious observances of public or private rites were carelessly practiced from education and habit by the followers of the established religion, but as often as they occurred, they afforded the Christians an opportunity of declaring and confirming their zealous opposition. By these frequent protestations, their attachment to the faith was continually fortified, and in proportion to the increase of zeal, they combated with the more ardor and success in the holy war which they had undertaken against the empire of the demons. The writings of Cicero 51 represent in the second cause the doctrine of the immortality of the soul among the philosophers most lively colors the ignorance, the errors, and the uncertainty of the ancient philosophers with regard to the immortality of the soul, when they are desirous of arming their disciples against the fear of death. They inculcate as an obvious, though melancholy position, that the fatal stroke of our dissolution releases us from the calamities of life, and that those can no longer suffer who no longer exist. Yet there were a few sages of Greece and Rome, who had conceived a more exalted and, in some respects, a juster idea of human nature, though it must be confessed that in the sublime inquiry, their reason had been often guided by their imagination, and that their imagination had been prompted by their vanity when they viewed with complacency the extent of their own mental powers when they exercised the various faculties of memory, of fancy, and of judgment in the most profound speculations, or the most important labors, and when they reflected on the desire of same, which transported them into future ages far beyond the bounds of death and of the grave, they were unwilling to confound themselves with the beasts of the field, or to suppose that a being for whose dignity they entertained the most sincere admiration could be limited to a spot of earth and to a few years of duration. With this favorable proposition, they summoned to their aid the science, or rather the language, of metaphysics. They soon discovered that as none of the properties of matter will apply to the operations of the mind, the human soul must consequently be a substance distinct from the body, pure, simple, and spiritual, incapable of dissolution, and susceptible of a much higher degree of virtue and happiness after the release from its corporeal prison. From these specious and noble principles, the philosophers who trod in the footsteps of Plato deduced a very unjustifiable conclusion, since they asserted not only the future immortality, but the past eternity of the human soul, which they were too apt to consider as a portion of the infinite and self-existing spirit which pervades and sustains the universe. 52. A doctrine thus removed beyond the senses and the experience of mankind might serve to amuse the leisure of a philosophic mind, or, in the silence of solitude, it might sometimes impart a ray of comfort to desponding virtue. But the faint impression which had been received in the schools was soon obliterated by the commerce and business of active life. We are sufficiently acquainted with the eminent persons who flourished in the age of Cicero and of the first Caesars, with their actions, their characters, and their motives, to be assured that their conduct in this life was never regulated by any serious conviction of the rewards or punishments of a future state. At the bar and in the Senate of Rome, the ablest orators were not apprehensive of giving offense to their hearers by exposing that doctrine as an idle and extravagant opinion, which was rejected with contempt by every man of a liberal education and understanding. 53. Since, therefore, the most sublime efforts of philosophy among the pagans of Greece and Rome can extend no farther than feebly to point out the desire, the hope, or, at most, the probability of a future state, there is nothing, except a divine revelation, that can ascertain the existence and describe the condition of the invisible country which is destined to receive the souls of men after their separation from the body. But we may perceive several defects inherent to the popular religions of Greece and Rome, which rendered them very unequal to so arduous a task. 1. The general system of their mythology was unsupported by any solid proofs, and the wisest among the pagans had already disclaimed its usurped authority. 2. The description of the infernal regions had been abandoned to the fancy of painters and of poets who peopled them with so many phantoms and monsters who dispensed their rewards and punishments with so little equity that a solemn truth, the most congenial to the human heart, was oppressed and disgraced by the absurd mixture of the wildest fictions. 54.3. The doctrine of a future state was scarcely considered among the devout polytheists of Greece and Rome as a fundamental article of faith. The providence of the gods as it related to public communities rather than to private individuals was principally displayed on the visible theater of the present world. The petitions which were offered on the altars of Jupiter or Apollo expressed the anxiety of their worshippers for temporal happiness and their ignorance or indifference concerning a future life. 55. The important truth of the immortality of the soul was inculcated with more diligence as well as success in India, in Assyria, in Egypt, and in Gaul, and since we cannot attribute such a difference among the barbarians to the superior knowledge of the barbarians, we must ascribe it to the influence of an established priesthood which employed the motives of virtue as the instrument of ambition. 56. We might naturally expect that a principle so among the Jews essential to religion would have been revealed in the clearest terms to the chosen people of Palestine, and that it might safely have been entrusted to the hereditary priesthood of Aaron. It is incumbent on us to adore the mysterious dispensations of Providence. 57. When we discover that the doctrine of the immortality of the soul is omitted in the law of Moses, it is darkly insinuated by the prophets, and during the long period which elapsed between the Egyptian and the Babylonian servitudes, the hopes as well as fears of the Jews appear to have been confined within the narrow compass of the present life. 58. After Cyrus had permitted the exiled nation to return into the promised land, and after Ezra had restored the ancient records of their religion, two celebrated sects, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, insensibly rose at Jerusalem. 59. The former, selected from the more opulent and distinguished ranks of society, were strictly attached to the literal sense of the Mosaic law, and they piously rejected the immortality of the soul as an opinion that received no countenance from the divine book, which they revered as the only rule of their faith. To the authority of Scripture the Pharisees added that of tradition, and they accepted, under the name of traditions, several speculative tenets from the philosophy or religion of the Eastern nations, the doctrines of fate or predestination, of angels and spirits, and of a future state of rewards and punishments were in the number of these new articles of belief, and as the Pharisees, by the austerity of their manners, had drawn into their party the body of the Jewish people, the immortality of the soul became the prevailing sentiment of the synagogue. Under the reign of the Asmonean princes and pontiffs, the temper of the Jews was incapable of contenting itself with such a cold and languid assent as might satisfy the mind of a polytheist, and as soon as they admitted the idea of a future state, they embraced it with the zeal which has always formed the characteristic of the nation. Their zeal, however, added nothing to its evidence or even probability, and it was still necessary that the doctrine of life and immortality, which had been dictated by nature, approved by reason, and received by superstition, should obtain the sanction of divine truth from the authority and example of Christ. When the promise of eternal happiness was among the Christians, proposed to mankind on condition of adopting the faith and of observing the precepts of the gospel, it is no wonder that so advantageous an offer should have been accepted by great numbers of every religion, of every rank, and of every province in the Roman Empire. The ancient Christians were animated by a contempt for their present existence, and by a just confidence of immortality of which the doubtful and imperfect faith of modern ages cannot give us any adequate notion. In the primitive church, the influence of truth was very powerfully strengthened approaching end of the world by an opinion which, however it may deserve respect for its usefulness and antiquity, has not been found agreeable to experience. It was universally believed that the end of the world and the kingdom of heaven were at hand. The near approach of this wonderful event had been predicted by the apostles. The tradition of it was preserved by their earliest disciples and those who understood in their literal sense the discourses of Christ himself were obliged to expect the second and glorious coming of the Son of Man in the clouds, before that generation was totally extinguished which had beheld his humble condition upon earth, and which might still be witness of the calamities of the Jews under Vespasian or Hadrian. The revolution of 17 centuries has instructed us not to press too closely the mysterious language of prophecy and revelation, but as long as, for wise purposes, this error was permitted to subsist in the Church, it was productive of the most salutary effects on the faith and practice of Christians who lived in the awful expectation of that moment when the globe itself and all the various race of mankind should tremble at the appearance of their divine Judge. 60. The ancient and popular doctrine of the millennium was intimately connected with the second coming of Christ. As the works of the creation had been finished in 6 days, their duration in their present state, according to a tradition which was attributed to the prophet Elijah, was fixed to 6,000 years. 61. By the same analogy, it was inferred that this long period of labor and contention, which was now almost elapsed 62, would be succeeded by a joyful Sabbath of 1,000 years, and that Christ, with the triumphant band of the saints and the elect who had escaped death, or who had been miraculously revived, would reign upon earth till the time appointed for the last and general resurrection. So pleasing was this hope to the mind of believers that the New Jerusalem, the seat of this blissful kingdom, was quickly adorned with all the gayest colors of the imagination, a felicity consisting only of pure and spiritual pleasure would have appeared too refined for its inhabitants, who were still supposed to possess their human nature and senses. A Garden of Eden, with the amusements of the pastoral life, was no longer suited to the advanced state of society which prevailed under the Roman Empire. A city was therefore erected of gold and precious stones, and a supernatural plenty of corn and wine was bestowed on the adjacent territory, in the free enjoyment of whose spontaneous productions the happy and benevolent people was never to be restrained by any jealous laws of exclusive property. 63. The assurance of such a millennium was carefully inculcated by a succession of fathers from Justin Martyr. 64. and Irenaeus, who conversed with the immediate disciples of the apostles, down to Lactantius, who was preceptor to the son of Constantine 65. Though it might not be universally received, it appears to have been the reigning sentiment of the Orthodox believers, and it seems so well adapted to the desires and apprehensions of mankind that it must have contributed in a very considerable degree to the progress of the Christian faith. But when the edifice of the church was almost completed, the temporary support was laid aside. The doctrine of Christ's reign upon earth was at first treated as a profound allegory, was considered by degrees as a doubtful and useless opinion, and was at length rejected as the absurd invention of heresy and fanaticism. 66. A mysterious prophecy, which still forms a part of the sacred canon, but which was thought to favor the exploded sentiment, has very narrowly escaped the proscription of the Church. 67. Whilst the happiness and glory of a temporal reign were promised to the disciples of Christ, conflagration of Rome and of the world, the most dreadful calamities were denounced against an unbelieving world. The edification of the New Jerusalem was to advance by equal steps with the destruction of the mystic Babylon, and as long as the emperors who reigned before Constantine persisted in the profession of idolatry, the epithet of Babylon was applied to the city and to the Empire of Rome. A regular series was prepared of all the moral and physical evils which can afflict a flourishing nation: intestine discord, and the invasion of the fiercest barbarians from the unknown regions of the north, pestilence and famine, comets and eclipses, earthquakes and inundations. 68. All these were only so many preparatory and alarming signs of the great catastrophe of Rome, when the country of the Scipios and Caesars should be consumed by a flame from heaven, and the city of the 7 hills with her palaces, her temples, and her triumphal arches should be buried in a vast lake of fire and brimstone. It might, however, afford some consolation to Roman vanity that the period of their empire would be that of the world itself, which, as it had once perished by the element of water, was destined to experience a second and speedy destruction from the element of fire, in the opinion of a general conflagration. The faith of the Christian very happily coincided with the tradition of the East, the philosophy of the Stoics, and the analogy of nature, and even the country, which from religious motives had been chosen for the origin and principal scene of the conflagration, was the best adapted for that purpose by natural and physical causes, by its deep caverns, beds of sulfur, and numerous volcanoes, of which those of Etna, of Vesuvius, and of Lipari exhibit a very imperfect representation. The calmest and most intrepid sceptic could not refuse to acknowledge that the destruction of the present system of the world by fire was in itself extremely probable. The Christian, who founded his belief much less on the fallacious arguments of reason than on the authority of tradition and the interpretation of Scripture, expected it with terror and confidence as a certain and approaching event, and as his mind was perpetually filled with the solemn idea, he considered every disaster that happened to the empire as an infallible symptom of an expiring world. 69. The condemnation of the wisest and most virtuous the pagans devoted to eternal punishment, of the pagans on account of their ignorance or disbelief of the divine truth seems to offend the reason and the humanity of the present age 70, but the primitive church, whose faith was of a much firmer consistence, delivered over without hesitation to eternal torture the far greater part of the human species. A charitable hope might perhaps be indulged in favor of Socrates or some other sages of antiquity who had consulted the light of reason before that of the gospel had arisen. 71. But it was unanimously affirmed that those who, since the birth or the death of Christ, had obstinately persisted in the worship of the demons neither deserved nor could expect a pardon from the irritated justice of the deity. These rigid sentiments, which had been unknown to the ancient world, appear to have infused a spirit of bitterness into a system of love and harmony. The ties of blood and friendship were frequently torn asunder by the difference of religious faith, and the Christians who, in this world, found themselves oppressed by the power of the pagans, were sometimes seduced by resentment and spiritual pride to delight in the prospect of their future triumph. "You are fond of spectacles," exclaims the stern Tertullian. "Expect the greatest of all spectacles, the last and eternal judgment of the universe. How shall I admire, how laugh, how rejoice, how exult, when I behold so many proud monarchs and fancied gods groaning in the lowest abyss of darkness, so many magistrates who persecuted the name of the Lord, liquefying in fiercer fires than they ever kindled against the Christians, so many sage philosophers blushing in red-hot flames with their deluded scholars, so many celebrated poets trembling before the tribunal, not of Minos, but of Christ, so many tragedians, more tuneful in the expression of their own sufferings, so many dancers. But the humanity of the reader will permit me to draw a veil over the rest of this infernal description, which the zealous African pursues in a long variety of affected and unfeeling witticisms. 72. Doubtless there were many among the primitive were often converted by their fears, Christians of a temper more suitable to the meekness and charity of their profession. There were many who felt a sincere compassion for the danger of their friends and countrymen, and who exerted the most benevolent zeal to save them from the impending destruction. The careless polytheist, assailed by new and unexpected terrors against which neither his priests nor his philosophers could afford him any certain protection, was very frequently terrified and subdued by the menace of eternal tortures. His fears might assist the progress of his faith and reason, and if he could once persuade himself to suspect that the Christian religion might possibly be true, it became an easy task to convince him that it was the safest and most prudent party that he could possibly embrace. The supernatural gifts, which even in this the third cause, miraculous powers of the primitive church, life were ascribed to the Christians above the rest of mankind, must have conduced to their own comfort, and very frequently to the conviction of infidels, besides the occasional prodigies which might sometimes be effected by the immediate interposition of the deity when he suspended the laws of nature for the service of religion. The Christian Church, from the time of the Apostles and their first disciples 73, has claimed an uninterrupted succession of miraculous powers. The gift of tongues of vision and of prophecy, the power of expelling demons, of healing the sick, and of raising the dead. The knowledge of foreign languages was frequently communicated to the contemporaries of Irenaeus, though Irenaeus himself was left to struggle with the difficulties of a barbarous dialect whilst he preached the gospel to the natives of Gaul. 74. The divine inspiration, whether it was conveyed in the form of a waking or of a sleeping vision, is described as a favor very liberally bestowed on all ranks of the faithful, on women as on elders, on boys as well as upon bishops, when their devout minds were sufficiently prepared by a course of prayer, of fasting, and of vigils to receive the extraordinary impulse. They were transported out of their senses and delivered in ecstasy what was inspired, being mere organs of the Holy Spirit, just as a pipe or flute is of him who blows into it. 75. We may add that the design of these visions was for the most part either to disclose the future history or to guide the present administration of the church. The expulsion of the demons from the bodies of those unhappy persons whom they had been permitted to torment was considered as a signal though ordinary triumph of religion, and is repeatedly alleged by the ancient apologists as the most convincing evidence of the truth of Christianity. The awful ceremony was usually performed in a public manner, and in the presence of a great number of spectators. The patient was relieved by the power or skill of the exorcist, and the vanquished demon was heard to confess that he was one of the fabled gods of antiquity who had impiously usurped the adoration of mankind. 76. But the miraculous cure of diseases of the most inveterate or even preternatural kind can no longer occasion any surprise when we recollect that in the days of Irenaeus, about the end of the 2nd century, the resurrection of the dead was very far from being esteemed an uncommon event, that the miracle was frequently performed on necessary occasions by great fasting and the joint supplication of the church of the place, and that the persons thus restored to their prayers had lived afterwards among them many years. 77. At such a period, when faith could boast of so many wonderful victories over death, it seems difficult to account for the skepticism of those philosophers who still rejected and derided the doctrine of the resurrection. A noble Grecian had rested on this important ground the whole controversy, and promised Theophilus, bishop of Antioch, that if he could be gratified with the sight of a single person who had been actually raised from the dead, he would immediately embrace the Christian religion. It is somewhat remarkable that the prelate of the First Eastern Church, however anxious for the conversion of his friend, thought proper to decline this fair and reasonable challenge. 78. The miracles of the primitive church, after their truth contested, obtaining the sanction of ages, have been lately attacked in a very free and ingenious inquiry. 79. Which, though it has met with the most favorable reception from the public, appears to have excited a general scandal among the divines of our own as well as of the other Protestant churches of Europe. 80. Our different sentiments on this subject will be much less influenced by any particular arguments than by our habits of study and reflection, and above all, by the degree of the evidence which we have accustomed ourselves to require for the proof of a miraculous event. The duty of an historian does not call upon him or perplexity in defining the miraculous period to interpose his private judgment in this nice and important controversy, but he ought not to dissemble the difficulty of adopting such a theory as may reconcile the interest of religion with that of reason, of making a proper application of that theory, and of defining with precision the limits of that happy period, exempt from error and from deceit, to which we might be disposed to extend the gift of supernatural powers, from the first of the fathers to the last of the popes, a succession of bishops, of saints, of martyrs, and of miracles is continued without interruption, and the progress of superstition was so gradual and almost imperceptible that we know not in what particular link we should break the chain of tradition. Every age bears testimony to the wonderful events by which it was distinguished, and its testimony appears no less weighty and respectable than that of the preceding generation, till we are insensibly led on to accuse our own inconsistency if in the 8th or in the 12th century we deny to the Venerable Bede or to the Holy Bernard the same degree of confidence which in the 2nd century we had so liberally granted to Justin or to Irenaeus 81. If the truth of any of those miracles is appreciated by their apparent use and propriety, every age had unbelievers to convince, heretics to confute, and idolatrous nations to convert, and sufficient motives might always be produced to justify the interposition of heaven. And yet, since every friend to revelation is persuaded of the reality, and every reasonable man is convinced of the cessation of miraculous powers, it is evident that there must have been some period in which they were either suddenly or gradually withdrawn from the Christian Church, whatever era is chosen. For that purpose, the death of the apostles, the conversion of the Roman Empire, or the extinction of the Arian heresy AD 2, the insensibility of the Christians who lived at that time will equally afford a just matter of surprise. They still supported their pretensions after they had lost their power. Credulity performed the office of faith. Fanaticism was permitted to assume the language of inspiration, and the effects of accident or contrivance were ascribed to supernatural causes. The recent experience of genuine miracles should have instructed the Christian world in the ways of providence, and habituated their eye, if we may use a very inadequate expression, to the style of the divine artist. Should the most skillful painter of modern Italy presume to decorate his feeble imitations with the name of Raphael or of Correggio, the insolent fraud would be soon discovered and indignantly rejected. Whatever opinion may be entertained of the use of the primitive miracles of the primitive church since the time of the apostles, this unresisting softness of temper, so conspicuous among the believers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, proved of some accidental benefit to the cause of truth and religion. In modern times, a latent and even involuntary skepticism adheres to the most pious dispositions. Their admission of supernatural truths is much less an active consent than a cold and passive acquiescence, accustomed long since to observe and to respect the invariable order of nature. Our reason, or at least our imagination, is not sufficiently prepared to sustain the visible action of the deity, but in the first ages of Christianity, the situation of mankind was extremely different. The most curious, or the most credulous, among the pagans were often persuaded to enter into a society which asserted an actual claim of miraculous powers. The primitive Christians perpetually trod on mystic ground, and their minds were exercised by the habits of believing the most extraordinary events. They felt, or they fancied, that on every side they were incessantly assaulted by demons, comforted by visions, instructed by prophecy, and surprisingly delivered from danger, sickness, and from death itself by the supplications of the Church. The real or imaginary prodigies of which they so frequently conceived themselves to be the objects, the instruments, or the spectators, very happily disposed them to adopt with the same ease, but with far greater justice, the authentic wonders of the evangelic history, and thus miracles that exceeded not the measure of their own experience, inspired them with the most lively assurance of mysteries which were acknowledged to surpass the limits of their understanding. It is this deep impression of supernatural truths which has been so much celebrated under the name of faith, a state of mind described as the surest pledge of the divine favor and of future felicity, and recommended as the first or perhaps the only merit of a Christian. According to the more rigid doctors, the moral virtues, which may be equally practiced by infidels, are destitute of any value or efficacy in the work of our justification. But the primitive Christian demonstrated the fourth cause, virtues of the first Christians, his faith by his virtues, and it was very justly supposed that the divine persuasion which enlightened or subdued the understanding must at the same time purify the heart and direct the actions of the believer. The first apologists of Christianity who justify the innocence of their brethren, and the writers of a later period who celebrate the sanctity of their ancestors, display in the most lively colors the reformation of manners which was introduced into the world by the preaching of the gospel. As it is my intention to remark only such human causes as were permitted to second the influence of revelation, I shall slightly mention two motives which might naturally render the lives of the primitive Christians much purer and more austere than those of their pagan contemporaries or their degenerate successors, repentance for their past sins, and the laudable desires who, as soon as they were touched by a sense of remorse, were easily persuaded to wash away in the water of baptism the guilt of their past conduct, for which the temples of the gods refused to grant them any expiation. But this reproach, when it is cleared from misrepresentation, contributes as much to the honor as it did to the increase of the Church. 83. The friends of Christianity may acknowledge without a blush that many of the most eminent saints had been before their baptism the most abandoned sinners. Those persons who in the world had followed, though in an imperfect manner, the dictates of benevolence and propriety, derived such a calm satisfaction from the opinion of their own rectitude as rendered them much less susceptible of the sudden emotions of shame, of grief, and of terror, which have given birth to so many wonderful conversions. After the example of their divine master, the missionaries of the gospel disdain not the society of men, and especially of women, oppressed by the consciousness, and very often by the effects of their vices, as they emerged from sin and superstition to the glorious hope of immortality. They resolved to devote themselves to a life not only of virtue but of penitence. The desire of perfection became the ruling passion of their soul, and it is well known that while reason embraces a cold mediocrity, our passions hurry us with rapid violence over the space which lies between the most opposite extremes. When the new converts had been enrolled in care of their reputation, the number of the faithful, and were admitted to the sacraments of the Church, they found themselves restrained from relapsing into their past disorders by another consideration of a less spiritual, but of a very innocent and respectable nature. Any particular society that has departed from the great body of the nation, or the religion to which it belonged, immediately becomes the object of universal as well as invidious observation. In proportion to the smallness of its numbers, the character of the society may be affected by the virtue and vices of the persons who compose it, and every member is engaged to watch with the most vigilant attention over his own behavior, and over that of his brethren, since, as he must expect to incur a part of the common disgrace, he may hope to enjoy a share of the common reputation. When the Christians of Bithynia were brought before the tribunal of the younger Pliny, they assured the proconsul that, far from being engaged in any unlawful conspiracy, they were bound by a solemn obligation to abstain from the commission of those crimes which disturb the private or public peace of society, from theft, robbery, adultery, perjury, and fraud. 84. Near a century afterwards, Tertullian, with an honest pride, could boast that very few Christians had suffered by the hand of the executioner except on account of their religion. 85. Their serious and sequestered life, averse to the gay luxury of the age, inured them to chastity, temperance, economy, and all the sober and domestic virtues. As the greater number were of some trade or profession, it was incumbent on them, by the strictest integrity and the fairest dealing, to remove the suspicions which the profane are too apt to conceive against the appearances of sanctity. The contempt of the world exercised them in the habits of humility, meekness, and patience. The more they were persecuted, the more closely they adhered to each other. Their mutual charity and unsuspecting confidence has been remarked by infidels and was too often abused by perfidious friends. 86. It is a very honorable circumstance for the morality of the fathers, morals of the primitive Christians, that even their faults, or rather errors, were derived from an excess of virtue. The bishops and doctors of the Church, whose evidence attests and whose authority might influence the professions, the principles, and even the practice of their contemporaries, had studied the Scriptures with less skill than devotion, and they often received, in the most literal sense, those rigid precepts of Christ and the Apostles to which the prudence of succeeding commentators has applied a looser and more figurative mode of interpretation. Ambitious to exalt the perfection of the gospel above the wisdom of philosophy, the zealous fathers have carried the duties of self-mortification, of purity, and of patience to a height which it is scarcely possible to attain, and much less to preserve in our present state of weakness and corruption. A doctrine so extraordinary and so sublime must inevitably command the veneration of the people, but it was ill calculated to obtain the suffrage of those worldly philosophers who, in the conduct of this transitory life, consult only the feelings of nature and the interest of society. 87. There are two very natural propensities which principles of human nature we may distinguish in the most virtuous and liberal dispositions, the love of pleasure and the love of action. If the former is refined by art and learning, improved by the charms of social intercourse, and corrected by a just regard to economy, to health, and to reputation, it is productive of the greatest part of the happiness of private life. The love of action is a principle of a much stronger and more doubtful nature. It often leads to anger, to ambition, and to revenge, but when it is guided by the sense of propriety and benevolence, it becomes the parent of every virtue. And if those virtues are accompanied with equal abilities, a family, a state, or an empire may be indebted for their safety and prosperity to the undaunted courage of a single man. To the love of pleasure we may therefore ascribe most of the agreeable. To the love of action we may attribute most of the useful and respectable qualifications. The character in which both the one and the other should be united and harmonized would seem to constitute the most perfect idea of human nature. The insensible and inactive disposition, which should be supposed alike destitute of both, would be rejected by the common consent of mankind as utterly incapable of procuring any happiness to the individual or any public benefit to the world. But it was not in this world that the primitive Christians were desirous of making themselves either agreeable or useful. The acquisition of knowledge, the exercise of the primitive Christians condemn pleasure and luxury, or reason or fancy, and the cheerful flow of unguarded conversation may employ the leisure of a liberal mind. Such amusements, however, were rejected with abhorrence, or admitted with the utmost caution by the severity of the fathers, who despised all knowledge that was not useful to salvation, and who considered all levity of discourse as a criminal abuse of the gift of speech. In our present state of existence, the body is so inseparably connected with the soul that it seems to be our interest to taste with innocence and moderation the enjoyments of which that faithful companion is susceptible. Very different was the reasoning of our devout predecessors, vainly aspiring to imitate the perfection of angels. They disdained, or they affected to disdain, every earthly and corporeal delight. 88. Some of our senses indeed are necessary for our preservation, others for our subsistence, and others again for our information, and thus far it was impossible to reject the use of them. The first sensation of pleasure was marked as the first moment of their abuse. The unfeeling candidate for heaven was instructed not only to resist the grosser allurements of the taste or smell, but even to shut his ears against the profane harmony of sounds, and to view with indifference the most finished productions of human art. Gay apparel, magnificent houses, and elegant furniture were supposed to unite the double guilt of pride and of sensuality. A simple and mortified appearance was more suitable to the Christian who was certain of his sins and doubtful of his salvation. In their censures of luxury, the fathers are extremely minute and circumstantial. 89. And among the various articles which excite their pious indignation, we may enumerate false hair, garments of any color except white, instruments of music, vases of gold or silver, downy pillows as Jacob reposed his head on a stone, white bread, foreign wines, public salutations, the use of warm baths, and the practice of shaving the beard, which, according to the expression of Tertullian, is a lie against our own faces and an impious attempt to improve the works of the Creator. 90. When Christianity was introduced among the rich and the polite, the observation of these singular laws was left, as it would be at present, to the few who were ambitious of superior sanctity. But it is always easy, as well as agreeable for the inferior ranks of mankind, to claim a merit from the contempt of that pomp and pleasure which fortune has placed beyond their reach. The virtue of the primitive Christians, like that of the first Romans, was very frequently guarded by poverty and ignorance. The chaste severity of the fathers in whatever their sentiments concerning marriage and chastity related to the commerce of the two sexes flowed from the same principle, their abhorrence of every enjoyment which might gratify the sensual and degrade the spiritual nature of man. It was their favorite opinion that if Adam had preserved his obedience to the Creator, he would have lived forever in a state of virgin purity, and that some harmless mode of vegetation might have peopled paradise with a race of innocent and immortal beings. 91. The use of marriage was permitted only to his fallen posterity as a necessary expedient to continue the human species, and as a restraint, however imperfect, on the natural licentiousness of desire. The hesitation of the orthodox casuists on this interesting subject betrays the perplexity of men unwilling to approve an institution which they were compelled to tolerate. 92. The enumeration of the very whimsical laws which they most circumstantially imposed on the marriage bed would force a smile from the young and a blush from the fair. It was their unanimous sentiment that a first marriage was adequate to all the purposes of nature and of society. The sensual connection was refined into a resemblance of the mystic union of Christ with his church, and was pronounced to be indissoluble either by divorce or by death. The practice of second nuptials was branded with the name of illegal adultery, and the persons who were guilty of so scandalous an offense against Christian purity were soon excluded from the honors and even from the alms of the Church. 93. Since desire was imputed as a crime, and marriage was tolerated as a defect, it was consistent with the same principles to consider a state of celibacy as the nearest approach to the divine perfection. It was with the utmost difficulty that ancient Rome could support the institution of 6 Vestals. 94. But the primitive church was filled with a great number of persons of either sex who had devoted themselves to the profession of perpetual chastity. 95. A few of these, among whom we may reckon the learned Origen, judged it the most prudent to disarm the temper. 96. Some were insensible and some were invincible against the assaults of the flesh, disdaining an ignominious flight. The virgins of the warm climate of Africa encountered the enemy in the closest engagement. They permitted priests and deacons to share their bed, and gloried amidst the flames in their unsullied purity, but insulted nature sometimes vindicated her rights, and this new species of martyrdom served only to introduce a new scandal into the Church. 97. Among the Christian ascetics, however, a name which they soon acquired from their painful exercise, many, as they were less presumptuous, were probably more successful. The loss of sensual pleasure was supplied and compensated by spiritual pride. Even the multitude of pagans were inclined to estimate the merit of the sacrifice by its apparent difficulty, and it was in the praise of these chaste spouses of Christ that the fathers have poured forth the troubled stream of their eloquence. 98. Such are the early traces of monastic principles and institutions, which in a subsequent age have counterbalanced all the temporal advantages of Christianity. 99. The Christians were not less averse to the business than to the pleasures of this world. The defense of our persons and property, they knew their aversion to the business of war and government, not how to reconcile with the patient doctrine which enjoined an unlimited forgiveness of past injuries, and commanded them to invite the repetition of fresh insults. Their simplicity was offended by the use of oaths, by the pomp of magistracy, and by the active contention of public life, nor could their humane ignorance be convinced that it was lawful on any occasion to shed the blood of our fellow creatures either by the sword of justice or by that of war, even though their criminal or hostile attempts should threaten the peace and safety of the whole community. 100. It was acknowledged that under a less perfect law, the powers of the Jewish constitution had been exercised with the approbation of heaven, by inspired prophets and by anointed kings. The Christians felt and confessed that such institutions might be necessary for the present system of the world, and they cheerfully submitted to the authority of their pagan governors. But while they inculcated the maxims of passive obedience, they refused to take any active part in the civil administration or the military defense of the empire. Some indulgence might perhaps be allowed to those persons who, before their conversion, were already engaged in such violent and sanguinary occupations. 101. But it was impossible that the Christians, without renouncing a more sacred duty, could assume the character of soldiers, of magistrates, or of princes. 102. This indolent, or even criminal disregard to the public welfare exposed them to the contempt and reproaches of the pagans, who very frequently asked what must be the fate of the empire attacked on every side by the barbarians if all mankind should adopt the pusillanimous sentiments of the new sect. 103. To this insulting question the Christian apologists returned obscure and ambiguous answers, as they were unwilling to reveal the secret cause of their security, the expectation that, before the conversion of mankind was accomplished, war, government, the Roman Empire, and the world itself would be no more. It may be observed that in this instance likewise the situation of the first Christians coincided very happily with their religious scruples, and that their aversion to an active life contributed rather to excuse them from the service than to exclude them from the honors of the state and army. But the human character, however it may be exalted or depressed by a temporary enthusiasm, will return by degrees to its proper. And the fifth cause, the Christians active in the government of the Church natural level, and will resume those passions that seem the most adapted to its present condition. The primitive Christians were dead to the business and pleasures of the world, but their love of action, which could never be entirely extinguished, soon revived and found a new occupation in the government of the Church. A separate society which attacked the established religion of the empire was obliged to adopt some form of internal policy, and to appoint a sufficient number of ministers entrusted not only with the spiritual functions, but even with the temporal direction of the Christian commonwealth. The safety of that society, its honor, its aggrandizement, were productive, even in the most pious minds, of a spirit of patriotism, such as the first of the Romans had felt for the Republic, and sometimes of a similar indifference in the use of whatever means might probably conduce to so desirable an end, the ambition of raising themselves or their friends to the honors and offices of the Church was disguised by the laudable intention of devoting to the public benefit the power and consideration which for that purpose only it became their duty to solicit. In the exercise of their functions, they were frequently called upon to detect the errors of heresy or the arts of faction, to oppose the designs of perfidious brethren, to stigmatize their characters with deserved infamy, and to expel them from the bosom of a society whose peace and happiness they had attempted to disturb. The ecclesiastical governors of the Christians were taught to unite the wisdom of the serpent with the innocence of the dove, but as the former was refined, so the latter was insensibly corrupted by the habits of government. In the Church as well as in the world, the persons who were placed in any public station rendered themselves considerable by their eloquence and firmness, by their knowledge of mankind, and by their dexterity in business, and while they concealed from others, and perhaps from themselves, the secret motives of their conduct, they too frequently relapsed into all the turbulent passions of active life, which were tinctured with an additional degree of bitterness and obstinacy from the infusion of spiritual zeal. The government of the Church has often been its primitive freedom and equality, the subject as well as the prize of religious contention. The hostile disputants of Rome, of Paris, of Oxford, and of Geneva have alike struggled to reduce the primitive and apostolic model 104 to the respective standards of their own policy. The few who have pursued this inquiry with more candor and impartiality are of opinion 105. That the apostles declined the office of legislation, and rather chose to endure some partial scandals and divisions, than to exclude the Christians of a future age from the liberty of varying their forms of ecclesiastical government according to the changes of times and circumstances. The scheme of policy which under their approbation was adopted for the use of the 1st century may be discovered from the practice of Jerusalem, of Ephesus, or of Corinth. The societies which were instituted in the cities of the Roman Empire were united only by the ties of faith and charity. Independence and equality formed the basis of their internal constitution. The want of discipline and human learning was supplied by the occasional assistance of the prophets. 106 who were called to that function without distinction of age, of sex, or of natural abilities, and who, as often as they felt the divine impulse, poured forth the effusions of the Spirit in the assembly of the faithful. But these extraordinary gifts were frequently abused or misapplied by the prophetic teachers. They displayed them at an improper season, presumptuously disturbed the service of the assembly, and by their pride or mistaken zeal they introduced, particularly into the apostolic church of Corinth, a long and melancholy train of disorders. 107. As the institution of prophets became useless and even pernicious, their powers were withdrawn, and their office abolished. The public functions of religion were solely entrusted to the established ministers of the church, the bishops and the presbyters, two appellations which in their first origin appear to have distinguished the same office and the same order of persons. The name of presbyter was expressive of their age, or rather of their gravity and wisdom. The title of bishop denoted their inspection over the faith and manners of the Christians who were committed to their pastoral care. In proportion to the respective numbers of the faithful, a larger or smaller number of these episcopal presbyters guided each infant congregation with equal authority and with united counsels. 108. But the most perfect equality of freedom requires institution of bishops as presidents of the College of Presbyters, the directing hand of a superior magistrate, and the order of public deliberations soon introduces the office of a president, invested at least with the authority of collecting the sentiments and of executing the resolutions of the assembly. A regard for the public tranquility, which would so frequently have been interrupted by annual or by occasional elections, induced the primitive Christians to constitute an honorable and perpetual magistracy, and to choose one of the wisest and most holy among their presbyters to execute, during his life, the duties of their ecclesiastical governor. It was under these circumstances that the lofty title of bishop began to raise itself above the humble appellation of presbyter, and while the latter remained the most natural distinction for the members of every Christian senate, the former was appropriated to the dignity of its new president. 109. The advantages of this episcopal form of government, which appears to have been introduced before the end of the 1st century 110, were so obvious and so important for the future greatness as well as the present peace of Christianity, that it was adopted without delay by all the societies which were already scattered over the Empire had acquired in a very early period the sanction of antiquity 111, and is still revered by the most powerful churches, both of the East and of the West, as a primitive and even as a divine establishment. 112. It is needless to observe that the pious and humble presbyters who were first dignified with the episcopal title could not possess, and would probably have rejected, the power and pomp which now encircles the tiara of the Roman pontiff or the mitre of a German prelate. But we may define, in a few words, the narrow limits of their original jurisdiction, which was chiefly of a spiritual, though in some instances of a temporal, nature. 113. It consisted in the administration of the sacraments and discipline of the Church, the superintendency of religious ceremonies, which imperceptibly increased in number and variety, the consecration of ecclesiastical ministers to whom the bishop assigned their respective functions, the management of the public fund, and the determination of all such differences as the faithful were unwilling to expose before the tribunal of an idolatrous judge. These powers, during a short period, were exercised according to the advice of the Presbyteral College and with the consent and approbation of the Assembly of Christians. The primitive bishops were considered only as the first of their equals and the honorable servants of a free people. Whenever the episcopal chair became vacant by death, a new president was chosen among the presbyters by the suffrage of the whole congregation, every member of which supposed himself invested with a sacred and sacerdotal character. 114. Such was the mild and equal constitution by provincial councils, which the Christians were governed more than 100 years after the death of the apostles. Every society formed within itself a separate and independent republic, and although the most distant of these little states maintained a mutual as well as friendly intercourse of letters and deputations, the Christian world was not yet connected by any supreme authority or legislative assembly. As the numbers of the faithful were gradually multiplied, they discovered the advantages that might result from a closer union of their interest and designs. Towards the end of the 2nd century, the churches of Greece and Asia adopted the useful institutions of provincial synods, and they may justly be supposed to have borrowed the model of a representative council from the celebrated examples of their own country, the Amphictyons, the Aegean League, or the assemblies of the Ionian cities. It was soon established as a custom and as a law that the bishops of the independent churches should meet in the capital of the province at the stated periods of spring and autumn. Their deliberations were assisted by the advice of a few distinguished presbyters and moderated by the presence of a listening multitude. 115. Their decrees, which were styled canons, regulated every important controversy of faith and discipline, and it was natural to believe that a liberal effusion of the Holy Spirit would be poured on the united assembly of the delegates of the Christian people. The institution of synods was so well suited to private ambition and to public interest that in the space of a few years it was received throughout the whole empire. A regular correspondence union of the Church was established between the provincial councils, which mutually communicated and approved their respective proceedings, and the Catholic Church soon assumed the form and acquired the strength of a great soderative republic. 116. As the legislative authority of the particular progress of episcopal authority, churches was insensibly superseded by the use of councils. The bishops obtained by their alliance a much larger share of executive and arbitrary power, and as soon as they were connected by a sense of their common interest, they were enabled to attack with united vigor the original rights of their clergy and people. The prelates of the 3rd century imperceptibly changed the language of exhortation into that of command, scattered the seeds of future usurpations, and supplied by scripture allegories and declamatory rhetoric their deficiency of force and of reason. They exalted the unity and power of the Church as it was represented in the episcopal office, of which every bishop enjoyed an equal and undivided portion. 117. Princes and magistrates, it was often repeated, might boast an earthly claim to a transitory dominion. It was the episcopal authority alone which was derived from the deity and extended itself over this and over another world. The bishops were the vicegerents of Christ, the successors of the apostles, and the mystic substitutes of the high priest of the Mosaic law. Their exclusive privilege of conferring the sacerdotal character invaded the freedom both of clerical and of popular elections, and if in the administration of the Church they still consulted the judgment of the presbyters or the inclination of the people, they most carefully inculcated the merit of such a voluntary condescension. The bishops acknowledged the supreme authority which resided in the assembly of their brethren, but in the government of his peculiar diocese, each of them exacted from his flock the same implicit obedience as if that favorite metaphor had been literally just, and as if the shepherd had been of a more exalted nature than that of his sheep. 118. This obedience, however, was not imposed without some efforts on one side and some resistance on the other. The democratical part of the Constitution was in many places very warmly supported by the zealous or interested opposition of the inferior clergy, but their patriotism received the ignominious epithets of faction and schism, and the episcopal cause was indebted for its rapid progress to the labors of many active prelates who, like Cyprian of Carthage, could reconcile the arts of the most ambitious statesmen with the Christian virtues which seem adapted to the character of a saint and martyr. 119. The same causes which at first had destroyed preeminence of the metropolitan churches, the equality of the presbyters introduced among the bishops a preeminence of rank, and from thence a superiority of jurisdiction. As often as in the spring and autumn they met in provincial synod, the difference of personal merit and reputation was very sensibly felt among the members of the assembly, and the multitude was governed by the wisdom and eloquence of the few. But the order of public proceedings required a more regular and less invidious distinction. The office of perpetual presidents in the councils of each province was conferred on the bishops of the principal city, and these aspiring prelates, who soon acquired the lofty titles of metropolitans and primates, secretly prepared themselves to usurp over their episcopal brethren the same authority which the bishops had so lately assumed above the college of presbyters. 120. Nor was it long before an emulation of preeminence and power prevailed among the metropolitans themselves, each of them affecting to display in the most pompous terms the temporal honors and advantages of the city over which he presided, the numbers and opulence of the Christians who were subject to their pastoral care, the saints and martyrs who had arisen among them, and the purity with which they preserved the tradition of the faith as it had been transmitted through a series of orthodox bishops from the apostle or the apostolic disciple, to whom the foundation of their church was ascribed. 121. From every cause, either of a civil or of an ecclesiastical nature, it was easy to foresee that Rome must enjoy the respect and would soon claim the obedience of the provinces. The Society of the Faithful ambition of the Roman pontiff bore a just proportion to the capital of the empire, and the Roman Church was the greatest, the most numerous, and in regard to the West, the most ancient of all the Christian establishments, many of which had received their religion from the pious labors of her missionaries, instead of one apostolic founder, the utmost boast of Antioch, of Ephesus, or of Corinth. The banks of the Tiber were supposed to have been honored with the preaching and martyrdom of the two most eminent among the apostles 122, and the bishops of Rome very prudently claimed the inheritance of whatsoever prerogatives were attributed either to the person or to the office of St. Peter 123. The bishops of Italy and of the provinces were disposed to allow them a primacy of order and association, such was their very accurate expression, in the Christian aristocracy 124. But the power of a monarch was rejected with abhorrence, and the aspiring genius of Rome experienced from the nations of Asia and Africa a more vigorous resistance to her spiritual than she had formerly done to her temporal dominion. The patriotic Cyprian, who ruled with the most absolute sway the Church of Carthage and the provincial synods, opposed with resolution and success the ambition of the Roman pontiff, artfully connected his own cause with that of the Eastern bishops, and like Hannibal sought out new allies in the heart of Asia 125. If this Punic War was carried on without any effusion of blood, it was owing much less to the moderation than to the weakness of the contending prelates. Invectives and excommunications were their only weapons, and these, during the progress of the whole controversy, they hurled against each other with equal fury and devotion. The hard necessity of censuring either a pope or a saint and martyr distresses the modern Catholics whenever they are obliged to relate the particulars of a dispute in which the champions of religion indulged such passions as seem much more adapted to the Senate or to the Camp 126. The progress of the ecclesiastical authority, laity, and clergy gave birth to the memorable distinction of the laity and of the clergy, which had been unknown to the Greeks and Romans 127. The former of these appellations comprehended the body of the Christian people, the latter, according to the signification of the word, was appropriated to the chosen portion that had been set apart for the service of religion, a celebrated order of men which has furnished the most important, though not always the most edifying, subjects for modern history. Their mutual hostilities sometimes disturbed the peace of the infant church, but their zeal and activity were united in the common cause, and the love of power, which under the most artful disguises could insinuate itself into the breasts of bishops and martyrs, animated them to increase the number of their subjects and to enlarge the limits of the Christian empire. They were destitute of any temporal force, and they were for a long time discouraged and oppressed rather than assisted by the civil magistrate. But they had acquired, and they employed within their own society, the two most efficacious instruments of government, rewards and punishments, the former derived from the pious liberality, the latter from the devout apprehensions of the faithful. 1. The community of goods which had so oblations and revenue of the church, agreeably amused the imagination of Plato 128, and which subsisted in some degree among the austere sect of the Essenians 129, was adopted for a short time in the primitive church. The fervor of the first proselytes prompted them to sell those worldly possessions which they despised, to lay the price of them at the feet of the apostles, and to content themselves with receiving an equal share out of the general distribution. 130. The progress of the Christian religion relaxed and gradually abolished this generous institution, which, in hands less pure than those of the apostles, would too soon have been corrupted and abused by the returning selfishness of human nature, and the converts who embraced the new religion were permitted to retain the possession of their patrimony, to receive legacies and inheritances, and to increase their separate property by all the lawful means of trade and industry, instead of an absolute sacrifice. A moderate proportion was accepted by the ministers of the gospel, and in their weekly or monthly assemblies every believer, according to the exigency of the occasion and the measure of his wealth and piety, presented his voluntary offering for the use of the common fund. 131. Nothing, however inconsiderable, was refused, but it was diligently inculcated that in the article of tithes, the Mosaic law was still of divine obligation, and that since the Jews under a less perfect discipline had been commanded to pay a tenth part of all that they possessed, it would become the disciples of Christ to distinguish themselves by a superior degree of liberality. 132. And to acquire some merit by resigning a superfluous treasure, which must so soon be annihilated with the world itself. 133. It is almost unnecessary to observe that the revenue of each particular church, which was of so uncertain and fluctuating a nature, must have varied with the poverty or the opulence of the faithful as they were dispersed in obscure villages or collected in the great cities of the empire. In the time of the Emperor Decius, it was the opinion of the magistrates that the Christians of Rome were possessed of very considerable wealth, that vessels of gold and silver were used in their religious worship, and that many among their proselytes had sold their lands and houses to increase the public riches of the sect at the expense, indeed, of their unfortunate children, who found themselves beggars because their parents had been saints. 134. We should listen with distrust to the suspicions of strangers and enemies. On this occasion, however, they receive a very specious and probable color from the two following circumstances, the only ones that have reached our knowledge, which define any precise sums or convey any distinct idea. Almost at the same period, the Bishop of Carthage, from a society less opulent than that of Rome, collected 100,000 sesterces, above £850 on a sudden call of charity to redeem the brethren of Numidia who had been carried away captives by the barbarians of the desert. 135. About 100 years before the reign of Decius, the Roman Church had received, in a single donation, the sum of 200,000 sesterces from a stranger of Pontus who proposed to fix his residence in the capital. 136. These oblations, for the most part, were made in money, nor Was the society of Christians either desirous or capable of acquiring, to any considerable degree, the encumbrance of landed property? It had been provided by several laws which were enacted with the same design as our statutes of mortmain, that no real estates should be given or bequeathed to any corporate body without either a special privilege or a particular dispensation from the Emperor or from the Senate. 137, who were seldom disposed to grant them in favor of a sect, at first the object of their contempt, and at last of their fears and jealousy. A transaction, however, is related under the reign of Alexander Severus, which discovers that the restraint was sometimes eluded or suspended, and that the Christians were permitted to claim and to possess lands within the limits of Rome itself. 138. The progress of Christianity and the civil confusion of the empire contributed to relax the severity of the laws, and before the close of the 3rd century many considerable estates were bestowed on the opulent churches of Rome, Milan, Carthage, Antioch, Alexandria, and the other great cities of Italy and the provinces. The bishop was the natural steward of the distribution of the revenue. Church, the public stock was entrusted to his care without account or control. The presbyters were confined to their spiritual functions, and the more dependent order of deacons was solely employed in the management and distribution of the ecclesiastical revenue. 139. If we may give credit to the vehement declamations of Cyprian, there were too many among his African brethren who, in the execution of their charge, violated every precept, not only of evangelic perfection, but even of moral virtue. By some of these unfaithful stewards the riches of the church were lavished in sensual pleasures, by others they were perverted to the purposes of private gain, of fraudulent purchases, and of rapacious usury. 140. But as long as the contributions of the Christian people were free and unconstrained, the abuse of their confidence could not be very frequent, and the general uses to which their liberality was applied reflected honor on the religious society. A decent portion was reserved for the maintenance of the bishop and his clergy. A sufficient sum was allotted for the expenses of the public worship, of which the feasts of love, the agapao, as they were called, constituted a very pleasing part. The whole remainder was the sacred patrimony of the poor. According to the discretion of the bishop, it was distributed to support widows and orphans, the lame, the sick, and the aged of the community, to comfort strangers and pilgrims, and to alleviate the misfortunes of prisoners and captives, more especially when their sufferings had been occasioned by their firm attachment to the cause of religion. 141. A generous intercourse of charity united the most distant provinces, and the smaller congregations were cheerfully assisted by the alms of their more opulent brethren. 142. Such an institution, which paid less regard to the merit than to the distress of the object, very materially conduced to the progress of Christianity. The pagans, who were actuated by a sense of humanity, while they derided the doctrines, acknowledged the benevolence of the new sect. 143. The the prospect of immediate relief and of future protection allured into its hospitable bosom many of those unhappy persons whom the neglect of the world would have abandoned to the miseries of want, of sickness, and of old age. There is some reason likewise to believe that great numbers of infants who, according to the inhuman practice of the times, had been exposed by their parents, were frequently rescued from death, baptized, educated, and maintained by the piety of the Christians and at the expense of the public treasure. 144. Why? It is the undoubted right of every society to exclude from its communion and benefits such among its members as reject or violate those excommunication regulations which have been established by general consent. In the exercise of this power, the censures of the Christian Church were chiefly directed against scandalous sinners, and particularly those who were guilty of murder, of fraud, or of incontinence, against the authors or the followers of any heretical opinions which had been condemned by the judgment of the episcopal order, and against those unhappy persons who, whether from choice or from compulsion, had polluted themselves after their baptism by any act of idolatrous worship. The consequences of excommunication were of a temporal as well as a spiritual nature. The Christian against whom it was pronounced was deprived of any part in the oblations of the faithful. The ties, both of religious and of private friendship, were dissolved. He found himself a profane object of abhorrence to the persons whom he the most esteemed, or by whom he had been the most tenderly beloved, and as far as an expulsion from a respectable society could imprint on his character a mark of disgrace, he was shunned or suspected by the generality of mankind. The situation of these unfortunate exiles was in itself very painful and melancholy, but as it usually happens, their apprehensions far exceeded their sufferings. The benefits of the Christian communion were those of eternal life, nor could they erase from their minds the awful opinion that to those ecclesiastical governors by whom they were condemned, the deity had committed the keys of hell and of paradise. The heretics, indeed, who might be supported by the consciousness of their intentions and by the flattering hope that they alone had discovered the true path of salvation, endeavored to regain, in their separate assemblies, those comforts, temporal as well as spiritual, which they no longer derived from the great society of Christians. But almost all those who had reluctantly yielded to the power of vice or idolatry were sensible of their fallen condition, and anxiously desirous of being restored to the benefits of the Christian communion. With regard to the treatment of these penitents, two opposite opinions, the one of justice, the other of mercy, divided the primitive church. The more rigid and inflexible casuists refused them forever, and without exception, the meanest place in the holy community, which they had disgraced or deserted, and leaving them to the remorse of a guilty conscience, indulged them only with a faint ray of hope that the contrition of their life and death might possibly be accepted by the Supreme Being. 145. A milder sentiment was embraced in practice as well as in theory by the purest and most respectable of the Christian churches. 146. The gates of reconciliation and of heaven were seldom shut against the returning penitent, but a severe and solemn form of discipline was instituted, which, while it served to expiate his crime might powerfully deter the spectators from the imitation of his example. Humbled by a public confession, emaciated by public penance, fasting, and clothed in sackcloth, the penitent lay prostrate at the door of the assembly, imploring with tears the pardon of his offenses, and soliciting the prayers of the faithful 147. If the fault was of a very heinous nature, whole years of penance were esteemed an inadequate satisfaction to the divine justice, and it was always by slow and painful gradations that the sinner, the heretic, or the apostate, was readmitted into the bosom of the Church. A sentence of perpetual excommunication was, however, reserved for some crimes of an extraordinary magnitude, and particularly for the inexcusable relapses of those penitents who had already experienced and abused the clemency of their ecclesiastical superiors. According to the circumstances or the number of the guilty, the exercise of the Christian discipline was varied by the discretion of the bishops. The councils of Antura and Illiberis were held about the same time, the one in Galatia, the other in Spain, but their respective canons, which are still extant, seem to breathe a very different spirit. The Galatian, who after his baptism had repeatedly sacrificed to idols, might obtain his pardon by a penance of 7 years, and if he had seduced others to imitate his example, only 3 years more were added to the term of his exile. But the unhappy Spaniard who had committed the same offense was deprived of the hope of reconciliation, even in the article of death, and his idolatry was placed at the head of a list of 17 other crimes against which a sentence no less terrible was pronounced. Among these we may distinguish the inexpiable guilt of calumniating a bishop, a presbyter, or even a deacon. 148. The well-tempered mixture of liberality and rigor, the judicious dispensation of rewards, and the dignity of episcopal government, punishments according to the maxims of policy as well as justice, constituted the human strength of the Church. The bishops, whose paternal care extended itself to the government of both worlds, were sensible of the importance of these prerogatives, and covering their ambition with the fair pretense of the love of order, they were jealous of any rival in the exercise of a discipline so necessary to prevent the desertion of those troops which had enlisted themselves under the banner of the cross, and whose numbers every day became more considerable. From the imperious declamations of Cyprian, we should naturally conclude that the doctrines of excommunication and penance formed the most essential part of religion, and that it was much less dangerous for the disciples of Christ to neglect the observance of the moral duties than to despise the censures and authority of their bishops. Sometimes we might imagine that we were listening to the voice of Moses when he commanded the earth to open and to swallow up in consuming flames the rebellious race which refused obedience to the priesthood of Aaron, and we should sometimes suppose that we heard a Roman consul asserting the majesty of the Republic and declaring his inflexible resolution to enforce the rigor of the laws. If such irregularities are suffered with impunity, it is thus that the Bishop of Carthage chides the lenity of his colleague. If such irregularities are suffered, there is an end of episcopal vigor. 149. An end of the sublime and divine power of governing the Church, an end of Christianity itself. Cyprian had renounced those temporal honors which it is probable he would never have obtained, but the acquisition of such absolute command over the consciences and understanding of a congregation, however obscure or despised by the world, is more truly grateful to the pride of the human heart than the possession of the most despotic power imposed by arms and conquest on a reluctant people. In the course of this important, though perhaps recapitulation of the 5 causes, tedious inquiry, I have attempted to display the secondary causes which so efficaciously assisted the truth of the Christian religion. If among these causes we have discovered any artificial ornaments, any accidental circumstances, or any mixture of error and passion, it cannot appear surprising that mankind should be the most sensibly affected by such motives as were suited to their imperfect nature. It was by the aid of these causes, exclusive zeal, the immediate expectation of another world, the claim of miracles, the practice of rigid virtue, and the constitution of the primitive church, that Christianity spread itself with so much success in the Roman Empire. To the first of these the Christians were indebted for their invincible valor, which disdained to capitulate with the enemy, whom they were resolved to vanquish. The 3 succeeding causes supplied their valor with the most formidable arms. The last of these causes united their courage, directed their arms, and gave their efforts that irresistible weight, which even a small band of well-trained and intrepid volunteers has so often possessed over an undisciplined multitude, ignorant of the subject and careless of the event of the war. In the various religions of polytheism, some weakness of polytheism, wandering fanatics of Egypt and Syria who addressed themselves to the credulous superstition of the populace, were perhaps the only order of priests 150 that derived their whole support and credit from their sacerdotal profession, and were very deeply affected by a personal concern for the safety or prosperity of their tutelar deities. The ministers of polytheism, both in Rome and in the provinces, were for the most part men of a noble birth and of an affluent fortune, who received as an honorable distinction the care of a celebrated temple or of a public sacrifice, exhibited very frequently at their own expense the sacred games 151, and with cold indifference performed the ancient rites according to the laws and fashion of their country, as they were engaged in the ordinary occupations of life. Their zeal and devotion were seldom animated by a sense of interest or by the habits of an ecclesiastical character. Confined to their respective temples and cities, they remained without any connection of discipline or government, and whilst they acknowledged the supreme jurisdiction of the Senate, of the College of Pontiffs, and of the Emperor, those civil magistrates contented themselves with the easy task of maintaining, in peace and dignity, the general worship of mankind. We have already seen how various, how loose, and how uncertain were the religious sentiments of polytheists. They were abandoned almost without control to the natural workings of a superstitious fancy. The accidental circumstances of their life and situation determined the object as well as the degree of their devotion, and as long as their adoration was successively prostituted to 1,000 deities, it was scarcely possible that their hearts could be susceptible of a very sincere or lively passion for any of them. When Christianity appeared in the world, even the skepticism of the pagan world proved favorable to the new religion. These faint and imperfect impressions had lost much of their original power. Human reason, which by its unassisted strength is incapable of perceiving the mysteries of faith, had already obtained an easy triumph over the folly of paganism, and when Tertullian or Lactantius employ their labors in exposing its falsehood and extravagance, they are obliged to transcribe the eloquence of Cicero or the wit of Lucian. The contagion of these skeptical writings had been diffused far beyond the number of their readers. The fashion of incredulity was communicated from the philosopher to the man of pleasure or business, from the noble to the plebeian, and from the master to the menial slave who waited at his table and who eagerly listened to the freedom of his conversation on public occasions. The philosophic part of mankind affected to treat with respect and decency the religious institutions of their country, but their secret contempt penetrated through the thin and awkward disguise, and even the people, when they discovered that their deities were rejected and derided by those whose rank or understanding they were accustomed to reverence, were filled with doubts and apprehensions concerning the truth of those doctrines to which they had yielded the most implicit belief. The decline of ancient prejudice exposed a very numerous portion of humankind to the danger of a painful and comfortless situation. A state of skepticism and suspense may amuse a few inquisitive minds, but the practice of superstition is so congenial to the multitude that if they are forcibly awakened, they still regret the loss of their pleasing vision, their love of the marvelous and supernatural, their curiosity with regard to future events, and their strong propensity to extend their hopes and fears beyond the limits of the visible world were the principal causes which favored the establishment of polytheism. So urgent on the vulgar is the necessity of believing that the fall of any system of mythology will most probably be succeeded by the introduction of some other mode of superstition. Some deities of a more recent and fashionable cast might soon have occupied the deserted temples of Jupiter and Apollo, if in the decisive moment the wisdom of Providence had not interposed. A genuine revelation, fitted to inspire the most rational esteem and conviction, whilst at the same time it was adorned with all that could attract the curiosity, the wonder, and the veneration of the people. In their actual disposition, as many were almost disengaged from their artificial prejudices, but equally susceptible and desirous of a devout attachment, an object much less deserving would have been sufficient to fill the vacant place in their hearts and to gratify the uncertain eagerness of their passions. Those who are inclined to pursue this reflection, instead of viewing with astonishment the rapid progress of Christianity, will perhaps be surprised that its success was not still more rapid and still more universal. It has been observed with truth as well as the peace and union of the Roman Empire, propriety, that the conquests of Rome prepared and facilitated those of Christianity. In the second chapter of this work we have attempted to explain in what manner the most civilized provinces of Europe, Asia, and Africa were united under the dominion of one sovereign, and gradually connected by the most intimate ties of laws, of manners, and of language. The Jews of Palestine, who had fondly expected a temporal deliverer, gave so cold a reception to the miracles of the divine prophet that it was found unnecessary to publish, or at least to preserve, any Hebrew Gospel 152. The authentic histories of the actions of Christ were composed in the Greek language at a considerable distance from Jerusalem, and after the Gentile converts were grown extremely numerous 153. As soon as those histories were translated into the Latin tongue, they were perfectly intelligible to all the subjects of Rome, excepting only to the peasants of Syria and Egypt, for whose benefit particular versions were afterwards made. The public highways, which had been constructed for the use of the legions, opened an easy passage for the Christian missionaries from Damascus to Corinth, and from Italy to the extremity of Spain or Britain. Nor did those spiritual conquerors encounter any of the obstacles which usually retard or prevent the introduction of a foreign religion into a distant country. There is the strongest reason to believe that before the reigns of Diocletian and Constantine, the faith of Christ had been preached in every province and in all the great cities of the empire, but the foundation of the several historical view of the progress of Christianity congregations, the numbers of the faithful who composed them, and their proportion to the unbelieving multitude, are now buried in obscurity, or disguised by fiction and declamation. Such imperfect circumstances, however, as have reached our knowledge concerning the increase of the Christian name in Asia and Greece, in Egypt, in Italy, and in the West, we shall now proceed to relate without neglecting the real or imaginary acquisitions which lay beyond the frontiers of the Roman Empire. The rich provinces that extend from the east, Euphrates to the Ionian Sea, were the principal theatre on which the apostle of the Gentiles displayed his zeal and piety, the seeds of the gospel, which he had scattered in a fertile soil, were diligently cultivated by his disciples. And it should seem that, during the 2 first centuries, the most considerable body of Christians was contained within those limits. Among the societies which were instituted in Syria, none were more ancient or more illustrious than those of Damascus, of Berea or Aleppo, and of Antioch. The prophetic introduction of the Apocalypse has described and immortalized the 7 churches of Asia: Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira 154. Sardes, Laodicea, and Philadelphia, and their colonies were soon diffused over that populous country. In a very early period, the islands of Cyprus and Crete, the provinces of Thrace and Macedonia, gave a favorable reception to the new religion, and Christian republics were soon founded in the cities of Corinth, of Sparta, and of Athens 155. The antiquity of the Greek and Asiatic churches allowed a sufficient space of time for their increase and multiplication, and even the swarms of Gnostics and other heretics served to display the flourishing condition of the Orthodox Church, since the appellation of heretics has always been applied to the less numerous party. To these domestic testimonies we may add the confession, the complaints, and the apprehensions of the Gentiles themselves, from the writings of Lucian, a philosopher who had studied mankind and who describes their manners in the most lively colors. We may learn that under the reign of Commodus, his native country of Pontus was filled with Epicureans and Christians. 156. Within fourscore years after the death of Christ 157, the humane Pliny laments the magnitude of the evil which he vainly attempted to eradicate. In his very curious epistle to the Emperor Trajan, he affirms that the temples were almost deserted, that the sacred victims scarcely found any purchasers, and that the superstition had not only infected the cities but had even spread itself into the villages and the open country of Pontus and Bithynia. 158. Without descending into a minute scrutiny of the Church of Antioch, the expressions or of the motives of those writers who either celebrate or lament the progress of Christianity in the East, it may in general be observed that none of them have left us any grounds from whence a just estimate might be formed of the real numbers of the faithful in those provinces. One circumstance, however, has been fortunately preserved, which seems to cast a more distinct light on this obscure but interesting subject. Under the reign of Theodosius, after Christianity had enjoyed, during more than 60 years, the sunshine of imperial favor, the ancient and illustrious Church of Antioch consisted of 100,000 persons, 3,000 of whom were supported out of the public oblations. 159. The splendor and dignity of the Queen of the East, the acknowledged populousness of Caesarea, Seleucia, and Alexandria, and the destruction of 250,000 souls in the earthquake which afflicted Antioch under the elder Justin. 160. Are so many convincing proofs that the whole number of its inhabitants was not less than 500,000, and that the Christians, however multiplied by zeal and power, did not exceed a fifth part of that great city. How different a proportion must we adopt when we compare the persecuted with the triumphant Church, the West with the East, remote villages with populous towns, and countries recently converted to the faith with the place where the believers first received the appellation of Christians. It must not, however, be dissembled that in another passage, Chrysostom, to whom we are indebted for this useful information, computes the multitude of the faithful as even superior to that of the Jews and pagans. 161. But the solution of this apparent difficulty is easy and obvious. The eloquent preacher draws a parallel between the civil and the ecclesiastical constitution of Antioch, between the list of Christians who had acquired heaven by baptism and the list of citizens who had a right to share the public liberality. Slaves, strangers, and infants were comprised in the former. They were excluded from the latter. The extensive commerce of Alexandria and in Egypt, its proximity to Palestine, gave an easy entrance to the new religion. It was at first embraced by great numbers of the Theraputa, or Essenians of the Lake Maretis, a Jewish sect which had abated much of its reverence for the Mosaic ceremonies, the austere life of the Essenians, their fasts and excommunications, the community of goods, the love of celibacy, their zeal for martyrdom, and the warmth though not the purity of their faith, already offered a very lively image of the primitive discipline. 162. It was in the school of Alexandria that the Christian theology appears to have assumed a regular and scientifical form. and when Hadrian visited Egypt, he found a church composed of Jews and of Greeks, sufficiently important to attract the notice of that inquisitive prince. 163. But the progress of Christianity was for a long time confined within the limits of a single city, which was itself a foreign colony. Until the close of the 2nd century, the predecessors of Demetrius were the only prelates of the Egyptian church. 3 bishops were consecrated by the hands of Demetrius, and the number was increased to 20 by his successor Heraclius. 164. The body of the natives, a people distinguished by a sullen inflexibility of temper. 165. Entertained the new doctrine with coldness and reluctance, and even in the time of Origen, it was rare to meet with an Egyptian who had surmounted his early prejudices in favor of the sacred animals of his country. 166. As soon, indeed, as Christianity ascended the throne, the zeal of those barbarians obeyed the prevailing impulsion. The cities of Egypt were filled with bishops, and the deserts of Thebes swarmed with hermits. A perpetual stream of strangers and provincials in Rome flowed into the capacious bosom of Rome. Whatever was strange or odious, whoever was guilty or suspected, might hope in the obscurity of that immense capital to elude the vigilance of the law in such a various conflux of nations. Every teacher, either of truth or of falsehood, every founder, whether of a virtuous or a criminal association, might easily multiply his disciples or accomplices. The Christians of Rome, at the time of the accidental persecution of Nero, are represented by Tacitus as already amounting to a very great multitude. 167. And the language of that great historian is almost similar to the style employed by Livy when he relates the introduction and the suppression of the rites of Bacchus. After the Bacchanals had awakened the severity of the Senate, it was likewise apprehended that a very great multitude, as it were another people, had been initiated into those abhorred mysteries. A more careful inquiry soon demonstrated that the offenders did not exceed 7,000, a number indeed sufficiently alarming when considered as the object of public justice. 168. It is with the same candid allowance that we should interpret the vague expressions of Tacitus, and in a former instance of Pliny when they exaggerate the crowds of deluded fanatics who had forsaken the established worship of the gods. The Church of Rome was undoubtedly the first and most populous of the empire, and we are possessed of an authentic record which attests the state of religion in that city about the middle of the 3rd century. And after a peace of 38 years, the clergy at that time consisted of a bishop, 46 presbyters, 7 deacons, as many sub-deacons, 42 acolytes, and 50 readers, exorcists, and porters. The number of widows of the infirm and of the poor, who were maintained by the oblations of the faithful, amounted to 1,500. 169. From reason, as well as from the analogy of Antioch, we may venture to estimate the Christians of Rome at about 50,000. The populousness of that great capital cannot perhaps be exactly ascertained, but the most modest calculation will not surely reduce it lower than 1,000,000 of inhabitants, of whom the Christians might constitute at the most a 20th part. 170. The Western provincials appeared to have derived the knowledge of Christianity from the same source which had diffused among them the language in Africa and the Western provinces, the sentiments and the manners of Rome. In this more important circumstance, Africa, as well as Gaul, was gradually fashioned to the imitation of the capital. Yet notwithstanding the many favorable occasions which might invite the Roman missionaries to visit their Latin provinces, it was late before they passed either the sea or the Alps 171, nor can we discover in those great countries any assured traces either of faith or of persecution that ascend higher than the reign of the Antonines 172. The slow progress of the gospel in the cold climate of Gaul was extremely different from the eagerness with which it seems to have been received on the burning sands of Africa. The African Christians soon formed one of the principal members of the primitive church. The practice introduced into that province of appointing bishops to the most inconsiderable towns and very frequently to the most obscure villages contributed to multiply the splendor and importance of their religious societies, which during the course of the 3rd century were animated by the zeal of Tertullian, directed by the abilities of Cyprian, and adorned by the eloquence of Lactantius. But if, on the contrary, we turn our eyes towards Gaul, we must content ourselves with discovering in the time of Marcus Antoninus the feeble and united congregations of Lyons and Vienna, and even as late as the reign of Decius, we are assured that in a few cities only, Orleans, Narbonne, Thalaus, Limoges, Clermont, Tours, and Paris, some scattered churches were supported by the devotion of a small number of Christians. 173. Silence is indeed very consistent with devotion, but as it is seldom compatible with zeal, we may perceive and lament the languid state of Christianity in those provinces which had exchanged the Celtic for the Latin tongue, since they did not, during the 3 first centuries, give birth to a single ecclesiastical writer from Gaul, which claimed a just preeminence of learning and authority over all the countries on this side of the Alps. The light of the gospel was more faintly reflected on the remote provinces of Spain and Britain, and if we may credit the vehement assertions of Tertullian, they had already received the first rays of the faith when he addressed his apology to the magistrates of the Emperor Severus 174. But the obscure and imperfect origin of the Western churches of Europe has been so negligently recorded that if we would relate the time and manner of their foundation, we must supply the silence of antiquity by those legends which avarice or superstition long afterwards dictated to the monks in the lazy gloom of their convents. 175. Of these holy romances, that of the Apostles, James can alone, by its single extravagance, deserve to be mentioned. From a peaceful fisherman of the lake of Gennesareth, he was transformed into a valorous knight who charged at the head of the Spanish chivalry in their battles against the Moors. The gravest historians have celebrated his exploits. The miraculous shrine of Compostela displayed his power, and the sword of a military order, assisted by the terrors of the Inquisition, was sufficient to remove every objection of profane criticism. 176. The progress of Christianity was not confined beyond the limits of the Roman Empire. To the Roman Empire, and according to the primitive fathers who interpret facts by prophecy, the new religion, within a century after the death of its divine author, had already visited every part of the globe. There exists not, says Justin Martyr, a people, whether Greek or barbarian, or any other race of men, by whatsoever appellation or manners they may be distinguished, however ignorant of arts or agriculture, whether they dwell under tents, or wander about in covered wagons, among whom prayers are not offered up in the name of a crucified Jesus to the Father and Creator of all things. 177. But this splendid exaggeration, which even at present it would be extremely difficult to reconcile with the real state of mankind, can be considered only as the rash sally of a devout but careless writer, the measure of whose belief was regulated by that of his wishes. But neither the belief nor the wishes of the fathers can alter the truth of history. It will still remain an undoubted fact that the barbarians of Scythia and Germany, who afterwards subverted the Roman monarchy, were involved in the darkness of paganism, and that even the conversion of Iberia, of Armenia, or of Ethiopia was not attempted with any degree of success till the sceptre was in the hands of an Orthodox emperor. 178. Before that time, the various accidents of war and commerce might indeed diffuse an imperfect knowledge of the gospel among the tribes of Caledonia. 179, and among the borderers of the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates. 180. Beyond the last mentioned river, Edessa was distinguished by a firm and early adherence to the faith. 181. From Edessa, the principles of Christianity were easily introduced into the Greek and Syrian cities which obeyed the successors of Artaxerxes, but they do not appear to have made any deep impression on the minds of the Persians, whose religious system, by the laborers of a well-disciplined order of priests, had been constructed with much more art and solidity than the uncertain mythology of Greece and Rome. 182. From this impartial though imperfect survey of the progress of Christianity, it may perhaps seem probable that the number of its proselytes, general proportion of Christians and pagans, has been excessively magnified by fear on the one side, and by devotion on the other, according to the irreproachable testimony of Origen. 183. The proportion of the faithful was very inconsiderable when compared with the multitude of an unbelieving world, but as we are left without any distinct information, it is impossible to determine, and it is difficult even to conjecture, the real numbers of the primitive Christians. The most favorable calculation, however, that can be deduced from the examples of Antioch and of Rome will not permit us to imagine that more than a 20th part of the subjects of the empire had enlisted themselves under the banner of the cross before the important conversion of Constantine, but their habits of faith, of zeal, and of union seemed to multiply their numbers, and the same causes which contributed to their future increase served to render their actual strength more apparent and more formidable. Such is the constitution of civil society that whether the first Christians were mean and ignorant, Whilst a few persons are distinguished by riches, by honors, and by knowledge, the body of the people is condemned to obscurity, ignorance, and poverty. The Christian religion, which addressed itself to the whole human race, must consequently collect a far greater number of proselytes from the lower than from the superior ranks of life. This innocent and natural circumstance has been improved into a very odious imputation, which seems to be less strenuously denied by the apologists than it is urged by the adversaries of the faith, that the new sect of Christians was almost entirely composed of the dregs of the populace, of peasants and mechanics, of boys and women, of beggars and slaves, the last of whom might sometimes introduce the missionaries into the rich and noble families to which they belonged. These obscure teachers, such was the charge of malice and infidelity, are as mute in public as they are loquacious, and dogmatical in private, whilst they cautiously avoid the dangerous encounter of philosophers. They mingle with the rude and illiterate crowd, and insinuate themselves into those minds whom their age, their sex, or their education has the best disposed to receive the impression of superstitious terrors. 184. This unfavorable picture, though not devoid some exceptions with regard to learning of a faint resemblance, betrays, by its dark coloring and distorted features, the pencil of an enemy. As the humble faith of Christ diffused itself through the world, it was embraced by several persons who derived some consequence from the advantages of nature or fortune. Aristides, who presented an eloquent apology to the Emperor Hadrian, was an Athenian philosopher. 185. Justin Martyr had sought divine knowledge in the schools of Zeno, of Aristotle, of Pythagoras, and of Plato before he fortunately was accosted by the old man, or rather the angel, who turned his attention to the study of the Jewish prophets. 186. Clemens of Alexandria had acquired much various reading in the Greek, and Tertullian in the Latin language. Julius Africanus and Origen possessed a very considerable share of the learning of their times, and although the style of Cyprian is very different from that of Lactantius, we might almost discover that both those writers had been public teachers of rhetoric. Even the study of philosophy was at length introduced among the Christians, but it was not always productive of the most salutary effects. Knowledge was as often the parent of heresy as of devotion, and the description which was designed for the followers of Artemon may, with equal propriety, be applied to the various sects that resisted the successors of the apostles. They presume to alter the Holy Scriptures, to abandon the ancient rule of faith, and to form their opinions according to the subtle precepts of logic. The science of the Church is neglected for the study of geometry, and they lose sight of heaven while they are employed in measuring the earth. Euclid is perpetually in their hands. Aristotle and Theophrastus are the objects of their admiration, and they express an uncommon reverence for the works of Galen. Their errors are derived from the abuse of the arts and sciences of the infidels, and they corrupt the simplicity of the gospel by the refinements of human reason. 187. Nor can it be affirmed with truth that though with regard to rank and fortune, advantages of birth and fortune were always separated from the profession of Christianity, Several Roman citizens were brought before the tribunal of Pliny, and he soon discovered that a great number of persons of every order of men in Bithynia had deserted the religion of their ancestors. 188. His unsuspected testimony may, in this instance, obtain more credit than the bold challenge of Tertullian when he addresses himself to the fears as well as to the humanity of the proconsul of Africa, by assuring him that if he persists in his cruel intentions, he must decimate Carthage, and that he will find among the guilty many persons of his own rank, senators and matrons of noblest extraction, and the friends or relations of his most intimate friends. 189. It appears, however, that about 40 years afterwards the Emperor Valerian was persuaded of the truth of this assertion, since in one of his rescripts he evidently supposes that senators, Roman knights, and ladies of quality were engaged in the Christian sect. 190. The Church still continued to increase its outward splendor as it lost its internal purity, and in the reign of Diocletian, the palace, the courts of justice, and even the army concealed a multitude of Christians who endeavored to reconcile the interests of the present with those of a future life. And yet these exceptions are either too few in Christianity most favorably received by the poor and simple number, or too recent in time, entirely to remove the imputation of ignorance and obscurity which has been so arrogantly cast on the first proselytes of Christianity, instead of employing in our defense the fictions of later ages. It will be more prudent to convert the occasion of scandal into a subject of edification. Our serious thoughts will suggest to us that the apostles themselves were chosen by providence among the fishermen of Galilee, and that the lower we depress the temporal condition of the first Christians, the more reason we shall find to admire their merit and success. It is incumbent on us diligently to remember that the kingdom of heaven was promised to the poor in spirit, and that minds afflicted by calamity and the contempt of mankind cheerfully listen to the divine promise of future happiness, while, on the contrary, the fortunate are satisfied with the possession of this world, and the wise abuse and doubt and dispute their vain superiority of reason and knowledge. We stand in need of such reflections to comfort rejected by some eminent men of the 1st and 2nd centuries, as for the loss of some illustrious characters, which in our eyes might have seemed the most worthy of the heavenly present. The names of Seneca, of the elder and the younger Pliny, of Tacitus, of Plutarch, of Galen, of the slave Epictetus, and of the emperor Marcus Antoninus, adorn the age in which they flourished, and exalt the dignity of human nature. They filled with glory their respective stations, either in active or contemplative life. Their excellent understandings were improved by study. Philosophy had purified their minds from the prejudices of the popular superstition, and their days were spent in the pursuit of truth and the practice of virtue. Yet all these sages, it is no less an object of surprise than of concern, overlooked or rejected the perfection of the Christian system. Their language or their silence equally discover their contempt for the growing sect, which in their time had diffused itself over the Roman Empire. Those among them who condescend to mention the Christians consider them only as obstinate and perverse enthusiasts who exacted an implicit submission to their mysterious doctrines without being able to produce a single argument that could engage the attention of men of sense and learning. 191. It is at least doubtful whether any of these philosophers perused the apologies which the primitive Christians repeatedly published in behalf of their neglect of prophecy themselves and of their religion, but it is much to be lamented that such a cause was not defended by abler advocates. They expose with superfluous wit and eloquence the extravagance of polytheism. They interest our compassion by displaying the innocence and sufferings of their injured brethren. But when they would demonstrate the divine origin of Christianity, they insist much more strongly on the predictions which announced than on the miracles which accompanied the appearance of the Messiah. Their favorite argument might serve to edify a Christian or to convert a Jew, since both the one and the other acknowledge the authority of those prophecies, and both are obliged with devout reverence to search for their sense and their accomplishment. But this mode of persuasion loses much of its weight and influence when it is addressed to those who neither understand nor respect the Mosaic dispensation and the prophetic style. 192. In the unskillful hands of Justin and of the succeeding apologists, the sublime meaning of the Hebrew oracles evaporates in distant types, affected conceits, and cold allegories. And even their authenticity was rendered suspicious to an unenlightened Gentile by the mixture of pious forgeries, which under the names of Orpheus, Hermes, and the Sibyls 193 were obtruded on him as of equal value with the genuine inspirations of heaven. The adoption of fraud and sophistry in the defense of revelation too often reminds us of the injudicious conduct of those poets who load their invulnerable heroes with a useless weight of cumbersome and brittle armor. But how shall we excuse the supine inattention and of miracles of the pagan and philosophic world to those evidences which were presented by the hand of omnipotence, not to their reason, but to their senses, during the age of Christ, of his apostles, and of their first disciples? The doctrine which they preached was confirmed by innumerable prodigies. The lame walked, the blind saw, the sick were healed, the dead were raised, demons were expelled, and the laws of nature were frequently suspended for the benefit of the Church. But the general silence concerning the darkness of the Passion, sages of Greece and Rome turned aside from the awful spectacle, and pursuing the ordinary occupations of life and study, appeared unconscious of any alterations in the moral or physical government of the world. Under the reign of Tiberius, the whole earth 94, or at least a celebrated province of the Roman Empire 195, was involved in a preternatural darkness of 3 hours. Even this miraculous event, which ought to have excited the wonder, the curiosity, and the devotion of mankind, passed without notice in an age of science and history. 196. It happened during the lifetime of Seneca and the elder Pliny, who must have experienced the immediate effects or received the earliest intelligence of the prodigy. Each of these philosophers in a laborious work has recorded all the great phenomena of nature, earthquakes, meteors, comets, and eclipses, which his indefatigable curiosity could collect 197. Both the one and the other have omitted to mention the greatest phenomenon to which the mortal eye has been witness since the creation of the globe. A distinct chapter of Pliny 198 is designed for eclipses of an extraordinary nature and unusual duration, but he contents himself with describing the singular defect of light which followed the murder of Caesar when, during the greatest part of a year, the orb of the sun appeared pale and without splendor. This season of obscurity, which cannot surely be compared with the preternatural darkness of the Passion, had been already celebrated by most of the poets 199 and historians of that memorable age 200. Note zone. Damasirius pens, Medosco et perses oriens fit, despectissima pars serventum. Tacit. Hist. v. 8. Herodotus, who visited Asia whilst it obeyed the last of those empires, slightly mentions the Syrians of Palestine, who, according to their own confession, had received from Egypt the rite of circumcision, cl. I.c. 104. 2. Diodorus Siculus, L. Xl. Dan Cassis, L. Xv. p. 121. Tacit. Hist. v. 19. Justin, Xv. 2, 3, 3. Tradidit arcanoque cunque volumen Moses. Non monstrar vies idem nese sacra collentiv. Quesitos ad fontes solos deducer vapes. The letter of this law is not to be found in the present volume of Moses, but the wise, the humane Maimonides openly teaches that if an idolater fall into the water, a Jew ought not to save him from instant death. See Basnage, Histoire des Juifs, L. Vi. c. 28. 4. A Jewish sect which indulged themselves in a sort of occasional conformity, derived from Herod, by whose example and authority they had been seduced, the name of Herodians. But their numbers were so inconsiderable and their duration so short, that Josephus has not thought them worthy of his notice. See Prideaux Connection, Vol. I. p. 285. 5. Cicero pro Flacco, c. 28. 6. Philo Delegation. Augustus left a foundation for a perpetual sacrifice, yet he approved of the neglect which his grandson Caius expressed towards the Temple of Jerusalem. See Sueton, in August, c. 93, and Casaubon's notes on that passage. 7. See in particular Joseph, Antiquitat, 2, 6, 2, 3, and Dubel, Judic, I. 33, and I. 9. Edit. Haverkamp, 8. Jossa Achaia Caesar, Effigium ejus in templo locer arma partis sumpser. Tacit. Hist. v. 9. Philo and Josephus gave a very circumstantial, but a very rhetorical account of this transaction, which exceedingly perplexed the governor of Syria. At the first mention of this idolatrous proposal, King Agrippa fainted away, and did not recover his senses till the third day. 9. For the enumeration of the Syrian and Arabian deities. It may be observed that Milton has comprised in 130 very beautiful lines the two large and learned syntagmas which Selden had composed on that abstruse subject. 10. How long will this people provoke me, and how long will it be ere they believe me, for all the signs which I have shewn among them? Numbers 11. It would be easy, but it would be unbecoming, to justify the complaint of the deity from the whole tenor of the Mosaic history. 11. All that relates to the Jewish proselytes has been very ably treated by Basnage, Hist. des Juifs, L.V. c. 6, 7, 12, c. Exod. 23, Det. 16. The commentators, and a very sensible note in the Universal History, Vol. I. p. 603. Edit. Full. 13. When Pompey, using or abusing the right of conquest, entered into the Holy of Holies, it was observed with amazement, nul intestem effigie vacum sedem et in arcana. Tacit. Hist. v. 9. It was a popular saying with regard to the Jews. Nil prado nubes et coli numen adorant. 14. A second kind of circumcision was inflicted on a Samaritan or Egyptian proselyte. The sullen indifference of the Talmudists with respect to the conversion of strangers may be seen in Basnage, Histoire des Juifs, L.V. c. 6. 15. These arguments were urged with great ingenuity by the Jerobo, and refuted with equal ingenuity and candor by the Tristan Limburg. See the Amica Collegio. It well deserves that name, or account of the dispute between them. 16. Jesus circumcisus erat, cibus ut bater judaecis, vestit simile, percitus scavi mitabat ad sacerdotes. Pascetta et ilias dies festas religious observabat, sicus sinevit sabbatho, ostendit non tantum ex lege sit et acceptis sententis telia opera sabbatho non interdictit, grotis divertit religionis Tristina, L.V. c. 7. A little afterwards, c. 12. He expatiates on the condescension of the Apostles. 17. Paenums tristum dim sub legis observation credibent. Sulpicius Severus, I. 31. C. Eusebius Hist. Ecclesiast. L. Iv. C. 5. 18. Moshem de rebus Tristianus anti Constantinum magnum, p. 153. In this masterly performance, which I shall often have occasion to quote, he enters much more fully into the state of the primitive church than he has an opportunity of doing in his general history. 19. Eusebius, L. I. c. 5. Leclerc Hist. Ecclesiast. p. 605. During this occasional absence, the bishop and church of Pella still retained the title of Jerusalem. In the same manner, the Roman pontiffs resided 70 years at Avignon, and the patriarchs of Alexandria have long since transferred their episcopal seat to Cairo. 20. Dun Cassis, L. Leipzig. The exile of the Jewish nation from Jerusalem is attested by Aristo of Pella Abbot Eus. L. Iv. c. 6, and is mentioned by several ecclesiastical writers, though some of them too hastily extend this interdiction to the whole country of Palestine. 21. Eusebius, L. If. C. 6. Sulpicius Severus, I. 31. By comparing their unsatisfactory accounts, Moshim p. 327, c. has drawn out a very distinct representation of the circumstances and motives of this revolution. 22. Leclerc, Hist. Ecclesiast, p. 477, 535, seems to have collected from Eusebius, Jerome, Epiphanius, and other writers all the principal circumstances that relate to the Nazarenes or Ebionites. The nature of their opinions soon divided them into a stricter and a milder sect, and there is some reason to conjecture that the family of Jesus Christ remained members at least of the latter and more moderate party. 23. Some writers have been pleased to create an Ebion, the imaginary author of their sect and name, but we can more safely rely on the learned Eusebius than on the vehement Tertullian or the credulous Epiphanius. According to Leclerc, the Hebrew word Ibjunum may be translated into Latin by that of Paupers. See Hist. Ecclesiast, p. 477. 24. See the very curious dialogue of Justin Martyr with the Jew Tryphon. The conference between them was held at Ephesus in the reign of Antoninus Pius, and about 20 years after the return of the Church of Pella to Jerusalem. For this date consult the accurate note of Tillement, Memoires Ecclesiastiques, Tom. I. p. 511. 25. Of all the systems of Christianity, that of Abyssinia is the only one which still adheres to the Mosaic rites. Geddes Church History of Ethiopia, and Dissertations de la Grande sur la Relation du P. Lobo. The eunuch of the Queen Candace might suggest some suspicions, but as we are assured, Socrates, I. 19. Sozomen, I. 24. Ludolphus, p. 281, that the Ethiopians were not converted till the 4th century, it is more reasonable to believe that they respected the Sabbath and distinguished the forbidden meats in imitation of the Jews who, in a very early period, were seated on both sides of the Red Sea. Circumcision had been practiced by the most ancient Ethiopians from motives of health and cleanliness, which seem to be explained in the Recherches philosophiques sur les Américains, Tom. I. p. 117. 26. Buceper Histoire du Monachisme, L. I. c. 3, has stated their objections, particularly those of Faustus, the adversary of Augustine, with the most learned impartiality. 27. Apud ipsos fides obstinata misericordia in prompt adversus uns ilias hostil odium. Tacit. Hist. v. 4. Surely Tacitus had seen the Jews with too favorable an eye. The perusal of Josephus must have destroyed the antithesis. 28. Der Bernard Archaeologia, L. I. c. 7, has discussed the first chapters of Genesis with too much wit and freedom. 29. The milder Gnostics considered Jehovah, the Creator, as a being of a mixed nature between God and the daemon. Others confounded him with the evil principle. Consult the 2nd century of the General History of Moshim, which gives a very distinct, though concise, account of their strange opinions on this subject. 30. See Busober Hist. Dumanagism. L.I.C. 4. Origen and Augustine were among the Oligarists. 31. Hegesippus. E.P. Uses. L.A. 32. Iv. 22. Clemens Alexandrin. Stromat. Vi. 17. 32. In the account of the Gnostics of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Moshim is ingenious and candid, Leclerc dull, but exact, Busober almost always an apologist, and it is much to be feared that the primitive fathers are very frequently calumniators. 33. See the catalogues of Irenaeus and Epiphanius. It must indeed be allowed that those writers were inclined to multiply the number of sects which opposed the unity of the Church. 34. Eusebius. L. F. C. 15. Sozomen. L. I. C. 32. See in Bale in the article of Martian, a curious detail of a dispute on that subject. It should seem that some of the Gnostics, the Basilidians, declined and even refused the honor of martyrdom. Their reasons were singular and abstruse. See Moshim, p. 359, 35. See a very remarkable passage of Origen, Prum, ad Lucan, that indefatigable writer who had consumed his life in the study of the Scriptures, relays for their authenticity on the inspired authority of the Church. It was impossible that the Gnostics could receive our prisoned Gospels, many parts of which, particularly in the resurrection of Christ, are directly, and as it might seem designedly, pointed against their favorite tenets. It is therefore somewhat singular that Ignatius Epist. Ad Smyrn. Peter. Apostle. Tom. A. P. 34. Should choose to employ a vague and doubtful tradition instead of quoting the certain testimony of the evangelists. 36. Faciant favas et Vesper. Faciant ecclesias et Marcionata is the strong expression of Tertullian, which I am obliged to quote from memory. In the time of Epiphanius Adverse, Herzes, p. 302, the Marcionites were very numerous in Italy, Syria, Egypt, Arabia, and Persia. 37. Augustine is a memorable instance of this gradual progress from reason to faith. He was, during several years, engaged in the Manichaean sect. 38. The unanimous sentiment of the primitive church is very clearly explained by Justin, Martyr, Apolog, Major, by Athenagoras Legate, c. 22, c. and by Lactantius Institut Divin. A. 1419. 39. Tertullian Apolog, c. 23. Alleges the confession of the demons themselves as often as they were tormented by the Christian exorcists. 40. Tertullian has written a most severe treatise against idolatry, to caution his brethren against the early danger of incurring that guilt. Recogete. Silvam et quanta latitant spina, decorum militis, c. 10. 41. The Roman Senate was always held in a temple or consecrated place, Aulus Gellius, civ. 7. before they entered on business, every senator dropped some wine and frankincense on the altar. Sueton. In August, c. 35. 42. See Tertullian. De Spectaculis. This severe reformer shews no more indulgence to a tragedy of Euripides than to a combat of gladiators. The dress of the actors particularly offends him. By the use of the lofty buskin, they impiously strive to add a cubit to their stature. C. 23. 43. The ancient practice of concluding the entertainment with libations may be found in every classic. Socrates and Seneca, in their last moments, made a noble application of this custom. Postquam stenum celadet equo intruit, respargens proximus severum, addit vos liber se liquorem illum Jovi liberator. Tacit. Annal. 64. 44. See the elegant but idolatrous hymn of Catullus on the nuptials of Menelaus and Julia. O Hymen, Hymene et quis huic diu comparario osit. 45. The ancient funerals in those of Maecenas and Pallas are no less accurately described by Virgil than they are illustrated by his commentator Servius. The pile itself was an altar. The flames were fed with the blood of victims, and all the assistants were sprinkled with lustral water. 46. Tertullian de Idolatria. C. 11. 47. See every part of Montsocon's Antiquities. Even the reverses of the Greek and Roman coins were frequently of an idolatrous nature. Here indeed the scruples of the Christian were suspended by a stronger passion. 48. Tertullian de Idolatria. C. 20, 21, 22. If a pagan friend, on the occasion perhaps of sneezing, used the familiar expression of Jupiter bless you, the Christian was obliged to protest against the divinity of Jupiter. 49. Consult the most labored work of Ovid, his imperfect Fast. He finished no more than the first 6 months of the year. The completion of Macrobus is called the Saturnalia, but it is only a small part of the first book that bear any relation to the title. 50. Tertullian has composed a defense, or rather panegyric, of the rash action of a Christian soldier who, by throwing away his crown of laurel, had exposed himself and his brethren to the most imminent danger. By the mention of the emperors Severus and Caracalla, it is evident, notwithstanding the wishes of M.D. Tillemont, that Tertullian composed his treatise De Coron long before he was engaged in the errors of the Montanists. See Memoires Ecclesiastiques Tom. I. p. 384. 51. In particular, the first book of the Tusculan Questions and the treatise De Senectute and the Somnium Sapientis contain, in the most beautiful language, everything that Grecian philosophy or Roman good sense could possibly suggest on this dark but important object. 52. The pre-existence of human souls, so far at least as that doctrine is compatible with religion, was adopted by many of the Greek and Latin fathers. See Busober Hist. Du Menicism, L. Vi. C. 4. 53. See Cicero Procluent. C. 61. Caesar P. Solist, de Bell. Catiline. C. 50. Juvenal, Satyr. I. 149. S. Alicus mains et subterranea ragna. Nec pure credunt nesici nondum leventer. 54. The 5th book of the Odyssey gives a very dreary and incoherent account of the infernal shades. Pindar and Virgil have embellished the picture, but even those poets, though more correct than their great model, are guilty of very strange inconsistencies. See Bale, Responses O. Questions done Provincial, Part I, c. 22. 55. See the 5th epistle of the 1st book of Horace, the 10th satire of Juvenal, and the 8th satire of Persis. These popular discourses express the sentiment and language of the multitude. 56. If we confine ourselves to the goals, we may observe that they entrusted not only their lives, but even their money, to the security of another world. Vetus ilma scolorum occurrit sis veleris maximus, c. 6. p. 10. Quos memoria proditer est, pecunius mutus, quo his apud infras redrentur, der solitus. The same custom is more darkly insinuated by Miller, c. 2. It is almost needless to add that the profits of trade hold a just proportion to the credit of the merchant, and that the Druids derived from their holy profession a character of responsibility which could scarcely be claimed by any other order of men. 57. The Right Reverend author of the Divine Legation of Moses assigns a very curious reason for the omission, and most ingeniously retorts it on the unbelievers. 58. See Leclerc, Prolegomena ad hist, Ecclesiast, sect. 1. c. 8. His authority seems to carry the greater weight, as he has written a learned and judicious commentary on the books of the Old Testament. 59. Joseph, Antiquität, L. Xi. c. 10. De Bell, Judd, I. 8. According to the most natural interpretation of his words, the Sadducees admitted only the Pentateuch, but it has pleased some modern critics to add the prophets to their creed, and to suppose that they contented themselves with rejecting the traditions of the Pharisees. Jordan has argued that point in his remarks on ecclesiastical history, vol. I. p. 103. 60. This expectation was countenanced by the 24th chapter of Matthew, and by the 1st epistle of Paul to the Thessalonians. Erasmus removes the difficulty by the help of allegory and metaphor, and the learned Grotius ventures to insinuate that for wise purposes the pious deception was permitted to take place. 61. See Burnet's Secret Theory, Part I, c. 5. This tradition may be traced as high as the author of the Epistle of Barnabas, who wrote in the 1st century, and who seems to have been half a Jew. 62. The primitive church of Antioch computed almost 6,000 years from the creation of the world to the birth of Christ. Africanus, Lactantius, and the Greek church have reduced that number to 5,500, and Eusebius has contented himself with 5,200 years. These calculations were formed on the Septuagint, which was universally received during the 6 first centuries. The authority of the Vulgate and of the Hebrew text has determined the moderns, Protestants as well as Catholics, to prefer a period of about 4,000 years, though in the study of profane antiquity, they often find themselves straitened by those narrow limits. 63. Most of these pictures were borrowed from a misinterpretation of Isaiah, Daniel, and the Apocalypse. One of the grossest images may be found in Arnius Vel. V. p. 455. The disciple of Papias who had seen the apostles, John. 64. See the second dialogue of Justin with Tryphon, and the 7th book of Lactantius. It is unnecessary to allege all the intermediate fathers, as the fact is not disputed, yet the curious reader may consult Dale de Usupatrum, L.I.C. 465. The testimony of Justin of his own faith and that of his orthodox brethren in the doctrine of a millennium is delivered in the clearest and most solemn manner. Dialogue, cum Tryphon Jed. p. 177, 178. Edit. Benedictine. If in the beginning of this important passage there is anything like an inconsistency, we may impute it as we think proper, either to the author or to his transcribers. 66. Dupan, Bibliotheque Ecclesiastique, Tom. I. p. 223. Tom. I. p. 366. And Mashim. p. 720. Though the latter of these learned divines is not altogether candid on this occasion. 67. In the Council of Laodicea about the year 360, the Apocalypse was tacitly excluded from the sacred canon by the same churches of Asia to which it is addressed, and we may learn from the complaint of Sulpicius Severus that their sentence had been ratified by the greater number of Christians of his time. From what causes then is the Apocalypse at present so generally received by the Greek, the Roman, and the Protestant churches? The following ones may be assigned. 1. The Greeks were subdued by the authority of an impostor who, in the 6th century, assumed the character of Dionysius the Areopagite. 2. A just apprehension that the grammarians might become more important than the theologians engaged the Council of Trent to fix the seal of their infallibility on all the books of Scripture contained in the Latin Vulgate, in the number of which the Apocalypse was fortunately included. Fra Paolo, Historia del Concilio Tridentino, L.I. 3. The advantage of turning those mysterious prophecies against the See of Rome inspired the Protestants with uncommon veneration for so useful an holy. See the ingenious and elegant discourses of the present Bishop of Lichfield on that unpromising subject. 68. Lactantius Institute. Divin. Vi. 15 c. relates the dismal tale of futurity with great spirit and eloquence. 69. On this subject every reader of taste will be entertained with the third part of Burnet's sacred theory. He blends philosophy, scripture, and tradition into one magnificent system, in the description of which he displays a strength of fancy not inferior to that of Milton himself. 70. And yet whatever may be the language of individuals, it is still the public doctrine of all the Christian churches, nor can even our own. Refuse to admit the conclusions which must be drawn from the faith and the faith of her articles. The Jansenists, who have so diligently studied the works of the Fathers, maintain this sentiment with distinguished zeal, and the learned M.D. Tillement never dismisses a virtuous emperor without pronouncing his damnation. Zuinglius is perhaps the only leader of a party who has ever adopted the milder sentiment, and he gave no less offense to the Lutherans than to the Catholics. See Bossut Histoire des Variations des Églises Protestantes, L.I.C. 1922. 71. Justin and Clemens of Alexandria allow that some of the philosophers were instructed by the Logos, confounding its double signification of the human reason and of the divine word. 72. Tertullian, De Spectaculis, c. 30. In order to ascertain the degree of authority which the zealous African had acquired, it may be sufficient to allege the testimony of Cyprian, the doctor and guide of all the Western churches. See Prudent, hymn, Xi. 100. As often as he applied himself to his daily study of the writings of Tertullian, he was accustomed to say, De me magistrum, give me my master, Hieronym, de veris. Illustribus Tom, I.P. 284. 73. Notwithstanding the evasions of Middleton, it is impossible to overlook the clear traces of visions and inspiration, which may be found in the Apostolic Fathers. 74. Irenaeus Ev. Hares. Prum. P. 3. Middleton. Free Inquiry, p. 96, c. observes that as this pretension of all others was the most difficult to support by art, it was the soonest given up. The observation suits his hypothesis. 75. Athenagoras in Legation. Justin Martyr Cohort. Adgentes. Tertullian Adverse. Martianip. L. If. These descriptions are not very unlike the prophetic fury for which Cicero de Divinat. I. 54. expresses so little reverence. 76. Tertullian Apologue, c. 23. throws out a bold defiance to the pagan magistrates. Of the primitive miracles, the power of exorcising is the only one which has been assumed by Protestants. 77. Irenaeus Ev. Hares. L. I. 56. 57. L. V. C. 6. Mr. Dodwell Dissert. Ad Irenaeum. I. 42. concludes that the 2nd century was still more fertile in miracles than the first. 78. Theophilus ad Autolicum. L. I. p. 345. Edit. Benedictine. Paris 1742. 79. Middleton sent out his introduction in the year 1747, published his free inquiry in 1749, and before his death, which happened in 1750, he had prepared a vindication of it against his numerous adversaries. 80. The University of Oxford conferred degrees on his opponents. From the indignation of Mashim P. 221, we may discover the sentiments of the Lutheran divines. 81. It may seem somewhat remarkable that Bernard of Clairvaux, who records so many miracles of his friend Malachi, never takes any notice of his own, which in their turn, however, are carefully related by his companions and disciples in the long series of ecclesiastical history. Does there exist a single instance of a saint asserting that he himself possessed the gift of miracles? 82. The conversion of Constantine is the era which is most usually fixed by Protestants. The more rational divines are unwilling to admit the miracles of the if, whilst the more credulous are unwilling to reject those of the 5th century. 83. The imputations of Celsus and Julian, with the defense of the Fathers, are very fairly stated by Spanheim, Commentaire sur les Césars de Julian, p. 468. 84. Plan. Epist. X. 97. 85. Tertullian, Apologue, c. 44. He adds, however, with some degree of hesitation, aut si Eliad jam non Tristinus. 86. The philosopher Peregrinus, of whose life and death Lucian has left us so entertaining an account, imposed for a long time on the credulous simplicity of the Christians of Asia. 87. See a very judicious treatise of Barbeyrac sur la morale des Paris. 88. Lactant, Institut Divin. L. Vi. C. 20, 21, 22. 89. Consult a work of Clemens of Alexandria entitled The Pedagogue, which contains the rudiments of ethics, as they were taught in the most celebrated of the Christian schools. 90. Tertullian, De Spectaculis, c. 23. Clemens Alexandrin. Pedagogue, L. I. c. 8. 91. Busober Hist. Critique du Manichaeisme, L. V. c. 3. Justin, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine, c. strongly inclined to this opinion. 92. Some of the Gnostic heretics were more consistent. They rejected the use of marriage. 93. See a chain of tradition from Justin, martyr to Jerome in the Morale des Pères, c. Ev. 626. 94. See a very curious dissertation on the Vestals in the Memoires de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. F. p. 161-227. Notwithstanding the honors and rewards which were bestowed on those virgins, it was difficult to procure a sufficient number, nor could the dread of the most horrible death always restrain their incontinence. 95. Cupiditatem procreandi aut unim simus aut nullum, minusus Felix, c. 31. Justin, Apologue, Major, Athenagoras in Legat, c. 28. Tertullian de Cultu Freeman, L. A. 96. Eusebius, L. V. 8. Before the fame of Origen had excited envy and persecution, this extraordinary action was rather admired than censured. As it was his general practice to allegorize Scripture, it seems unfortunate that in this instance only he should have adopted the literal sense. 97. Cyprian, Epist. 4. And Dodwell disserted Cyprianic, i.e., something like this rash attempt was long afterwards imputed to the founder of the Order of Fontevraud. Bale has amused himself and his readers on that very delicate subject. 98. De Pen Bibliothèque Ecclésiastique, Tom. I. p. 195. Gives a particular account of the dialogue of the 10 Virgins as it was composed by Methodius, Bishop of Tyre. The praises of virginity are excessive. 99. The ascetics, as early as the 2nd century, made a public profession of mortifying their bodies and of abstaining from the use of flesh and wine. Moshim, p. 310. 100. See the Morale des Paris. The same patient principles have been revived since the Reformation by the Socinians, the modern Anabaptists, and the Quakers. Barclay, the apologist of the Quakers, has protected his brethren by the authority of the primitive Christians. p. 540–549. 101. Tertullian, Apologue, c. 21. D. Idolatré c. 1718. Origin contra Celsum, L. v. p. 253. L. vi. p. 348. L. vi. p. 423–428. 102. Tertullian, De Corona Militis c. 11, suggests to them the expedient of deserting a council, which, if it had been generally known, was not very proper to conciliate the favor of the emperors towards the Christian sect. 103. As well as we can judge from the mutilated representation of Origen, L. vi. p. 423. His adversary, Celsus, had urged his objection with great force and candor. 104. The aristocratical party in France, as well as in England, has strenuously maintained the divine origin of bishops, but the Calvinistical presbyters were impatient of a superior, and the Roman pontiff refused to acknowledge an equal. See Fra Paolo, 105. In the history of the Christian hierarchy, I have for the most part followed the learned and candid Moshim. 106. For the prophets of the primitive church, see Moshim, Dissertations ad Hist. Eccles. Pertinence, Tom. I. p. 132–108. 107. See the epistles of Paul and of Clemens to the Corinthians. 108. Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, L. vi. 109. See Germ ad Titum, c. 1, and Epistle 85, in the Benedictine edition. 101. And the elaborate apology of Blondel, Prosententia Hieronima, the ancient state, as it is described by Jerome of the bishop and presbyters of Alexandria, receives a remarkable confirmation from the Patriarch Eutychus Annal. Tom. I. p. 330, verse. Pocket, whose testimony I know not how to reject in spite of all the objections of the learned Pearson in his Venditae Ignatiana, Part I, c. 11. 110. See the introduction to the Apocalypse. Bishops under the name of angels were already instituted in 7 cities of Asia. and yet the Epistle of Clemens, which is probably of as ancient a date, does not lead us to discover any traces of episcopacy either at Corinth or Rome. 111. Nulla ecclesias sine episcopo has been a fact as well as a maxim since the time of Tertullian and Irenaeus. 112. After we have passed the difficulties of the 1st century, we find the episcopal government universally established till it was interrupted by the republican genius of the Swiss and German reformers. 113. See Moschim in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Ignatius at Smyrnius c. 3 c. is fond of exalting the episcopal dignity. Leclerc Hist. Eccles. p. 569. Very bluntly censures his conduct. Moschim, with a more critical judgment, p. 161, suspects the purity even of the smaller epistles. 114. Non et laesis sacerdotes summus, Tertullian, exhort ad castitate, c. 7. As the human heart is still the same, several of the observations which Mr. Hume has made on enthusiasm essays vol. I. p. 76, quarto edit, may be applied even to real inspiration. 115. Acta Consul. Carthage. Apud Cyprian. Edit. Fell. p. 158. This council was composed of 87 bishops from the provinces of Mauritania, Numidia, and Africa. Some presbyters and deacons assisted at the assembly. Present plebis maxim part. 116. Agunta praetore per Graeces illas, certis in locis consulia, c. Tertullian de Jejunes, c. 13. The African mentions it as a recent and foreign institution. The coalition of the Christian churches is very ably explained by Moschim, p. 164-170. 117. Cyprian, in his admired treatise De Unitate Ecclesiae, p. 75-86. 118. We may appeal to the whole tenor of Cyprian's conduct, of his doctrine, and of his epistles. Leclerc in A Short Life of Cyprian, Biblical Universal, Tom. Xi. p. 207-378. Has laid him open with great freedom and accuracy. 119. If Novatus Felicissimus, c. whom the Bishop of Carthage expelled from his church and from Africa, were not the most detestable monsters of wickedness, the zeal of Cyprian must occasionally have prevailed over his veracity. For a very just account of these obscure quarrels, see Moschim, p. 497-512, 120, Moschim, p. 269, 574, Depan, Antiqua Eccles, Discipline, p. 19, 20, 121. Tertullian, in a distinct treatise, has pleaded against the heretics, the right of prescription as it was held by the apostolic churches. 122. The journey of Peter to Rome is mentioned by most of the ancients. See Eusebius I. 25. Maintained by all the Catholics, allowed by some Protestants. See Pearson and Dodwell de Success. Episcop, Roman, but has been vigorously attacked by Spenhim Miscellany Sacra A3. According to Father Hardoin, the monks of the 13th century, who composed the Aeneid, represented Peter under the allegorical character of the Trojan hero. 123. It is in French only that the famous allusion to Peter's name is exact. Tu es Pierre et certes et Pierre. The same is imperfect in Greek, Latin, Italian, and totally unintelligible in or Teutonic languages. 124. Irenaeus Av. Hereses I3. Tertullian de Prescription. C. 36 and Cyprian Epistle. 27. 55. 71. 75. Leclerc Hist. Eccles. p. 764. And Moshim p. 258. 578. Labor in the interpretation of these passages, but the loose and rhetorical style of the Fathers often appears favorable to the pretensions of Rome. 125. See the sharp epistle from Firmilinus, Bishop of Caesarea, to Stephen, Bishop of Rome, Epi, Cyprian. Epistle 75. 126. Concerning this dispute of the rebaptism of heretics, see the epistles of Cyprian, and the 7th book of Eusebius. 127. 4. The origin of these words, see Moshim, p. 141. Spenhim Hist. Ecclesiast. p. 633. The distinction of Cluris and Lacus was established before the time of Tertullian. 128. The community instituted by Plato is more perfect than that which Sir Thomas More had imagined for his Utopia. The community of women and that of temporal goods may be considered as inseparable parts of the same system. 129. Joseph, Antiquitate. 2. Philo, de Wit. Contemplative. 130. See the Acts of the Apostles, c. 2, 4, 5. With Grotius' commentary. Moshim, in a particular dissertation, attacks the common opinion with very inconclusive arguments. 131. Justin Martyr Apologue, Major, c. 89. Tertullian Apologue, c. 39. 132. Irenaeus ad Heres. L. c. 27. 34. Origin in Nam. Ham. A. Cyprian de Unitate. Eccles. Constitute. Apostle. L. I. c. 34. 35. With the notes of Cotillarius. The Constitutions introduce this divine precept by declaring that priests are as much above kings as the soul is above the body. Among the tithable articles, they enumerate corn, wine, oil, and wool. On this interesting subject, consult Pridus' History of Tithes and Fra Paolo del Matric Beneficiary, 2. Writers of a very different character. 133. The same opinion which prevailed about the year 1000 was productive of the same effects. Most of the donations express their motive, appropinquant mundi fine. See Moshim's General History of the Church, vol. I. p. 457. 134. Tum summa cura est fratribus. Uti samut est atra loquas. Offer fondis venditis. Sestochum milia. Addicta avorum praedia. Fotis sub actionibus. Successor exers gimit. Sanctus agens parentibus. Haego calanto abetis. Ecclesiam in angulis. Et summa pietas creditor. Nuda dulces libros. Prudent in non-Latin alphabet, him, 2. The subsequent conduct of the Deacon Lawrence only proves how proper a use was made of the wealth of the Roman Church. It was undoubtedly very considerable, but Fra Paolo c. 3 appears to exaggerate when he supposes that the successors of Commodus were urged to persecute the Christians by their own avarice, or that of their praetorian prefects. 135. Cyprian. Epistle 62. 136. Tertullian de Prescription c. 30. 137. Diocletian gave a rescript which is only a declaration of the old law. Collegium si nullo speciale privilegius subnicum sit hereditatem caper non posse, dubum non est, Frepello c. 4, thinks that these regulations had been much neglected since the reign of Valerian. 138. Hist. August. p. 131. The ground had been public and was now disputed between the Society of Christians and that of Butchers. 139. Constitud. Apostol. A. 35. 140. Cyprian de Lapsis. p. 89. Epistle 65. The Churches. Confirmed by the 19th and 20th canon of the Council of Illiberis. 141. See the Apologies of Justin, Tertullian, c. 142. The wealth and liberality of the Romans to their most distant brethren is gratefully celebrated by Dionysius of Corinth, ep. Euseb. L. Viv. c. 23. 143. See Lucian and Peregrine. Julian, Epist. 49, seems mortified that the Christian charity maintains not only their own, but likewise the heathen poor. 144. Such at least has been the laudable conduct of more modern missionaries under the same circumstances. Above 3,000 newborn infants are annually exposed in the streets of Pekin, See le Comte Mémoires sur la Chine, and the Recherches sur les Chinois et les Egyptians, Tom. I. p. 61. 145. The Montanists and the Novatians who adhered to this opinion with the greatest rigor and obstinacy found themselves at last in the number of excommunicated heretics. See the learned and copious Moshem Sekel, I. and I. 146. Dionysius op. Use. Ev. 23. Cyprian de Lapsus. 147. Cave's Primitive Christianity, Part I. c. 5. The admirers of antiquity regret the loss of this public penance. 148. See in Japan, Lilith Ecclesiastic, Tom. I. p. 304-313. A short but rational exposition of the canons of those councils which were assembled in the first moments of tranquillity after the persecution of Diocletian. This persecution had been much less severely felt in Spain than in Galatia, a difference which may, in some measure, account for the contrast of their regulations. 149. Cyprian. Epist. 69. 150. The arts, the manners, and the vices of the priests of the Syrian goddess are very humorously described by Apuleius in the 8th book of his Metamorphoses. 151. The office of Asiarch was of this nature, and it is frequently mentioned in Aristides, the inscriptions c. It was annual and elective. None but the vainest citizens could desire the honor, none but the most wealthy could support the expense. See in the Petrus Apostle, Tom. I. p. 200. With how much indifference Philip the Asiarch conducted himself in the martyrdom of Polycarp. There were likewise Bithyniarchs, Lysiarchs, c. 152. The modern critics are not disposed to believe what the Fathers almost unanimously assert, that Matthew composed a Hebrew Gospel, of which only the Greek translation is extant. It seems, however, dangerous to reject their testimony. 153. Under the reigns of Nero and Domitian, and in the cities of Alexandria, Antioch, Rome, and Ephesus, see Mill, Prolegomena ad Nov, Testament, and Dra. Lardner's fair and extensive collection, Vol. 154. The Theologians Epiphanius de Harris, 51. Disputed the genuineness of the Apocalypse because the Church of Thyatira was not yet founded. Epiphanius, who allows the fact, extricates himself from the difficulty by ingeniously supposing that John wrote in the spirit of prophecy. See Opposite Discourse sur l'Apocalypse, 155. The Epistles of Ignatius and Dionysius A.P. Use. Iv. 23. Point out many churches in Asia and Greece. That of Athens seems to have been one of the least flourishing. 156. Lucian in Alexandro c. 25. Christianity, however, must have been very unequally diffused over Pontus, since in the middle of the 3rd century there were no more than 17 believers in the extensive diocese of Neo-Caesarea. CM. de Tillemont, Memoires Ecclesiast, Tom. Iv. p. 675. from Basil and Gregory of Nyssa, who were themselves natives of Cappadocia. 157. According to the ancients, Jesus Christ suffered under the consulship of the two Gemini in the year 29 of our present era. Pliny was sent into Bithynia according to Page in the year 110. 158. Plen. Epis. X. 97. 159. Chrysostom. Opera. Tom. V. P. 658. 810. 160. John Millet. Tom. A. P. 144. He draws the same conclusion with regard to the populousness of Antioch. 161. Chrysostom. Tom. I. P. 592. I am indebted for these passages, though not for my inference, to the learned Lardner. Credibility of the Gospel History Vol. Xi. P. 370. 162. Basnage Histoire des Juifs L. 2. C. 20, 21, 22, 23. Has examined with the most critical accuracy the curious treatise of Philo, which describes the Therapeutae, by proving that it was composed as early as the time of Augustus. Basnage has demonstrated, in spite of Eusebius L. I. C. 17, and a crowd of modern Catholics, that the Therapeutae were neither Christians nor monks. It still remains probable that they changed their name, preserved their manners, adopted some new articles of faith, and gradually became the fathers of the Egyptian ascetics. 163. See a letter of Hadrian in the Augustan History, p. 245. 164. For the succession of Alexandrian bishops, consult Renato's History, p. 24. C. This curious fact is preserved by the Patriarch Eutychius Annal. Tom. I. P. 334. Verse. Pocock, and its internal evidence would alone be a sufficient answer to all the objections which Bishop Pearson has urged in the Vindictia Ignatiana. 165. Amen. Marcellin. Xi. 16. 166. Origin contra Silsum. L. I. P. 40. 167. Ingens multitudo is the expression of Tacitus. 44. 168. T. Liv. 6. 13. 15, 16, 17. Nothing could exceed the horror and consternation of the Senate on the discovery of the Bacchanalians, whose depravity is described and perhaps exaggerated by Livy. 169. Eusebius, L. Vi. C. 43. The Latin translator M. de Valois has thought proper to reduce the number of presbyters to 44. 170. This proportion of the presbyters and of the poor to the rest of the people was originally fixed by Bernard Travels into Italy, p. 168, and is approved by Moelle Vol. A. p. 151. They were both unacquainted with the passage of Chrysostom which converts their conjecture almost into a fact. 171. Cirus trans ops, Religioni de Suscept, Sulpice Severus, L.I. These were the celebrated martyrs of Lyons. C. Eusebius, v. 1. Tillament, Mem. Ecclesiast, Tom. I. p. 316. According to the Donatists, whose assertion is confirmed by the tacit acknowledgement of Augustine, Africa was the last of the provinces which received the gospel. Tillament, Mem. Ecclesiast, Tom. I. p. 754. 172. Tum primum intragelis martyri visa. Sul. Severus, L.A. With regard to Africa, see Tertullian ad Scapulam c. 3. It is imagined that the skeleton martyrs were the first acta sincera ruinart. p. 34. One of the adversaries of Apuleius seems to have been a Christian. Apologue, p. 496, 497. Edit. Delphin, 173. Rere in aliquibus civitatibus ecclesiae, percorum Christianum devotione. Resurgerent, Acta Sincera, p. 130. Gregory of Tours, L.I.c. 28. Motium, p. 207. 449. There is some reason to believe that in the beginning of the 4th century, the extensive dioceses of Liege, of Treves, and of Cologne composed a single bishopric which had been very recently founded. See Memoires de Tillament, Tom. Vi. Part I. p. 43. 411. 174. The date of Tertullian's apology is fixed in a dissertation of Moshim to the year 198. 175. In the 15th century, there were few who had either inclination or courage to question whether Joseph of Arimathea founded the monastery of Glastonbury, and whether Dionysius the Areopagite preferred the residence of Paris to that of Athens. 176. The stupendous metamorphosis was performed in the 9th century. See Mariana Hispan. L. Vi. c. 13. Tom. I. p. 285. Edit. Hag. Com. 1733, who in every sense imitates Livy, and the honest detection of the legend of St. James Bider, Geddes Miscellanies, Vol. I. p. 221, 177. Justin Martyr, Dialogue, cum Trafon. p. 341. Irenaeus av. Hares. L. I. c. 10. Tertullian av. Judd. c. 7. C. Moshim. p. 203. 178. See the 4th century of Moshim's History of the Church, many, though very confused circumstances that relate to the conversion of Iberia and Armenia may be found in Moses of Chorin, L. I. c. 7889, 179. According to Tertullian, the Christian faith had penetrated into parts of Britain inaccessible to the Roman arms. About a century afterwards, Ossian, the son of Fingal is said to have disputed in his extreme old age with one of the foreign missionaries, and the dispute is still extant in verse and in the Erse language. See Mr. Mapperson's dissertation on the antiquity of Ossian's poems p. 10. 180. The Goths who ravaged Asia in the reign of Gallienus carried away great numbers of captives, some of whom were Christians and became missionaries. See Tillemont, Memoires Ecclesiast, Tom. If. p. 44. 181. The legend of Agarus, fabulous as it is, affords a decisive proof that many years before Eusebius wrote his history, the greatest part of the inhabitants of Edessa had embraced Christianity. Their rivals, the citizens of Cara, adhered, on the contrary, to the course of paganism as late as the 6th century. 182. According to Bartzen's AP, Use, Prepar, Evangel, there were some Christians in Persia before the end of the 2nd century. In the time of Constantine, see his epistle to Separ Vit. L. Iv. c. 13. They composed a flourishing church. Consult Busuber Hist. Critique du Manichaisme, Tom. I. p. 180. And the Bibliotheca Orientalis of Asimene. 183. Oration contra Celsum, L.V. p. 424. 184. Minucius. Felix, c. 8. With Wower's notes. Celsus A.P. Origen, L. I. p. 138. 142. Julian P. Cyril, L. Vi. p. 206. Edit. Spenhim. 185. Use. Hist. Eccles. If. 3. Hieronym. Epist. 83. 186. The story is prettily told in Justin's dialogues. Tillemont, Mem. Ecclesiast. Tom. A. p. 334. Who relates it. After him is sure that the old man was a disguised angel. 187. Eusebius, v. 28. It may be hoped that none, except the heretics, gave occasion to the complaint of Celsus A.P. Origen, L. I. p. 77, that the Christians were perpetually correcting and altering their Gospels. 188. Plin. Epist. X. 97. Furunt LA similis amenci, cives Romani multi enim omnis aetatis, omnis ordinus, Otrescus ex, etiam vocentur in periclum et vocabuntur. 189. Tertullian ad scapulam. Yet even his rhetoric rises no higher than to claim a 10th part of Carthage. 190. Cyprian. Epist. 79. 191. Ger. Lardner, in his first and second volume of Jewish and Christian Testimonies, collects and illustrates those of Pliny the Younger, of Tacitus, of Galen, of Marcus Antoninus, and perhaps of Epictetus, for it is doubtful whether that philosopher means to speak of the Christians. The new sect is totally unnoticed by Seneca, the elder Pliny, and Plutarch. 192. If the famous prophecy of the 70 weeks had been alleged to a Roman philosopher, would he not have replied in the words of Cicero, Quo tandem ista auguratia est, enorm partis quam aut mensum aut dirum, de divination, ei. 30. Observe with what irreverence Lucian, in Alexandro c. 13, and his friend Celsus ap. Origen, L. Vi. p. 327, express themselves concerning the Hebrew prophets. 193. The philosophers who derided the more ancient predictions of the Sables would easily have detected the Jewish and Christian forgeries which have been so triumphantly quoted by the Fathers from Justin Martyr to Lactantius. When the Sibylline verses had performed their appointed task, they, like the system of the millennium, were quietly laid aside. The Christian Sibyl had unluckily fixed the ruin of Rome for the year 195 AU c. 948, 94. The Fathers, as they are drawn out in battle array by Dom Calmet, Dissertations sur la Bible, Tom. I. p. 295-308, seem to cover the whole earth with darkness, in which they are followed by most of the moderns. 195. Origen and Math. c. 27, and a few modern critics, Bizet, Leclerc, Lardner c. are desirous of confining it to the land of Judea. 196. The celebrated passage of Phlegon is now wisely abandoned, when Tertullian assures the pagans that the mention of the prodigy is found in Arcanus, not Archivus Vestris. See his Apology, c. 21. He probably appeals to the Sibylline verses, which related exactly in the words of the Gospel. 197. Seneca Quist. Natter. I. 1. 15. Vi. 1. Vi. 17. Plen. Hist. Natter. L. A. 198. Plen. Hist. Natter. I. 30. 199. Virgil Georgic. I. 466. Tibullus. L. I. Illeg. V. Ver. 75. Ovid Metamorph. 782. Lucan. Fursel. I. 540. The last of these poets places this prodigy before the Civil War. 200. See a public epistle of M. Antony and Joseph, Antiquit, Civ. 12. Plutarch and Caesar, p. 471. Appian, Bell, Civil, L. Iv. Dan Cassis, L. Solve, p. 431. Julius Obsequens, c. 128. His little treatise is an abstract of Livy's prodigies. Information about this book. Title statement. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, by Edward Gibbon, Esq. Up to Gibbon, Edward 1737 1794. Publication. Distribution. University of Oxford Text Archive. Oxford University Computing Services. 13 Banbury Road. Oxford. Oxtu Sitten. Attack Sox ACUK. It ote http oto ox ACUK at 4640. It is 1,106,016,394. It is 39,781,106,016,393. It 65,082. It bibnoku 3,300,409,632. It etch 34,700,102. Availability. Distributed by the University of Oxford under a Creative Commons. Attribution Share Alike 3.0 Unported License. Source. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, S. Gibbon, Edward 1737 1794. A new edition. Six. Plates support. Maps 8. London. Printed for W. Strahan and T. Cardale. One 1783. Vols on 6. A reprint of Vols on 3 of the quarto editions. Reproduction of original from the British Library. English Short Title Catalogue Est 78,366. Electronic Data Farmington Hills, Mich. Thomson Gale, 2003. Page CMt&x. Digitized image of the microfilm version produced in Woodbridge Court by Research Publications 1982 2002. Later known as Primary Source Microfilm, an imprint of the Gale Group. Creation. Created by converting TEP files to TEP5 using TEP Top 5. Tay, Oxford. Editorial practices. This electronic text file was keyed from page images and partly proofread for accuracy. Character capture and encoding have been done following the guidelines of the Ecotext Creation Partnership, which correspond roughly to the recommendations found in Level 4 of the TAN. Libraries Guidelines. Digital page images are linked to the text file.